Let's go. the grand finals of the Valorant College Championships. After 6 months of intense battles between more than 400 teams and thousands of players, it all comes down to this. With our final two teams, a rematch of the upper bracket finals between the two teams from the Lone Star State, the dominant top seed St. Thomas University and plucky upstarts Texas A&M University. Hi everyone, I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez, joined by Infernosis and Jackson to crown our second ever CVAL champion. It's so good to be back here in LAN here, Scott.
Yeah, it's a great feeling for both the players and, of course, all the staff that are stepping in and finally seeing everything they've been working towards and the environment all coming to fruition and leading into just something we can be proud of at the end of the day.
Yeah, Jackson, we last worked online. Now get to see you in person is great, man.
Yeah, it's absolutely been a blast hanging out with everyone here, and the venue has just been amazing, and I think we're about to get a little noisy up in Boise.
Absolutely. I like that one.
That's good.
That's a good start. I hope your popcorn's ready because he's going to have all the puns all day. Now, this tournament of the championship was started with 32 teams. It was a single elimination, best of 3 format for the round 32, moving to best of 5 single elimination for the round of 16. Afterwards, it was double elimination with the upper bracket, lower bracket finals, and the grand finals being best of 5. So we take a look at those 32 teams that made it on in. And one of the coolest parts that I love, you see how much buy-in there is from multiple different universities from all walks of life, including veteran universities that we've seen over and over again, and brand new participants, Scott.
Yeah, the diversity of programs, whether how accoladed or not you are, just creates this scene in the collegiate Valorant scene of saying, hey, you can do it if you're an underdog story, an undergoat story, as we had A&M say previously, or you are just the top dog team like UST is trying to claim everybody is here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been a very difficult road for some of these teams. Even the top teams have faced each other pretty early in the tournament, and that just goes to show the level of competition that we have now in this tournament.
Yeah, in the bracket earlier, we got to see some of the top teams kind of facing off against each other early on because, you know, if you aren't the number 1 seed in your region, then you ended up playing later on. And because they have challenges, because they have like a congested schedule with so many teams participating in tier 2 as well, we had some crazy matchups early on. You got to see the top 8 was super, super stacked. Now, these teams aren't just playing for the second ever CVAL championship. They're also playing for scholarship money. Riot helping out some of these squads with the prize structure being $5,000 for the winning team today, $3,000 after that, and it cascades on down. Scholarship money helping these programs participate.
Yeah, for a lot of players, whether or not your program has enough money to provide scholarships for you individually, being able to be paid to play is an experience that can not be undervalued whatsoever, and just being able to say, I did this, I was a part of this, and I can take that next step, because collegiate for Valorant is becoming that next step and is that next step for a lot of the teams we've seen here.
And that's what I wanted to touch on here, Jackson, just for a little bit. It is a true path to pro. It does feel like, okay, cool, I see my team here in collegiate, we get to really work on our synergy, then we get to go to challengers and rub elbows with some of the top teams. It's really cool that we're starting to see some of those players get opportunities at the next level.
Yeah, even in today's matchup, we have a team that their core of their team is on a Latin American Challengers team, #1 ranked in Latin America actually, and then even if you're not a Challengers qualified team, you do have the opportunity to face up against these top teams and continue to improve your playbook and your gameplay.
Well, you know, because you have so many matches in Tier 2, there can only be 2 slots. So I think it's time for us to take attendance here at the Boise State Arena and Battleground. So why don't we start with that, all right? I'll be Professor Digon here, and I've got Infernosis, right?
Yep.
Right, cool. TA Infernosis right here. TA Jackson, did you bring your 5K?
Present. Yes,
Okay,
I did.
cool. Perfect, perfect. All right, let's just go down the list. UST, they were the #1 squad. They're here, right?
Yeah, they showed up full force.
Okay, yeah, UST, yeah, we see it on the back wall right there. Nice, nice. All right, next up, how about last year's champion, Campus Clutch champion, Northwood? Are they here?
They had a pretty tough first semester.
Okay, a tough first semester. You know, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes maybe we make a student change.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens, and that hurts. Okay. Well, what about another team that made it to CVAL last year in the LAN? Fisher? Is Fisher here?
Well, Fisher was doing really well during their midterms. I mean, they were almost a top 10 school, but seems like they fell a little bit short during their final exams.
Okay, had some problems during finals. That, you know, happens to the best of us. What about the other team from the LAN last year, Winthrop?
Well, I heard Oquinhos from Blinn was actually doing the grading in their first semester.
Oh.
Yeah, they said that he was a pretty tough grader this year.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. Those were our 3 from last year that were in person. But I guess then, if Oquinhos with Blinn was a tough grader in the class before, where's Blinn? Is Blinn here?
Well, it looks like Blinn did not forget. They forgot to flip the page on their exam and didn't see the extra questions on the back of the test.
Oh, all right. Well, that's okay. Those squads, top squads, but only 2 could make it. Then I guess that leaves us with the Aggies, the Texas A&M Aggies. They're present, right?
Yes, with a little bit of a caveat. One of their players is studying abroad, so they had to fill the classroom, but they got the numbers. We're good.
Okay, all right. It looks like the 2 of us, UST and Texas A&M, those are what you got here, and we just wanted to give a quick shout out to those squads, all 6 of those that we brought up. Amazing, amazing organizations with a lot of talent and history behind it, but unfortunately only 2 can make it. That shows how difficult it is to make it to the CVAL championships. Now, the Aggies of Texas A&M have never won a title or made it to a title match. St. Thomas, on the other hand, have achieved the highest levels of success in esports and look to do the same here in the 2nd year of CVAL. We sat down with the players, coaches, and fans, asked them what it would mean to them to win the title.
I mean, it would mean everything because I'm only actually a college player. I don't play on other teams or like tier 2, tier 3 like competition. So therefore, I'm only here for the college aspect of the game, pursuing a degree alongside playing the game, which is great. And obviously, since you reached the finals, what more can I ask for,
I think it'd be pretty good to win this. We're obviously the underdog, so anything better than a loss is really great.
So I got recruited being from LATAM, and there's like a stereotype that LATAM players are bad. So for me, it would mean I could put my region in a bigger spot. And to me, that's really important. So in that way, more people get the opportunity that I got to come here.
It would mean a lot for me and a lot for my teammates due to the fact that, we're the underdogs, to say it lightly. We don't have facility, we don't have scholarships, we don't have anything really. We're just 5 dudes just trying to win, trying to put it out there and bring it home.
Now, I know he said undercoats, but now I'm joined by 2 guys looking like they're wearing overcoats as our professors. It's been a good semester so far, but the final exam is coming up very, very soon. Our distinguished faculty, Professor Jackson and Professor Infernosis, have some midterm grades to hand out for these 2 squads. Now, these grades should provide some insights into their grand finals performance. So let's get to it. Professor Jackson, I love your garb. It's a good outfit there. Has St. Thomas been hitting the books hard enough here for us?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if we're taking a look at their first blood numbers, they pretty much lead CVAL in terms of first bloods. Nate being an incredible player. I think the last time these 2 teams faced each other, Nate had a plus 16 in
total.
first bloods. Yeah,
16 first bloods in general, plus 10 positive.
Insane, absolutely. And then for the second category, we have basically like a teamwork segment. The teams that swing together will win together. Mm-hmm. As far as University of St. Thomas, they do a pretty good job. However, there is a little bit of miscommunication on their timing, and so that I had to give them a little B for that. In terms of the depth of playbook, though, they are really good. Almost perfect in the way that they switch up their strategies, their defensive rotations. Mm-hmm. So they do a good job of that. However, when it comes to the player names and the etymology behind it, I think they do need a little work on there. Definitely needs improvement. You're coming up against Texas A&M, but University of St. Thomas, you're rolling with names like Nate and Doug. Not really too much creativity behind it.
All right, individuals don't have to be called out here, all right? I frankly think Doug is a great name, okay? What do you think about for their final grade, their average here?
I think their final grade here will probably be a B- overall. I think that the name definitely dragged them down a little bit.
All right. Okay, so we see a couple of pretty decent grades. A pretty harsh grade there in etymology. Professor Infernosis, what would you change here?
First off, it'd be the etymology. Okay, Doug is a sick name. I know they used to have Corsonics. They changed it for some reason, and they couldn't change it back or something like that. Who cares? Doug is sick. Now, Nate, I will kind of agree with that one. It's just his name. That's cool. It's good facture. You do the same exact thing with your tag, right? It's just your name. We can't all be cool like that, Jackson. Sorry to say it. But I think the rest of the team has a pretty nice name. I would rank the etymology still up to a C, purely off Doug, because Doug is just fun to say, and I'm going to be really happy to hear Ravish and Gompers just have to say it the entire day for the rest of the day.
All right. Well, why don't we flip the report card then to Texas A&M? Professor Infernosis, that was you.
Yeah.
What do you grade this squad?
I'm a little bit mean. I'm going to be the first to say it, I think. First blood-wise, there were six maps where a first blood differential was negative, and they were 2 of them. And while the other 2 were Fisher and 1 was UST, the performances otherwise were UST dominating most of their games and having huge outliers that you'd have to break out of a standard deviation spreadsheet.
Okay.
And then for for Texas A&M University, they had the problem where they're just not winning those first bloods. They're not getting those first kills, and it's creating this massive deficit in 45, and they just can't survive the next torrent of players dashing into sight. So they get an in. It desperately needs improvement, and we have to hope the break between the upper finals and their performance in the lower finals is enough to kind of create that spread.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I see Swing there has the same grade, though, as UST's.
Yeah, I think, and they've been talking about it. They've been saying they're working on it. They've got good cohesion. We've seen them chatting. We've seen them talking. They're really confident together. They know that they're facing a ridiculously accoladed program that is, LATAM proven and just taking that next level step. And they want to say, hey, we fought to get here. We took down big teams. We took down big names.
Yep.
And I love the confidence. I think they can work really well together. I just think the playbook, the thing that's leading the team and helping the team evolve, that maybe needs a little bit more. It's satisfactory. It did the job to get here, but it may need improvement to get them past this point to even find the success they're looking for. And then when it comes to etymology, I give them an A. They got cool names.
They do have
Austin
cool names.
Frosty
Austin
alone
Frosty.
on name factor
Amazing.
is going to secure yourself that. While Doug is cool, Austin Frosty is just that extra little bit, extra next level. And KHS stepping into the play, that's a cool name too. I love the single syllables, like the just KHS. It just fits. So I have to give them a grade average.
Don't forget Mr. Chillin, Mr. Bing Chillin.
Bing Chilling, yes, 100%.
Chillin'.
They have to do
All
it.
right, so what is your overall grade here for the school from College Station?
If I got to take an N and a C into account, I'm going to give them an A.
What?
I'm sorry. Bing Chilling and Austin Frosty alone secure them an A. It's
grade
an A for me.
exist, though?
Hey, I
Heavily
didn't say I
weighted
was a
right
good
there.
professor.
All right, Jackson, real quick, one of these, I'll give you the opportunity to change it. What would you change here?
I think I'll have to change the playbook grade. I love that you brought up KHS. He is the sub that's coming in today, and he's a self-proclaimed super sub. And KHS also played and had a pretty deep challengers run with their team Resonant, and I've heard that they brought over the playbook from Resonant to help Texas A&M with today's game. Now, whether or not they had the time to really implement all of that, maybe, maybe not, but I still think that bumps their grade up to about a B, I would say.
Yeah, it's fair. You're wrong, but it's okay. It's fair.
All right, well, thank you, professors, for that. If you all at home agree or disagree, please let us know in the chat. Before we get to the matches, we have to follow the journey on here. We've got to see both teams cross hell and high water to get to Boise for the finals. Let's take a look at how they did it.
Definitely the matches between Texas A&M, they're always fun. You never know what they're going to pull out. And I'd also say Northwood. They won CVAL championship previously last year, and they're definitely a tough opponent to beat.
I think it first started my freshman year when I first joined the team as a sub, and I've only been getting better since I only started competing my freshman year. So I've been learning every day, every match. So I think a lot of the matches that we've fallen short at has really contributed to us being where we are now, being this good in the end of the season.
Last semester, we went to Chicago, got top 8, lost out 0-2. And after that, we started losing to Texas A&M. We lost 3 times to them in a row. And then after that, we were just like, okay, we need to do something about this. We need to turn things around. And we did.
Yeah, so I think even to add on to the Cinderella story, in upper finals, we lost 0-3 to UST, so we didn't even get a map on them. So if we were to beat them here, that would be incredible. But also the Boone match, because they're a really good challengers team. So beating them was impressive in itself. So to go even further is unfathomable to me, honestly.
It's kind of thin.
All right. Now as we inch closer to the kickoff of game number 1, feast your eyes on the glorious Boise State Arena and Battleground, the first on-campus host of the Collegiate Championships. For the first time ever, students get to roll up their sleeves and dive into the hands-on experience of producing the longest-running collegiate championship.
It's super impressive to see any program in general do it, but to have, Boise State Arena host it and have these players, these participants in the program step to that extra level, this high level event. And they've been nothing but pleasure to work with, nothing but a great environment to work with. And I mean, just look around us. It's gorgeous here, right? Just whether it's the studio or the casters when we jump over to them later, it's just a great place.
Yeah, and you got to see a little bit of the personality of the Celts there. But again, shout outs to Boise State for getting the cameras in all the places, the team cams in there down the line. You'll get to see all of it throughout today's matches. Now, to get into today's matches, let's take a look at the first piece of competitive information that we got. And we're seeing this live right now. Time for the picks and bans, y'all. Let's put it up on your screen right there. UST, as the top seed, got to ban both the first two maps, and side select. So let's hop into it right now. And you can't see his face, but Infernos' mouth wide open.
Why would UST ever, in a million years, ban Icebox? It's honestly annoyed me a little bit here. I'm at a loss for words. There's no reason why a team that dominated 11-1 at halftime in the upper finals would then ban the map that they played so well that Corsonics, who's not their main role, plays secondary duelist and just goes crazy alongside Nate. It just doesn't make very much sense. But they don't want to bring it out again. They don't want to give the Aggies the chance to try to recover off the mistakes they made. And, I mean, there are a lot of problems with that map. They stacked heavy defense on that A site 7 times in that half on their defense. And that's something that's very easy to read into. You're just going to start hitting that B site more often. So maybe they've looked into it. They're starting to make the adjustments. But then they followed up with Bind. That was expected. It's a 100% win rate coming out of A&M. So the Aggies, they felt like maybe there was a chance seeing Icebox go first. But I'm sorry, the polarized caps are melting. You're going to have to take your cruise elsewhere. You're going to go to Lotus for the first map.
Jackson, what jumps out at you, brother?
I expected UST to start on Breeze again. So keeping that on the third map is really interesting. Because now, based on the map order, I'd say that Texas A&M does have a chance to take at least one of those 2 first maps. They are pretty good on Lotus. I mean, Lotus has been the new collegiate map. Everybody loves Lotus. So it's not like they're unfamiliar with it. And they have pretty decent numbers on Split as well. What I do like is that Texas A&M's best maps are the final 2 maps. So
Yeah. Ascent is, by all accounts, something that Ravish was talking about and Gomper's talking about. We all were talking about, truly. And it's something that I felt like, yes, you have a 0% win rate there if you are the Aggies.
Yeah.
And that looks bad. You played it like 3 or 4 times. You're not winning a single one of those. The 0%, it's glaring you in the face. But they were almost all OTs.
Right.
Almost every single one. And if they weren't, you get double digits for both sides. They played so exceptionally close. And Ascent is the map where good teams go to die. So for UST to have that be the one of the deciding map, it kind of spells trouble. If you get there, UST better be sweating. This very well could be the thing that changes it.
Right, but that's the issue. Breeze is map number 3.
Getting there.
If you get swept, that's where your dreams of a championship go set sail for Texas A&M. So, but the team that's trying to sweep Texas A&M, the number 1 seed going into the tournament, it's St. Thomas, the squad from Texas. Let's take a look at their rosters here.
Yeah, ridiculously solid team. Glyph, the captain, wherever on the right, that's sure, but Zhaoui, Nate, Corsonics, a.k.a. Doug, and then Seikyu on the side. They're a ridiculously strong roster. They're confident. Zhaoui and Nate alongside Glyph step into LATAM. We highlighted them earlier. Back in 2022 for Team Wreckaroo, Nate played alongside Glyph and then also played in with Skull Bands with Nate and Zhaoui and Glyph together. And then since then, it's just been this constant ebb and flow of these players stepping together. And they finally say, hey, Zhaoui was like, getting told, we need somebody that can gun. You got to find me somebody that can shoot. And they said, Nate can do it. And then they step in, and now they're in that LATAM side, and they are doing exceptional for their roster.
Jackson, what are your thoughts on this squad as we take a look at some of the highlights from their run from this CVAL tournament?
I mean, obviously, a lot of experience from these 5 players. They've been playing together for a pretty long time, as well as on LATAM as well. And you can take a look at the way that they play. Super aggressive team, and that really does start with Nate. A lot of the win condition for UST is, can you get Nate rolling? Do you get Nate the great, or do you get Nate the bait? Because the last time that these 2 teams faced off against each other, Nate was really struggling during those, I believe it was the winter finals, and Texas A&M got the upset on them in a 3-2. So I need to see Nate get started. I need to see Corsonics and Glyph setting up Nate as well as they usually do.
Yeah, it was the lower finals as well, where upper finals they had to face in, and then the grand finals. And they got swept 2-0 in the upper finals, and then they had a bit of a break to play into the grand finals. And maybe that was the chance for Nate to step up, couldn't do it as much as they needed to. But the story has just totally changed. Nate feels like a completely new player. They're way more consistent. And while players across the board for this roster, like Corsonics, like Doug, who is 1.3 across CVAL, that's an insane rating for your
Highest
role.
rated player.
You have to look at this and say, you need this duelist. If they're your win condition, there's either something wrong or you need to play heavy into it. I think UST have made the decision, play heavy into it, feed the beast, pass the rock, and let him go crazy. And Nate has just swung it to a tee, home run nearly every single time.
And you get to see here UST against Texas A&M. Again, that was our upper bracket finals, turning Osti Frosty into one big puddle. It's going to be a huge, huge test for Texas A&M to step into the shoes and try to get a win as we take a look at those lineups from the Aggies. Osti Frosty and the rest of the crew looking to try to change history here and make this miracle run. I need you to help put into context for people that don't understand. This is a team that we didn't expect to be here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and Texas A&M, they have a Valorant organization where they have a lot of rosters. This team was really put together from the best players of all those different rosters just this year. So this is a pretty historic run because these are players that haven't necessarily
Homegrown.
had as much, homegrown team. They don't have as much practice with each other as UST may have. But you can clearly see from the stats, they have this energy. They do hang out with each other outside of the game.
Yeah.
And even crazier is that we have KHS stepping in, who hasn't really played with the Texas A&M team for the last 2 years, and they stepped in just this week, and they were dominating Blinn.
It's a consistency thing, I think, as well for KHS. Not that they lack consistency stepping in. You take a look at any of their stats for any of the performances they've had in whatever league or game it may be for or around. They are almost always sitting the same stat line, very comfortable. They're a very consistent factor, and I think even though you are missing Noble here, it's not going to be the biggest loss in the world when you have somebody as solid as KHS is with their consistency to step into that place. But we're talking about consistency. There's one giant glaring problem, the elephant in the room. It's Osti Frosty. While they are one of the highest rated players in CVAL as well, they could have been the highest if they just were that next level of consistency, because when Osti Frosty steps down out of their role, you really feel that lack of presence.
Yeah, and that's always an interesting thing about elite players. How long can they stay at that level? There's always a difference between good and great to the best. And Osti Frosty has the potential to be the best, but currently sitting as one of the best. Who else needs to step up on this roster if Texas A&M are to pull off the upset here?
I think it really will come down to the shoulders of Naber. Naber is often positioned on defense as the solo site anchor. And in the past, they have struggled with consistency. They try to get aggressive sometimes, use body for information, but not often do they win that first engagement. So when you lose your controller player, you lose your site anchor, you do put your team on a back foot trying to retake in a 4v5.
All right, well, that's what our analysts have thought of this matchup. We've broken down the rosters. All that's left to do is get ourselves into predictions. Predictions time, as you can see on the screen right now. Boom. I love it when that works like that. UST is the pick here for Gompers. She likes favorites. Ravish going with the Aggies, pulling that one out. Hopefully he'll be able to say Texas A&M. We'll see at the end of the day. For me, knowing Nova and knowing how great UST has been ran, putting this roster together, I'm going with the favorites. You know, you got to beat the best to be the best, and they are the best, and they need to be beaten. They haven't been yet. So let's go with UST for me. Let's go to Infernosis. Who you got here?
Well, I got a lot of flack early on for saying that I think this actually will be a really good game, and I pray that it does go to all five, especially now with Ascent being that final one. We've confirmed it. But I do still think UST can take it away because I don't think it's going to go to that final map. I think this will go 3-1 in favor of UST. And if we do get the fifth, I think the momentum from the Aggies will sweep it, but they have to prove that first, so it's UST for me.
All right. Go ahead, Jackson.
I'm on the opposite end of that. I do think that this does go the distance. I mean, based on the map order, I really do believe that Texas A&M have a chance to take Split. Once you take Split and you give up Breeze, those last two maps are two of their favorite maps. they do have the opportunity to pull off this upset and become the undergoats.
All right, so the Aggies for Jackson, a split desk here as we have a 3-2, which, you know, would end up being a pretty good score line and appropriate for the final match of the 2024 CVAL season. Y'all, it is time. It has been a long journey to get here, and now we have our two schools, both from Texas, only an hour apart from each other. But the next 3 to 5 hours will determine their legacy. Let's get into it with game number 1. And to get into it, let's send it on over to Gompers and Ravish.
Thank you, D-God, Jackson, Infernosis, and everybody else, man. I'm so excited for this. I, of course, am Ravishing, most ravishing man on the internet. Joined here by my side by the absolutely stupendous
Ravishing Ravish.
Yes, you're so close. We're definitely both bald, and we're killing it right now.
This is actually the hair from the haircut that you got.
Yes, exactly. I donated this all to you just to ensure that you could essentially emulate me accurately. But of course, by my side is the absolutely stupendous Gompin' Gompers. What's up?
What's up? I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. By the way, we're in Idaho right now. I am absolutely surprised by the beauty of not only like
so nice.
the area, but also
Yeah.
like the people are super, super kind.
Right, and I was surprised. I was thinking, you know what? I've heard about the potatoes. I've heard about all that and more. But here's my thing with it: the food here is actually good. Yo, it's solid. I've been shocked every single time. I remember, like, I was getting like some tacos here too. Were excellent. I haven't had a single potato yet, which I'm disappointed by. I really should change that, but it's okay. For now, that's not the point. The point is that we have something else we can feast on, God. Something we can get into.
Oh yeah.
You know what that is?
What?
Valorant.
Valorant. I love Valorant.
Yeah. Ooh, I love Valorant.
Yeah, we have A&M versus UST, of course, two teams that actually battled against each other before.
That's right.
And they have history, a long, long line of history. Actually, A&M kind of losing against UST previously. So when we're looking at them on the stage, right, they're
Yeah.
getting prepared. They do have a new player joining them on the roster.
That's right.
It is not a new player. It is the substitute player. But the sub, that is a huge difference. That might be a huge difference for the team.
It might just be, but let's go and take a look at that roster, in fact, and take a look at the wonderful faces of A&M and see who we actually do have in front of us, right? Because that's going to be the biggest part. Let's y'all get a bit familiar with the faces, see what's going on with them. We'll go ahead and introduce them as well, too, because these guys are lookers. They're handsome. They're excellent at what they do. I mean, honestly, after this, I'm going to have to ask them for the IG. I might do it.
This whole event is just getting Rav and IG.
A singular Instagram from anybody at all. 100%. Guys, at Ravish, guys, go and follow me on IG.
He is, in fact, single. But, of course, we do have the players.
Don't point that out.
No, you can take it from here.
100%, yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at our players to see who we actually do have in front of us at the A&M side. You know, like, we can go and start from right at the beginning. Because, look, from the very top, right, we're looking at the boy, right, sitting at the very first end. I believe that's Aussie Frosty right there.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Sitting tall, handsome, with a mustache to you. Incredible fragging player, right? Right at the very top, Aussie Frosty killing it.
Yeah.
Right beside him, too, that's Job as well. My man coming in all the way. He's competing for years as well. So an excellent player on that side. And beside them, right, I believe that's the IGL sitting there. That's Nabber, in fact. But there you go. There's Joba right there. Nice, yeah. Joba, woo! All right, Joba. They're sitting there. That's UST on the other side as well, too.
That is not Joba.
That's not Joba. You're right. That's UST instead.
Yeah.
See, that right at the other end, that is Seikyu. In fact, did you know Seikyu is French?
That is crazy. He does have an accent.
Not really. Yeah, but he was born in France, and he came to Montreal, Canada. There you go. That's Joba. That's Aussie Frosty. There beside him. By the way, Aussie Frosty, like 6 feet tall. Super, extremely tall.
Yeah.
And then, right beside Aussie Frosty, right, we also got the homie, we also got the homie Bing, or Bing Chilling, as well, also known as that. He likes that. And then right beside them, of course, the super sub KHS, right, playing with the team for a week. And then right at the very end, we have our IGL. Oh, the leading the squad, Nabber.
Nabber.
Good dude. Nice guy.
Yeah, extremely strong player, too.
Yeah.
I feel like, especially with the maps that we've seen today, we're going to see some interesting compositions come out from specifically Texas A&M, right? And I feel like that in particular has me interested. Obviously, all standing up and getting ready to get ready for the game. And it is.
I think so.
I wouldn't even.
They're stretching, so it's fine. But which by the way, let's go for the beginning because we do them justice. Let's go for the very top. All right, look, from the very top, the handsome boy. That's Joba right there. What's up, Joba? Hey, what's up? Hey, woo! All right, yeah. You guys will have to do this for every single player. I do hope you know this. All right, let's go. All right, 9 more times. Right beside him is Austin Frosty. All right. Right in the middle, the boy Bing Chili. What's up, Bing? Let's go. Yo, we can clap for him, can we? Let's go. Yeah. At the end, the super sub KHS. Woo! All right. And their IGL. Super nice guy, the boy Nabber, with little bro beside him. Let's go. I love that. Okay.
Wow.
Now on the other end for UST, baby. Now, what we're looking at right now is the boy Zhaoui coming on from LATAM, representing. Let's go. Woo! Right. And then we got the IGL. That is Glyph in the center. Let's go right beside that. That's the boy Nate Miles. Woo! All right, let's be nice about it. Yeah. And then we have the person who changed his name, the most normal thing. That's Doug right there. What's up, Doug? Woo, Doug. And let's go. And my man from France, that's Seikyu, baby. Ooh, bonjour. What's up? Okay. All right, we got them all. Let's go. Look at them standing up. They're so tall, man. It must be nice.
Yeah, it must be nice.
Yes, you're tall, right?
Yeah, I'm like.
How does it feel?
I'm 7 feet.
Is it? Do you fit into airplanes being that tall? By the way.
No, actually, they make me carry it.
You're Superman, so you're actively carrying like the planes. You know when David Goggins says, "Who's gonna carry the boats?" Like you're here, just like. So that means you can fly.
Oh no, I'm just so tall.
Yeah, you actively run through the air. Oh,
they actually made a huge hole in the ground just for me to be the same height as you.
You know what? You're right. We've dug inside Boise where the potatoes actively are right now, just to ensure.
I can feel them growing.
Yeah, the sprouts are in front of you. Exactly.
Don't eat potatoes for the next year.
You've ruined the entire crop.
I have actually.
Oh, that's so sad, man. It's like Boise has all the, but you know what's okay because they don't need it. Remember, like I said, guys, Boise has really good food actually. So, and guess what? They just opened a Korean barbecue place last week. So they're killing it already.
I do want to tell you guys a reminder to everyone. We are playing on the Tournament Realm on patch. I don't even know what patch actually.
It's the one right before the live patch, essentially. Yeah, it's live patch. So a couple of changes that still haven't come in, such as the Viper change, right? That's still not in just yet. Too. So be mindful as to why you see a lot more Viper.
Yeah.
And that's going to be probably just one of the biggest ones. As 1410, there we go. So 1410, right? Because we saw 1411 and 12, a lot more changes. In fact, maps have also switched out to going into the next VCT season, so that should be noted as well. But for now, though, we'll be playing on pretty standardized maps, right? We saw the picks and bans previously as well, so you want to just go ahead and remind y'all, right, what we're going on to first. Because if we remember, it is going to be Lotus first up, right? And Lotus is going to be a good sign. Right, Dan? Right, Coppers?
I believe it is. I think Lotus, it's kind of a hard say. Lotus, for me, is a very aggro-heavy map on defense. I feel like if you're not getting any early information or if you're not looking at, actively looking for something like that, you will get punished very, very easily. And I think that's the hardest thing, especially if you're very aggressive on the attack, which I feel like A&M is going to try to push with, especially with this new Initiator Edition, trying to get KHS to really help the team grow and also bring that synergy. So with the addition of that Initiator, it's going to be tough. I think Lotus might be the best chance for them to take the first map.
Exactly. Let's load it into A to select and see what we have in front of us for Lotus. Composition seems pretty set. Standard so far. I know that's a hover. I'm not going to get baited by any hovers here at all. But an A&M special that I see on Joba is some Deadlock Gaming, which he does love expeditiously.
Yeah.
I'm excited about. But UST side, seems pretty standard, I would say.
No, I agree. I think for honestly for both sides, I'm seeing the possibility to lock in that duelist. I don't like it. Yeah, we've changed that up. But the deadlock has taken some. Okay, never mind. They're trolling me at this point. You know what? I don't care. I don't care about your composition. We're going over to UST Sports. You guys figure yourselves out there.
Yeah.
But the Gecko, pretty typical. I feel like Gecko has taken some sort everyone's hearts, honestly, with a map like Lotus, just because it's so easy and it has so much more value. You have the Thrash, right? That'll give you tons of potential to entry on sites. Honestly, the moment you have the Thrash, I feel like that's a round win from the Gecko.
Yeah.
Not to mention the Breach to help out with that double initiator take. So I think this is perfect. I think on the defense, they need to play aggressive with a composition like this. The Killjoy perfect for holding a site and maybe holding for a retake.
Yeah.
So if that's the plan, then I 100% agree. But obviously, Fade, not so accustomed to the Gecko on the side of Texas A&M right now.
Not at all. Like you're saying, double controller on the side of A&M. And on the other end, the double initiator for UST.
Yep.
As we load in to game number 1. Gompers, dude, let's get into it. This is so sick. And the music bangs as well, too.
It really does.
Yeah.
No, it's amazing. Heading over to Lotus, a map that was recently added. Not really so recently, but also still feels pretty recent. I feel like we're still getting into what we want the meta to look like. But for sure, as of right now, these players getting set up for something big. And I'm interested to see what it is. I'm interested to see the changes with KHS coming in, the changes that maybe UST have tried to put in to their own composition to maybe take a 13-1 map, right?
Yeah, it would be wild. Because like you're saying, like Lotus, we haven't seen them play a ton so far, but we'll see what they do end up bringing out for us on either one of these sides as we do go into load in just a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, now, Gompers, as we're looking at it too, I find for Lotus the double initiator for UST, considering starting off the defense too.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see them rack up a lot of numbers early on, right? Considering, and obviously play more heavy raid say, considering that's what we've been accustomed to, seeing what UST play a lot more from different maps and compositions. So it should be fun. That's it.
I think as well, like, you're thinking of, first of all, they're going with the default comps that they normally do, that they normally choose on a map like Lotus. It's the double controller versus the double initiator, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at, what we're looking at that A&M want more is just more control over the site, because they know that their post-plant positioning isn't necessarily the strongest. They know that they need more control over the site, and they need that scare tactic. But for me, the aggressiveness of what UST is trying to pull through with this double initiator comp is exactly what they like to do, exactly what played so well against A&M previously when they did have those that rematch, not rematch, but that first match together.
Exactly. And on the A&M side, what we've been seeing so far previously is that they're very volatile in terms of how they look to hold these sites, right? I
agree.
And going into this with KHS now talking to them a bit before, they said they're down to be more defaulting. They're down to be more standard and hold these sites in what would be a reasonable sense, I would say, because they do adapt a lot on the fly, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, which is, I find we'll see a lot of throughout this entire BO5, is very quick changes and adaptations that we'll be looking to see as well. As we do load into game in just a couple of seconds with map number 1 underway in front of us here, Gompers. I'm hyped. Actually, right before that, you know what we should do instead?
Yeah.
We should take a look at what the pregame rituals are for both these teams before we get into our game. How about that?
Yeah.
Let's go look.
Right. So normally I wake up, I turn on some music on my way to the facility. I usually take a cold shower right away, get the adrenaline out, get the nerves out right away in the day. And then I'll come over right before the match, about 30 minutes, 45 minutes before the match. I drink a little bit of coffee, a little bit of caffeine, warm up my aim training, and hop in the game, and I'm ready to go.
One thing I do like doing is just playing a bunch of TDMs, get warmed up, and I just enjoy them.
I mean, I'd say I like to listen to music a lot, and that really helps me, especially during playing. I actually listen to music while I play most of the time, and so that is sort of like my routine or something I stick by every single time.
My only pregame ritual I would like to say is I definitely like just huddling with my teammates and talking to them and hyping each other up before the game.
Pre-game rituals, I like listening to Die For You and Ticking Away. So those Valorant Champion songs, they really, just sitting there and just in silence, just listening to them really gets me locked in.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. I like that. The Valorant Champion song, me personally, I listen to, I may be a traitor, but any song by the League of Legends people, especially by Chrissy Costanza.
Oh, yeah.
She made Legends Never Die.
Oh, yeah.
That song gets me up there because like whenever the drop comes, it just goes right up, man. It's immaculate. I'm there. I'm hyped. I feel like I'm finally 5'7".
Yeah, honestly, it sucks being so tall sometimes. So you don't wanna be on my level.
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
Don't zoom in on me.
Just production immediately was like, whoa, hold on. Yeah, let's go check the.
I just got humbled very, very quickly.
I mean, but it's okay because remember, you were actively digging into the crust, right? Eventually, you'll actually reach the molten layer core, and it'll all come back up. That's fine.
That's crazy because that's what they have been telling me ever since elementary school. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
I
used to be the tallest kid in school.
I know. I can tell. I can see why so many people are just afraid and intimidated of you as well, too, in fact. Because look, it's like, personally, I'll be honest, Gobbers. When I first met you, I was terrified. I didn't know what to do with myself. I kept looking around, and I was like, I don't even know if I can talk to her.
You kept looking around, and you were like, where is she?
Exactly. Where is she? And I forgot, because I was looking at a pillar, and I was like, oh, my God, it's you. You're the one actually holding up the school right now, in fact. Yeah. Did you see that pillar behind me? That was Gobbers. Exactly. She was there just like, hey, what's going on? I'll be casting with you today. It's great.
I'll be casting with you today. Yeah, we're super excited to cast together. If you could tell.
Yeah, I can't tell.
But I'm honestly super excited as well to see the game. I believe 4 seconds until we're back in. So thank you guys so much for your patience. It's very, very much appreciated. But I know you're ready to see some Valorant, and as am I.
I am too. I'm also ready to see a lot of Valorant, in fact. As I believe we're just, let's go ahead loading out in just a couple of seconds as well, too. So I do appreciate y'all's patience in bearing with us as we, look to get things reset, redone, recombobulated. As
oh yeah.
Hi guys, what's up, the crowd? Hey, you guys having a good time? Yippee! Woo! Yeah, hello, hi, what's up?
Oh yes, the kunai.
Yeah, hey, it was cool. Yeah, it was which if you are here in the stadium as well too, and if you go ahead and tweet at RSAA #CVAL and come down to Boise as well, you'll have a chance to win cool swag for Valorant, our favorite game. So guys, just come down to Boise right now. And just like, maybe you get a Skybird, a kunai, whatever it is. Or just tweet at RSAA #CVAL. Tell me how handsome I am. Please. Let me know.
Yeah, your lighting is so riz on your close-up. And mine is like
I'm sorry, did you say my lighting is so riz?
Yeah, your lighting is so riz.
You couldn't say it was good?
Didn't? Okay, you're right.
Yeah, it's like, man, that's crazy, dude. You know what? What I feel like is that your lighting right now is very Phantom Tax person.
Phantom Tax.
Yeah, it's very Phantom Tax. It's taking a lot away from you, person.
I
that's what I think. Yeah, right. It's kind of crazy.
It's because I'm just the light of everyone's life, I feel.
That's simply not true. But
anyways, I'm not casting with him today.
you just leave.
Oh my God, I love how they lowered the light.
Just to like.
They were like, we'll give you Riz lighting as well, Gob.
We'll give you Riz light. What is Riz, Gobbers? What is it?
I'll teach you. I'll give you a lesson. You know,
really?
Since we're waiting for the game, I know you guys want to watch some Valorant. We're actually going to get into it very, very shortly. A quick lesson on Riz. This is what you do.
I'm ready. What's up? Tell me.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not very good at Riz. You might have to teach me.
If I'm teaching you,
you hit them with you hit them with the hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
I'm sorry, I never really got this far. They normally don't respond.
I never really got this far. That's so sad. Oh my God, I feel so bad for you. Are you okay?
Mentally, yeah.
You know what? That's the best part, right? As long as you good up here, we're also going to be good inside here as well, too. That's what's important.
Oh, yeah.
As we load in the game, just a couple of seconds, in fact, too. I believe we're just, dealing with some back-end stuff, so don't you worry. It's all good. We're vibing.
It's so interesting to me. And we had a conversation about this, actually, with Naber, about collegiate esports.
That's right.
And just, like,
nice guy.
How things work so differently in different schools. And like, the support system and stuff. And, like, just literally Naber today. I mean, not even today. Maybe it was today. They were finishing up, homework in their room.
He was doing calculus homework the night before he got here.
And this is crazy.
Yeah, like, that's the cool part about this, right? Is that they even said it before. St. Thomas, UST, right? A very well-funded program with a facility, a coach, and all of them behind them. A&M, they've got no coach, no manager. They're a club team.
Yeah.
Right? They've got a facility. And as the school sees them as the club, it's a lot of what they do is a self-initiated as well to get in the game #1.
Yeah. Quick throw coming through from Glyph. Playing on the Gecko, and it does seem like some of that util already wasted. Not necessarily wasted, but given away. But a big pushback from Texas A&M.
slow play so far, right? Because like we saw, as we expanded early util, I would expect them to get a lot more aggressive as they saw that all the Mosh went out, so they weren't able to do a ton to capitalize off of it. But they instead decided to early rotate over to C instead. Killjoy is watching that, so Jawi should be able to know them, watch them walking in. That's double. Yeah, he sees too. Back immediately has mollies there as well for the entry.
Yeah, that's great. Instant smoke that actually came through from St. Thomas. So what they're going to be able to do here is keep that hold. It's 55 seconds left. They haven't decided on a site yet, and they know there's no information mid if you're Texas A&M. So this is perfect situation for St. Thomas here.
Exactly, and look at them. They're also playing right over by B as well too. And smoke is doubled up again to put over by Waterfall, so they want to go to the entrance cleanly. They're going to have to deal with the Killjoy util as they look to make their way in right past Mount. A Paranoia probably what they're waiting for. It's a couple seconds to go in.
Yeah.
There it is.
Already smoke popped up. Zowi's waiting for the push to come through, but the molly stopped this from happening. Huge rotation already. And not to mention, you still got the breach util to stop and possibly help to try to get this one through. Yeah, but right click making it very, very difficult to do anything down in this pistol round, and they may as well just play for the post plant here.
Exactly. Now, with them taking out 2 picks already, site is open with 10 seconds to go. Glyph looking to try to stop them, but he gets peeked out though. And Doug comes in, takes out 2. That's a nice shot. With 1 more left, and A and M started off hot.
Yeah, big shots off Bing. Keeping the positioning. It did get risky, though. I'm not going to lie. Taking in the 1v1s there from Texas A&M, it really just took that one player to keep themselves hidden and to play at the perfect moment, and that's all it really took down in this pistol round. But anti-eco now for St. Thomas. And it's either they throw away the round, like I know sometimes people just like to throw away the pistol round, move on to the next, or they actually try to find a way. Double initiator kind of stacked up on A, so I'm assuming that might be the case.
Exactly. Now, you saw already too, with A&M, I can already kind of tell they're more than willing to rotate quickly off of sites if they don't find the initial entry.
Yeah.
And imagine we'll see a lot more of that. As again, early bomb expended to no March this time, so they should know the Gecko probably isn't around just yet, but
wow.
Peek out, punished.
Yeah, big push out from Seikyu. Unfortunately, didn't work out in favor. Now, paint shell coming through. Possibility for Zebra to go down as well.
Yeah.
TAMU, definitely T&M. My apologies. Definitely performing a lot better on the pistol rounds than I had seen previously, which I like.
I mean, Lotus, I find, does tend to be naturally favored towards the attacker side because it's a 3-side map. There's only so much you can do. Remember, UST's competition is very much favored towards either holding post plants or getting onto sites with the double NE that they have, right? So we mentioned already too, while we learned the game, if they're able to at least keep it even on the first half, second half should go a lot better. As of right now, though, you know, it's their ante. They look to probably get as many guns out of their hands as they can, but A&M look clean and probably a flawless in front of them.
Yeah, just running it down, taking out everyone with them. Glyph chilling.
Yeah, he's gonna die to spike.
UST, they're in a, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's not the most uncomfortable spot, but definitely going 2-0 off the Gecko is not the best. You're kind of giving Texas A&M a possibility for more. So this round, definitely the turning point for A&M. It might be the loss that St. Thomas need to kind of move forward, or the win that Texas A&M need.
If you remember too, is with a lot of the BO3s, we've seen St. Thomas be a lot weak on these pistols too, specifically if you look back at the Breeze, right? It's always a 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah.
That has been the consistent trend in collegiate in general, right? That's the way that rounds usually go. With guns in their hand, UST, look a lot better, a lot more comfortable, and I'm expecting to see that here. Change up with the defense as well too.
Yeah, Duck going good though. Double initiator, again, push up towards A, and this is big. Even though they didn't get a pick through that, they managed to find so much information to allow them this rotation down towards B. So there you have it. Obviously, Wingman trying to make some space there, but huge paint shell isn't gonna happen. Flash coming through, and it's Aussie Frosty to make that first pick happen. Although will it continue to work damage there? And it's UST with a 2v2. Huge turnaround rate.
This is huge right now for UST, but A&M can shut this all down. It's 1 for Glyph, stuck in a 1v2.
Big plays here, though. Naber taken down with the momentum of St. Thomas, and it looked risky. I mean, huge from A&M to be able to get as many as they did.
And we said it, right?
Yeah.
It was going to be a 2-1 scoreline, but the fact that it was this costly, and remember, A&M are on their bonus buys.
Yeah.
So the next round will tell a mass story as to how the next 3 will go eventually for us, too. As you look at the entry as well here, too, right? They try to stop the over by Baby Door as well, but considering they already saw them looking to walk in, like it's a huge flash. also there for the support, and that's why it became so tumultuous as well that we saw from both these sides. But for now, for A&M, is it okay? Fives in their hands, full Vandals across the board, you know. And for St. Thomas, Bulldogs.
I always like to do this, like to push out, try to get something more, and it's beautiful, but the whip just does not allow this to work regardless. UST there to make something happen, but it's Nabber that takes it back. St. Q will not let them go down. St. Thomas with a 2-2 to keep going.
That was insane how they went ahead, combo breach ult as well too on top of that, and then just the complete push out. The Paranoia hits 4 different members. So lined up absolutely perfectly is what I want to see. Look, let's watch this again. Right, off the nade they go, flash in. Look, it clears every one of them. They read this push exactly. So beautiful from UST to punish the rest, shut down the bonus here, and now A&M will be forced onto a save.
Yeah, definitely pulling through with the numbers. A more aggressive take from Texas. Aussie was just not really having that one.
Shoot.
I mean, valid enough. Double TP out of the way, but still gets caught in the crossfire.
He chased him down for so many seconds. He's like, nah, not yet. Not just yet. It's like in a serial killer movie. He's like, I'll get you, bro. But he knows he's right around the corner. Wingman should pop it. There we go. Frosty concussed. And every single breach is Yuto wasted on him, but KHS brings it back. This is nice. 1v4.
Oh, Doug doesn't have it.
Yeah.
4v1, not very much ideal, but it was big. Huge patience, honestly, coming through from A&M. I wasn't expecting the race to keep that trigger just locked down, and they knew exactly when to play with that. Obviously, Paint Shell to stop the push from coming through, and I think this was perfect, honestly. The way that this situation was handled, and then having KHS there to kind of allow that trade to come through. Obviously, KHS, huge addition to the team in that 6-3.
Exactly, and we've been talking about it a lot already before too. KHS has brought consistency and a lot of firepower that they were kind of missing before.
Yeah.
And he's putting up numbers as much as Aussie Frosty, which is the best part. He's been here for a week. And now, speaking of which, firepower, you're gonna need this. Ooh, that was nice.
Yeah, beautiful first shot. Honestly, that opens up a lot. You would think it wouldn't, but now it scares A&M to kind of push themselves back, and an ultimate wasted, so they can't use that for the next round, despite this being an anti-eco here.
Again, quick rotates over from A&M. We said they have a massive propensity to do this, right? So they're not afraid to just get out of sight as soon as it sense danger. And UST, late to the rotation. Nate is already around. He's waiting for the plant to go down. A little stop it with the nade as this does get planted. Sees no one at the side.
Nate has nothing to zone these players on A&M out of the way. So you're gonna have to see how exactly they handle this situation. I mean, Paranoia is still available for Bing, so they can basically shut anything down. Yeah, already prepped and ready to allow this execution to move forward, but still blast pack there. Bing does a good shot. And majority of the players from St. Thomas just unable to grasp the situation. But a 1v2 and a possibility. Seikyu still left alive. But the time just really not on their side.
Yeah. It just wasn't happening. Seiki hoping to grab any exits that he possibly could. But we're stuck on the outside, left alone. And they've said before on the UC side, Seiki does the clutch gene, but unfortunately, a bad angle. It's like a waterfall. And now here, A&M, a 2-round lead, a decisive one at that, as they've been able to take early, quick side hits. C has been their favorite so far. And UST, they've got to look to rotate a lot faster if they want to catch up or slow down A&M before they get just free post plants. As right now, again, we're looking at C. Nate, this could be dangerous.
Kind of expecting something different over on A, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you do have like a slight push up from St. Thomas. Attempting to find information early on. But then again, down in mid, just really wanting to push the angle. You do have a lot of Killjoy util information given away, and the breach starts to come along. Maybe of use of a fault line.
He's the target this time, though. And we see Nate also holding on the outside, considering they're up against Killjoy util, so they want to try to not get flanked. That's all there. Pops up top in the corner, and that's a nice little pick off. the next as well to force them away with the nade. It's going to shut down as an option. And remember, we said constantly, A&M, not afraid to just run it back wherever they can, and C has been there for every side to get to. Anytime they need a backup option, through B they go.
Yeah, mid might be the place, though.
Oh!
Doug has nothing to play with. They've also put the molly out of the way, so at this point, nothing they can do to get themselves onto site, but Seikyu goes down. 2 is fine. They've managed to at least get something out of A&M.
3v2 right now, looking at the post plan as well, and Nate shuts down the rest. He's waiting for the outside. They push against him. They wanted to go to C to trip them up again, and UST, a much-needed win, a good defensive hold on B. And now for A&M, we'll have to see if that changes anything. And although I doubt it, because so far, their early picks, and also off the back of which to get util, have been working out stupendously, because then they decided that we'll beat UC at the rotate. And now again, they look to run it back onto A, but look at the stack right now here, Gompers, right? It's 3 already readied up. We should see a mosh pit alongside a nade. As he can actually catch them, they're getting aggressive.
Yeah, and a rush onto site is all they really need, but they haven't been able to get like a very flawless execution. It's always been somebody lost early off, but Nabber might just be able to take the first, now second down. And St. Thomas, they're found in an uncomfortable position down behind box. Zowie manages to find something to make it happen and possibly give themselves a win. But the 1v1, St. Thomas, TP having to be used. But a discussion as to where, finding them up top. But one headshot needed to finish it off. Seikyu, beautiful shots for that 4-4.
Seikyu again, we said it a round ago. This man has the clutch gene. And the firepower he's been putting out, the team also mentioned, he's worked this entire year to get way more consistent in his team play, his setups, and his firepower in general. And that reflects right here, right now.
Yeah.
A 4K to finish it off, and now from here as well, right? To save the round, get them to 4, even going. And the stack, it's the exact same as last round. They want to push out again, they want to get aggressive.
You just hold sights when you're looking at UST, and it's undeniable. They don't like to keep this team wanting more. Now they're actually shutting them down one by one, but it doesn't work. Initiator down, and so is the Duelist. They've lost at least some sort of importance, and maybe even more, but Zowie holds on, looking for it, and they will find it.
And UST finally finding their swing, right? This is what we want to see out of them. Now, they run the stack twice already, and they iterated for the first one, where they didn't throw all the util on the mash pit, and of course the breach aftershock either.
Yeah.
Because you saw here, it was a clear fault line not to mid this time. Instead, it was right into spawn to get the rest. They were fine with isolating the Duelist, and here they instead chose to fight right in front of center instead of by the corner. So, iteration already working out well. And now for A&M, for Ultimates Online. To see we go, we're fighting again by Mound.
It's incredible though, like the read that St. Thomas has on this team, the grasp that Nabber has on the picks running through mid. And it's always the aggressiveness from St. Thomas, but this time what A&M did perfectly is rotate, finally figuring out that no matter what, they're gonna fight to the death here for St. Thomas.
Confidence is the name of the game for this entire team. And it sings true with everything they do. Viper's Pit, it's going to be tough to get through, as it just put out Glyph, 30 health. This is going to be rough. He has Thrash for this.
All Nabber has to do is just wait within this. I mean, they have the spike. Glyph incredibly low, but there it is. Thresh not making it any easier, but they've managed to eliminate it. They've heard the noise, though. They know they're located in tree, and all they have to do is molly it off. But it doesn't matter. They don't have anything to play with. Big sprays moving forward. A huge rotation all the way around the back from KHS.
And that was tough because they knew they were waiting on the outside, but the fact they're actually playing so far into the pit as well is what really catches them, right? Because usually you would see them, playing over by a tree, near by door, waiting for a signal. But instead, Spike planted off a default 2 and choosing to be front and center for the fight. A&M, they themselves are more down to match St. Thomas for where the power meets one another. Remember I was saying this before. UST has been known for their extremely confident plays. This entire team runs off of vibes when they know they're shooting better, and usually they are. They're down to just take every fight they can. There's a Rolling Thunder, push them back. Again, they're just down to push.
I mean, immense hits already coming through from Zowie. This is not something new that we haven't seen before. And this is what is the continuation of why A&M, I mean, why this back and forth keeps going. They don't read into this despite it happening so many times. They didn't put out, I mean, the possibility for Fade to kind of gather early information before they peeked out. So then they get 1 or 2 down. Yeah.
UST deciding that playing defense is cringe. Why would they play on sites when they could just run at them?
Yeah.
And so far, early pickups have been the thing. And remember, early picks are wherever it's at. But here we are. C is red. And with a lockdown up against 3, they've been cut off of the options. They've got to get out of here. The double back is a possibility. But with nobody flanking, let's see what happens.
Yeah, lockdown. Not really enough time to give UST a suspicion that they aren't pushing here, but the smoke giving Zowie the ability to find something more, but they heard the TP, and all they need to do is aim.
Oh my God. Zowie said it.
Yeah.
He wants to put LATAM on the map. And they've said on the desk too. He's 3 guys. Zowie, Glyph, and Nate. All 3 of them playing in LATAM challengers. So they've running back double the practice in many different teams with collegiate. And bear in mind, Glyph doesn't actually IGL on the squad either. So he's bringing what he sees from others onto this team as well too. And right now, they're looking good and feeling good as you look at a potential even half.
They've attempted to push the Prowler past B, but it doesn't even reach that far, which is, again, the scary part of playing against a Fade. Like, I mean, playing with the Fade, you don't necessarily take every corner. Luckily enough, it didn't matter. UST weren't pushed too heavily in there.
It's all good. Lockdown was the biggest proponent of them looking at the post plants, but here comes the retake. They already clear out 1 towards the back, and so here B side has even opened up the flashes. Nobody played anti-flashes either. Joe in the corner, not flashed at all, but the double swing is good. But against unfortunate guns, there's only so much they can do.
Yeah, Zowie just clearing that up like it's nothing. And this is the change for St. Thomas. I'm noticing a big difference. Normally you'd see Nate be that leading player, that leading factor of the team to lead St. Thomas to victory. But now as we switch the halves, I mean, that might be the case, but Zowie has been pushing for the defense, making sure that as that Sentinel role, they need to keep those site holds, and that's exactly what has been happening. Every site that's been hit, every site that needs somebody to keep hold, Zowie has been there. Obviously, 12-8 already down on the board. Dog with 8 assists, and Glyph, like the initiators, doing their job.
Exactly. Now, based on Javi as well, too. Remember, he's been one of the newer additions to the squad in this past year.
Yeah.
And the cool part about this is that Javi came into this as a duelist player.
Yes.
He was a raised Jet 2-chick naturally. And he's mentioned, too, is that the squad has allowed him to learn about the flexibility of the game and himself as a player. As you can see right here, the aim is crisp, but it's on a KJ, which makes it even more dangerous. So these sight holes become even better. Speaking of which, there's Bing, gets tagged, sees 1, and there's 1 to start off, but the rest of them come through.
Easy walkthrough, but how easy is it going to be when Bing is just looking for the damage? And even then, they did get the spike down, but Bing has 9 health, and a Dream, they don't even care. At this point, they know that they win the fight, and Zowie just trying to hold on, and I don't think it's gonna work. It's incredibly difficult. The K taking over in the tether, leaving them with nothing.
UST and not being able to get a pistol around.
Yeah.
An iconic duo, truly.
I agree.
It's, and it's not even like it's necessarily like a detriment, but it's just how the game plan goes.
Yeah.
They're just down to lose 4, and then they just bring it back up slowly. We see it in spread here too. It's been 2s and 3s and so far continuing, and for A&M right now, gun advantage in their favor, so naturally, they'll be more than comfortable taking this round as well quite handily. Unless some hero plays do come out from UST, but it's classics.
Yeah.
So I don't expect much.
This is this image behind you guys, or behind the screen, is actually Texas A&M fans right now gathering around, sacrificing and praying. I think it's fine though. They've been playing incredibly well. Already 6-7 against St. Thomas, and St. Thomas have proven to be the better team in the first game. So it's already a huge difference that I'm seeing.
For UST, though, remember, they're right now up 2 in the past 3 series they've played. It's been 3-0s each and every single time. But the biggest difference maker, remember, is KHS here. How they changed up, added more consistency, more firepower. Had a player on challenges with resonates, but he's not first one going down either.
Yeah, chances to find something too are so slim. Like, isn't much to play with the Fate. I mean, KHS barely being able to buy into anything, but regardless, Zowie finding a shot with the classic. St. Thomas, anti-eco, so I mean, you kind of know how the game goes. But for A&M, again, like, huge opportunity just to bring that 7-7 into action. And a possibility as well with the Bulldogs and buying a little bit, heavily investing into this, gives them a chance for that bonus round. But they need to play significantly well, and they need to make sure that any pressure being given away from St. Thomas just gets shut down immediately.
Exactly that. Because now, right now for St. Thomas, the biggest note will be, naturally, the swing of things is the round that they need to get here. This is how they started. Every map they played, the one on their docket to get them to 8 was what will allow them to be free and at least have some sort of semblance of control in the half. We were hyping up the composition. We were saying double innies where it's at for all this and more as they play very spread apart here. Okay.
Oh, but on the right-hand side, they don't know. They waited for the orb to be collected, but the head gets peeked out. Aussie, Frosty, only able to find one.
One might be enough, though. All that information given over. With A&M rushing on in onto C. No spike gone down just yet, but being held on the outside. He has paranoia, but they shut down Waterfall and Spawn as well, too. Although opened up, no place to get in, a spike goes down. Yeah, they've laid down the mosh pit to deny any entry inside of Waterfall, but they still don't know what's going on. Everybody getting prepared for the push on A&M, and this might be it. They know they need the close-up for the judge to work, but it doesn't matter. Zowie shuts everybody down. The explosions from UST are always a surprise, and one that catch you off guard far too often, I might say.
Yeah.
Because A&M decided they knew they had to make a run for it, too. And considering there's only so few options to do so, they could paranoia, or they could try to fade wall, they maybe try to get a tether. Dogs don't go that far, because they can just shoot them. And that's it. That's all, they're stuck. And this is, again, the classic UST pull, push, back and forth, Squid Game style of gameplay.
Squid Game style of gameplay.
Yeah. You got to make everything harder before it gets easier.
I agree, actually. That is very, very true. I feel like that's the recurring theme. But St. Thomas, they perform way better on the attack than on the defense is the theme here. So there just needs to be something else. And the util that we're seeing from KJ on A&M, yeah, it's there, but it doesn't seem like something that is significant at the moment. Yeah, not too strong.
Yeah, not a ton has been used from the KJ so far to be able to deny sites, because we've seen that KJ's been deciding to essentially just, you want to play postcard with a lot of these, and stuck on flank watch, but there's the Thrash, did not see Bing, I believe, so that gets stopped. There's an opportunity here as they all just stuck by Baby Door. This could be tough. Are they going to commit this? Yeah, there's no shot.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, they have to. And they had no prior information, especially coming through. But Bing, looking to hold on. Not going to happen. TP, an appropriate moment, and they didn't clear the angle. So now it's up to Glyph to keep the sight and make sure this plant goes down.
Oh, bit of an overheat. Dizzy just really doesn't catch the person at the side, but Glyph's going to hold this because he knows he can.
Yeah.
And there's 2 actually around the corner, too. So, well, depending on how they look to coordinate how they make their way in, it's 3 playing 1 by 1 here, Gompers. They're going to save, there's no shot, right?
One tap.
Saw him.
All it needs is a one tap, but they know now that they're there watching. Of course, time is of the essence. Joba has to peek, and Glyph is there, but still stuck in a 2v1. Nabber looking to stick it, but it's a wide swing, and Glyph shuts it down.
I respect it, because considering they came from door, entry, and then also back at sight.
Yeah.
A disjoint to try to walk in, and I saw that A&M were like, trying to pass door over and over again. Maybe they might peek over. Maybe they might try to find one, but with only a single pick given over, I found retakes like that you're banking on them essentially just making a mistake and not paying attention to you.
Yeah.
Which is not the case at all here. And not right now for UST, right? Yeah. Up 2, once again, taking the lead, looking good while doing it. And on a save is A&M, so
Wow.
They get one? Okay, that's guns in their hand. All right.
One way to figure out a way to work around the anti-EQ is actually pretty interesting, but yeah, unfortunately 2 players already lost, and Joba's looking for the sneaky route, taking a cheeky corner, but the lockdown, it's so like, they've already taken 2. So lockdown to solidify the round is an interesting choice, although it doesn't matter. Yeah, Joba's still looking to fight this one through, although I really don't think it was necessary to push that.
I mean, I find at certain points, you're just, as UST, you're like, you know what, I don't want to risk it, because the biggest thing, once again, right, is on the previous gun runs they've had, they've lost so many of the weapons that it made the comeback for A&M impossible.
Yeah.
Because looking at round 7 and 8, right, they were down to just firepower with firepower. So instead here, it's unfortunately a similar result. They saved one more gun in the previous half, giving them a better chance of continuing their lead past double digits.
Yeah, I think I mean, definitely could be the case. Doug's still having, that's so romantic. Doug's still having their Rolling Thunder to kind of work through, especially in a round like this one. I think this is the time where you really do need to solidify yourself. Honestly, it might be best to just keep that. And no, actually, yeah, solidify this round, push them into an anti-eco for Texas A&M, and then you pretty much bring yourself to match point.
Yeah, exactly that. A crucial round right now for A&M. So they're deciding to get active.
Yeah.
Has a showstopper here too, but as does the boy Nate. So explosions on both sides. There we go.
Rocket fuse. Showstopper being pulled out by Nate. We can't find anyone. They know that Nate has some sort of trigger discipline here, and they're going to keep themselves back, but still finding one. Beautiful too. Information coming through. They find it,
Wait,
but they can't execute.
This is big. They got back 2 as well. Although Spike goes down, the reposition from Bing might be nice. He comes forward. Knife fall as well. KHS stopped for a couple more seconds. They're continuing to delay as long as they can.
Yeah, pushing through with information. KHS finds 2. They know where they are, but they're not checking their back. They leave it open.
Close calls right now for UST.
Yeah.
The hold was tough, especially considering they weren't relatively playing on many trade angles. But luckily, Seikyu and Zhaoui were, which just happened to be the most crucial ones as they stopped by Waterfall. And I might say, the pokes play util usage so far from UST has been excellent, doubling up on preset mollies alongside Mosh Pit, and then whatever the rest he can just throw at them too. Nate, we've seen, has been a lot of solo plays, and that has been his kind of modus operandi, right? Nate go kill, but right now, Nate go support. Pops in, Zhaoui. Yeah, that's on 4. Lose a gun. So at least A&M not completely out of it yet for firepower.
Finally finding one off the start of the round, which is going to be very, very valuable. But Spike planted on St. Thomas, and now, yeah, Thrash coming back out, trying to find somebody else, and Glyph does manage to get information, but they can't recollect that, so it's gone for now. Although Wingman left there, Naber looking to make some space, but it's Seikyu that gets taken down. Refract potential, now another one for a possibility there. Frosty with an ultimate of their own, and it doesn't matter. St. Thomas finding the space, but Frosty just won't let it go. 1v2, and KHS with the win.
A&M beating allegations, saying that they had to win that 10th round right there. Instead, a big comeback, early pickoffs, and UST.
Yeah.
Losing too many too early. Bit of an overhit, might I say, early on. So, still, Econ not really in their favor just yet, but it does bode well for the chances of A&M finding at least one more round, closing the gap. Lotus are not out of it just yet, but, you know, they've got a bit of a potluck bye, I'll say.
Big assist numbers on the side of UST, too. I think overall, like, they just play so well, like under stressful circumstances. Cohesion most definitely there now, obviously pushing past with the utility just to find somebody to take out off the initial start of the round.
This is interesting because they used both ultimates they had here so far, so they saw who was actually holding A, but the purpose pit is held up by B, so they're cutting off the rotation option instead, so they're forced essentially to go by door, rotation out again, and C looks to be the play. Look how far Zhaoi's gotten, but he hasn't made it able to enter just yet.
And the unfortunate part is that, like, even then, for St. Thomas, you still have an ultimate being brought up. 2 ultimates actually almost on the ready there. Having the lockdown for retake potential on the side of A&M, so it might be theirs. But if Joba goes down, it's over. Managing to push themselves back, but they're going to rush this no matter what. They know that there's potential here to find something big, but the lockdown destroyed, and now Joba has absolutely nothing to play with.
This is huge right now. Joba putting out the aftershock as well. They're peeking to him. A nice break for one. They're being supported. Nate with 3. And they've got to find more, but Joba says, no, that's not for you, that's for me. Oh!
Naver shuts it down. And St. Thomas, the execution they were looking for towards C really just does not work. I think the rush for that lockdown should have been completely denied, in my opinion. I think they should have just rotated and maybe found something else, because that's when the quick rotation from A&M started to come through. They knew that this was the site they were looking to hit, and obviously things didn't work out the way they thought. But Austin Frosty playing as a duelist with 12 assists is crazy.
Yeah, that's different. That's
that is crazy.
I
He is
think
the initiator.
You know, like his nades and probably his boom must have just done so much for the team.
Yeah.
To just find info, and then the fact they decided to swing off of a small bit each and every time is impressive. UST right now though, still 2 up in the lead. Frosty. Another one of these assists coming in, not actually damaged. The concuss is nice, and he still gets a shot through it as well as they back out.
It's great, because I feel like I'm also noticing like a huge difference in the playstyle of Aussie Frosty too. I've noticed more confident with KHS taking in that initiator role. I've noticed that they don't feel as afraid to give those early pushes forward, to find that first-hand execution, because it's like you have everybody coming down in your arsenal to help you get those refracts, to help you find that first-hand pick. So obviously 2 already down on the side of St. Thomas and only losing 1. So big trades.
Speaking of which, down 1 in terms of manpower right now for UST. And for A&M, if they get this, they force UST on a save and look for a chance to tie it up, potentially send it to overtime, or even take the first round for themselves. A map 1 win on Lotus would propel them so far. This is incredible considering how competitive it's been. As they walk into A, it's a clear side full retake right now for A&M. There's waiting for the trigger. And as that beep beep goes in, that's just about it. Naver with a very advantageous angle. This looks to be tough for Doug.
Waiting for the rotation.
Yep.
A&M, luckily enough, having 2 controllers, but no smokes. Kind of on the way there. They know they managed to possibly get 2 decays, but it's not working out. Tons of util coming through from the Rays to find the initiation. But they do get pushed back. Frosty won't let them go. It's like they're hunting for blood, and St. Thomas is in the crossfire.
I mean, they smell it. That's why they're the fade, right?
Yeah.
Covered in platelets and iron. That's all blood is, by the way. So the nose is strong like dogs. They pounce at them at every chance they get. And based upon that, you talk about the playstyle changes so far for A&M. Previously, it was individual plays and very disjointed, but here, they're defaulting more. They're playing together. They're swinging as 3, if not 4, every chance they get. That's an impressive feat from them so far to see how much their playstyles have changed from just a week or 2 ago. The additions they've had, Austin, they're going to get active. Start off, that's 2, a trade for Nate.
Yeah, they've pushed back, and in this moment, KHS is just trying to run away. With shots already fired off the side of St. Thomas, they've lost their duelist, which has been a huge, huge effort to get those retakes in, especially with the paint shells and whatnot.
Being spotted, back by 3. Still looks for the peak, but considering KHS, they're looking to clean up the rest of the mess. It's tough. Xiaomi's second 1v3. Not impossible, but they are playing quite together, so they all look to lock in. The peak by Mount could be, he heard that! And Naver was ready. A&M, tie it up. 4 rounds in a row.
Rooting into St. Thomas like a book. And I think the thing that we haven't tried yet interestingly enough, it's just patience on the side of St. Thomas. They're trying so hard to push for something heavy, and it just gets denied constantly.
Yeah. Based upon that, too, because if you remember, A&M showed that they were down to rotate whenever possible.
Yeah.
St. Thomas, complete opposite. They're hard, set, and ready. And we said it previously. UST plays with confidence and nothing but. And they may right now be a bit lead to the downfall, you might say. As they're like, you know what? I'll better, I'll swing, I'll shoot. And Nate in, he's ready to swing and shoot.
They have heard the noise, though. You know, you can tell Naber knows because Joba was the one that gave away the call out, but maybe not. Nate's so big off this, and they get collected. If anything, they still do have the paint show looking to eliminate before they go down. But it's Frosty with the ultimate. They've managed to eliminate one, and even then Texas A&M, so much damage left on the side of their team. A 3v4, but still 2 players just needing one body shot to get eliminated here.
They're playing off site, and just the right end of the breach. Aftershock tags them here. And there's a thrash to walk in, shot immediately. The fling off of it too is tough. 3v3, this could be.
All they need to do is spam, and still it's Glyph. 2K with the Sheriff, but they can't hold on.
Barely hanging on for dear life. Glyph was about to save the game and put A&M in a real awkward spot. But the momentum strives through. The gun disadvantage is felt. And with just Sheriffs, 3 not able to be converted. A&M on match point from map 1 of a grand finals here in CVAL. A sentence many people did not think I'd be saying.
It's honestly just the case of St. Thomas taking in this round. They don't, they lose, and it's over. And they had such a big turning point. They could have taken it to match point so easily with the Rolling Thunder alone, but now it's working out so perfectly for UST, pushing out a little bit too far, and Seikyu holding on.
A&M obviously read the play, but not anticipating the level and the stack that would be there. And that's exactly what we praised A&M for. A togetherness, all of them running, holding pinkies. Now Bing, shot whip, paranoia to catch it, and he gets out alive, but for how long is the question. I give it about 5 seconds.
And they're still fighting side alone, which I don't think is the best decision. Obviously, Lockdown kind of settled down, luckily enough being able to find one. But they know where Bing is now, that they've backed themselves off into a corner, and they might just be able to fight this.
Oh, this is so nice. Oh, smoke lands at the exact right moment. Plan should be guaranteed off of this here too. But Bing's making his way through, not expecting anybody to be there. Confidence play, but one that gets shut down.
Yeah, they've settled down for the not the lockdown, my apologies, the molly, to try to keep Jova away. But do they know he's there? They don't.
No.
Absolutely no clue. They're still trying to find the location.
Clutching Jova. But the high-low here, Gompers, this should just be it. And there it is. OT, map 1 in CVAL Grand Finals. Let's get it, bro.
This might work. This might be good, honestly. Like, who was it that picked this map?
Remember, based on the rule set,
actually, it was
it has been UST who decided the entire map order here.
Really?
Yes. So, and they got both the bans as it came from upper bracket. So from there, naturally, A&M got to pick their sides and so on. But this order and conjunction was decided. Essentially, essentially decided the map pool. Orders, of course, actually switched over. But I believe from here, we can double check who got it. But right, what matters, I believe it was A&M, considering the bans. So, hey, they're doing good so far.
Yeah. Defense, though, looking a lot better on St. Thomas than it does on A&M. So they might be able to run away with this round. It really is dependent on what's going on, but the flashes don't hit.
Punishing Nate for getting active early. And see, this is classic A&M play. They look to move back if they can't find any more info. They know that he's too heavy. Oh, Nate going down is big. And he's moving to pillar again. Shot straight at, but Doug, the unfortunate whiff, he puts down damage. And now they bet up more they can chew. UST, they will continue pressing the issue? Nah.
B-side. Oh, looking to make the play, and they've just taken away the molly as well. They've tried to put it at the correct timing, but it doesn't work out. Smoke settled down, and this might be perfect, actually, leading them straight into St. Thomas.
Walking by the door, Glyph is ready waiting for them. Xavi in the corner, they don't know. Do they check it? A massive flash! Disgusting play from UST to get the first round in OT.
A flash of a lifetime to give St. Thomas the lead. This would have went very, very badly. You see Naber peeking the corner, trying to clear the angle. And he just gets, and the moment that flash comes through from Doug, it is absolutely over for Texas A&M. Now, the defense has to be perfect to push them back into a situation where they can redeem themselves.
And they've shown that they've done this and down before. The assists are crazy because if you remember, there was a paranoia a couple rounds ago here. So the read was good, but the stack, unfortunately, was A&M's downfall, which you praised them for before. UST this time, they're playing by spawn. They're expecting the aggression, but they're not finding it.
How do you come back from that? It's in a couple seconds you're gone. So now A&M, the pressure is on you. You feel the anxiety of the moment, knowing that you need to figure out a way to really take this one through. Doug, though, getting ready for, some sort of initiation off Nate.
Double blast pack in as they found nothing here so far. A is open with Frosty playing the floater. I saw one, yep. Forced to back off into spawn here, so they know A should be pushed in. He saw only two though. So not forcing A&M off any early rotates either. But looking at his catch, they're not falling for it. Still double stacked, but you see the Fade is ready to move over through Baby Door. But sees the play, there's two more here. They get stopped for now.
30 seconds left.
This is the time. Yeah. Either way, they know they've heard the noise here, so they're going to have to push. Quick rotation coming through from A&M. But nothing to play with here other than Seikyu trying to take into the 1v1. And this might be it. Who's going to win? St. Thomas with 3 players. The advantage there. But it's Bing looking for something more. The overhead is there. And A&M 2v2. But it might not be enough. No smoke, no paranoia. Cage just goes down. And Thrash makes its way. Slow peek over. And St. Thomas win with a 14-12 to call it.
That was so close once again. Down to the numbers and the nitty-gritty. 14-12 is where we land. Considering the back and forth, the 4-round clutches, and unfortunately every pistol lost by but
dude, it's and the thing is like the turning point was they almost did win. They had an opportunity to not even take it down to OT, in my opinion. Yeah. I think it really was just like, the match point jitters where you feel like you really can't pull through with the rounds. But I think right there, a big, huge portion of that was Doug. I think Doug was such a perfect initiator for the team in moments where they really needed it, and definitely stepped up in the last couple seconds.
Mm-hmm. We saw it before, right? It's like Doug actually had some massive plays previously in their series that they had against A&M each and every single time. And so here, a quiet start and some tough 1v2s, but like you mentioned, paranoias, flashes, the setup that you got for the rest of the team. And so we absolutely love to see clutching the game and punching the stacks here. But, the thing is, Goppers, we're not the only ones who have thoughts on this.
I agree.
Right? There are 3 more people waiting around. We're 3 more people around here waiting to get into it. So Digon, Analysts, talk to us. What's up with that? What's going on with y'all? Y'all good? Hey, you guys okay?
Thank you very much, Ravish. Appreciate the thoughts. Again, what a heck of a game. We went the full distance and then some. OT to kick it off here between UST and Texas A&M. And we were saying if the Aggies were able to steal a map away, we feel comfortable on how they feel on maps 4 and 5. However, UST put a stop to that after a long skid. What a map to kick things off in the series here in Phronosis.
Yeah, we said this is a good map. Like, Lotus is a very good map, all by all things considered for A&M standards. But at the end of the day, it wasn't expected to be that good of a map for them. And like Gomper said, it just kind of came down to right at the very end, couldn't close things out. And whether you want to value how that could have gone otherwise or not, I still would come away with this as a big victory for A&M personally speaking. Whether that's like, hey, we have confidence now, that's just the first map, or just to tell UST instead of pinning it and say, yeah, you guys are not going to get away with that 3 you're expecting. We're here to play.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit as I ask you the same question. It feels like at 12 to 11, you have the chance to steal the game away. You have a chance to close it on out. You're running out of maps for the moral victories. Jackson, do you feel like they're okay with being that close there?
I think the missed opportunity to close out and steal that first map was gonna hurt, and we saw a lot of improvement come out from Texas A&M. Just having KHS on a team who's known for their mid-rounding, and we really saw that happen a lot on their attack side. Unfortunately, I don't think they were able to take as many maps as they would have rounds as they would have liked on their attack, and that absolutely ended up hurting them.
Yeah. Well, as you saw there, we have class schedules for everyone based off of game number 1 and what we've seen throughout the CVAL season. These classes are for both squads from Texas, for both UST and Texas A&M, that might be able to help them out just a little bit. So why don't we go ahead and pull that one up. Got a couple classes here. So Psych 131, Mind, Body, and Spirit. That one's taught by me. The reason being, and a lot of the players that will be in this one are for A&M, because these guys need to understand bits of meditation, understanding where they are, where they at, specifically on eco rounds, because Infernosis, they like to run right out there and go because they have no patience for anything.
The amount of times I had to hear just the breath of air that you have to release going every time watching them in an eco round, just kind of run through 2 people just out into no man's land and trying to fight for an early fight. You can get something out of it, like we did see about 6 rounds before the finish. You get 1 kill with a sheriff, you lose 2 in the process. Do you value that enough? You shouldn't. That shouldn't be acceptable. You should be looking to drop 3, looking to drop 4. You should be looking to win the round, but you should be at least content with 3 to 4 guns dropping in a fight like that, and not just the single and then having nothing left for the remainder.
That's right, and of course I will teach that because I'm used to when things are on fire, you stay cool. All right, next up, Scott, this one is taught by you. Yeah, kickball. Why we've got kickball in here for our teams?
First off, esport gamers need a little bit of physical education, right? Get outdoors, get in some sunlight. I know I'm one to talk in that regard, but get outdoors, get some sunlight. But in this case, it really has to do with mound on this map, right? And if you're a defending team, like in this case for A&M specifically, having your Viper and your KJ really locking down that A side, you really want to make sure that you're not sitting on mound. It's not your job to pitch. You're the defending team. You need to knock them out of the park. You need to strike that ball as hard as you can and keep them away. Let them send it to you. And so they need to take mound, and you just need to stay away from it.
Yeah, and a lot of baseball in Texas. So in kickball, there is no mound. It's just a flat pitcher's surface, so we'll get rid of mound there. Okay, I see what you're cooking there. Speaking of cooking, Jackson, we've got home ec Southern Barbecue for these teams. Why is it Southern Barbecue? And I think you had both duelists in there. Why do you want them for Southern Barbecue?
Yeah, well, taking a look at both duelists on their attack side, I felt that both players were rushing a little bit too much. We've seen fights happen within the first 5 seconds, and it's usually a team fight. And I don't think that really bodes well for a map like Lotus, where you need to take advantage of those rotates. You just need to let the round marinate, right? So barbecue, you gotta let the meat just slowly roast. You can't just flip it as soon as you put it on the grill.
Yeah,
making me hungry.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry. I could use a milkshake. And then to close it on out, we've got the art of closing the deal. We had to put that in parentheses so we don't get in trouble. The 3 of us would put that in there because obviously we went to overtime and neither one of these teams could close it on out in, I guess, in regular time. What did you make of this one? What are we teaching the kids there?
Well, a lot of times you look at double digits as kind of that checkpoint or chokehold. Teams tend to either clutch up and secure, or they let teams kind of get back into the fight. And for the Aggies, when they get to 11 and they're hunting and they get denied right at the end and it has to go to overtime, they need to work on closing things out. And I don't know. It's hard to say what exactly went wrong when there was such a disadvantage in terms of thrifty weapons in that final round. But winning those pistols, you had so much leeway the extra round given in each half and you still weren't able to close, you got to work on that over-aggressiveness that throws away a couple rounds. You got to find more value in scenarios where you just have to maybe not play for the round win like in eco rounds, but play to devalue what the other team is going to be capable of bringing in the further points and read into scenarios more. Because I just saw the same attacking strategy from UST 4 or 5 times on repeat. That should have been read into much easier.
And A&M was able to read it. Jackson, what would you teach them in the art of closing, parentheses, the deal?
For Texas A&M, I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's we've heard this time and time again, but if you take a look in that second half, as they were making that comeback, I believe they were down 11-6, and they brought it all the way to match point. They were able to do that because they played a very patient retake style. Even when they had the numbers advantage, they would wait for in spawn to hear a plant go down before they initiated any sort of attack. But on that final round, when it was 12-11, they kind of rushed the agenda a little bit, and I guess they opted to go for a pace change that didn't really catch UST off guard.
All right, so after map number 1, there's the class schedule for both these squads. Just a little bit of fun that we had there based off of map number 1. But now let's close the chapter on it and turn to map number 2. Which players need to step up here, and I think are the ones that you want to see do better after map number 1? We'll start with these guys.
I'm half viewer right now, right? And the number one thing you want to see as a viewer is your duelists go crazy. But it's especially so in this map. We've talked about it. You either be Nate the Great or you be Nate the Bait. And the score line is indicative of the lack of success or the success you find thereafter. Nate needs to do a whole lot better with that. The moment Nate can start top fragging, the moment Nate can start stepping in with opening kills more effectively, which Lotus is a little bit harder map to do so, but now you're stepping in as more comfortable maps for your duelist on the step forward, you'll do a whole lot better. And it's the same exact story for Frosty. Frosty said if you can lock in, you can step up to that next level and elevate yourself, you elevate your team, and you can find success. Both these teams struggled, and we saw the scoreline struggle with an even affair.
How about you, Jackson?
I would like to say it might not be any specific individual player, but maybe more team philosophy as a whole. UST, I felt they weren't really adapting to much of Texas A&M's game plans. They played very reactive, and that always puts you on like the back foot. It's hard for you to really get a read on it. Meanwhile, on the side of Texas A&M, I think they have a good game plan that they're going into this. The only thing is I want to see a little bit more initiation from the side of their initiators. I don't think on the defense they're really getting that early information to try and see where these hits come from, and then they often have to rely on that retake style.
So then I'm going to push back a little bit because you did the nice team, everyone's doing well thing. Now, give me a name. Give me a name. Who do you want to see step up for both these squads? We heard Nate and Osty Frosty from Scott earlier.
I think Joba on Texas A&M, we've heard him be the clutch god.
Yeah, a couple clutches.
He did have a couple clutches, but oftentimes, they weren't exactly the most pivotal rounds. They had an opportunity to close out. I don't think it was. I believe it was Joba and Nabber, and I don't think the communication was there for that 2v3, and they just kind of botched it with misspacing. So.
Yeah. What's the next match that we got coming up? I forgot which one it is.
Should be Split.
Okay, so with it coming up now, how did things change? Because we saw the agent compositions, and nothing really surprised us there, especially, with both squads. It was like, okay, cool, double initiator, nothing different here. What do we expect to see differently here for Split, Scott?
Well, actually, you got a whole lot of problems on your hand again for Nate. Nate has never really struggled on this map, and the reason for that is just because you can play your most comfortable agent. You can just play Raze the entire time.
Yeah.
And I think the boost pack is a little bit too powerful for this, and it used to be where Split was controlled by mid. If you took mid, he who controls mid controls the map. And that's not necessarily the case so much anymore. A lot of it's going to come down to the micro battle there with utility, like we saw out in open towards tree on our last map. If you can win those micro battles with utility just to give you that free rotate from sewer off and towards market and back and forth, you have so much more control as an individual and as a team to pick wherever you want. So attacking-wise, you get a lead, you dominate. And as a defense, it's just about buying enough time so that when the plant does start to go, you can get out of dodge, like Joba's really darn good at with their game sense, and wait for the team to step up and not trickle in, which is an A&M problem.
You brought up earlier, Jackson, that you like to be on attack first, A&M on attack first. Split generally known as a defensive-sided map. What are you looking for if you're A&M as a success here?
I think you got to come out the gate punching immediately. I know that Texas A&M like to play this slower double controller style. I don't necessarily think that works very well on a map like Split because it is a much smaller map. Aren't really that many wide open spaces where you need that much controller utility. On the other side for UST, they're very comfortable running those double initiators, which is very, very helpful when you have a player like Nate that likes to go in. As long as they set them up, they should be able to get the frags that they need. And I would like to see Texas A&M kind of replicate that sort of style with Austin Frosty because they are also an incredible first blood.
The tough part is if they do decide to go with a little bit more of the Sentinel setup, they're on attack first. You know, you got to get yourself going here. So give me a round number on like how many you think is success.
It changes for every team. It's too much to say. We already got our minds blown with how good the Aggies are doing in the first half here on Lotus. I can't even give a number because I feel kind of bad giving Tim penalties anyways in the gradings. I can't give the Aggies any more flack, but I don't know. It's hard to say. What about you, Jackson? I'm lost.
I will say during their matchup against Blinn, we highlighted KHS as being this huge boost to the team.
Sure.
But Split was a map that KHS did struggle on that sky roll. So I'm thinking that on the attack, perhaps they'll probably get the 4. If they get 5, I think it'd be wonderful for them.
Yeah, and we got to see a couple of moments by all the players, but if Texas A&M want to come out victorious, they're going to need a couple more hero plays from their players. All right, to get into game number 2, let's send it back on over to our casters.
Thank you, Desk. I appreciate that. That was nice. I took some notes while you guys were also there.
Yeah.
I noted that all of you have hair and bomber jackets.
Are you jealous, Rob?
Yes, I am. I don't have hair or a bomber
You
jacket.
could take the hair from your beard and put it on your head.
It sounds like a horrible idea. That'll look so cursed, actually.
Well, a lot of these guys have hair in the venue tonight. And if you don't, clap your hands.
Nice.
Rob, you didn't clap your hands.
I'm coping.
Okay. No,
That's fine.
I would be too. But
Thanks, bro.
we got pretty interesting games, I think. And, we just actually had a discussion about this before we were thrown. Composition-wise, for this map, for the previous map, just wasn't it. In my opinion, I think there could have been so much more being given into Austin Frosty. He's amazing. He's a great duelist. You would look at assists on a duelist and think that's not good. But playing on a Raze, it is freaking amazing. That shows how much your util did throughout the game. And not to mention, I really don't think the Viper had a lot of impact. I think there could have been something more. I think giving Austin maybe that second initiator to help them go through with the executions, go through with the default positioning, and maybe find them something more aggressive. Like when they tried to go aggressive, they got shut down immediately by Nate. And I think that's where the biggest issue is. He needs, in particular, an assist player, a player that's going to stick with him through thick and through thin, and that's going to help him succeed on a map like Lotus, where double controller works on occasion. But I didn't think they were playing with the fakes too much with the fake Viper's wall and stuff like that.
And that's exactly what we saw on the side of UST, right? We saw people who stick together through thick and thin. It was the biggest part. We talked about a lot of these players setting up one after the other, and it wasn't even just Nate. We mentioned previously that the previous plan was, Nate, Miles, go kill. But no, this time we're looking at Zhaoui and Glyph, and right, and even Doug as well too, who are playing off as 3, the flashes, the paranoias, and they look to stack up and walk in as one another. Nate is just making space. Ideally, the job of a duelist, right? But then the fact that he has so much support around him consistently is what enabled UST to take, I think, a firefight within the first 4 seconds of almost every round we had. Confidence is the key, and they're down to just shoot at them. And looking over as a next map of Split, it's going to be that and more. There's more retakes, more shooting, and a lot more flashes. It's Split.
It's Split, baby. And honestly, for Split, it's very, very different. Like, the vibe is different. You get, you're not pushing out like we did see every single round. I noticed that the playstyle was so similar for a composition so different, right? Like, they pushed out constantly on the defense. They always wanted to take up some of that space. And then on the attack, it was a different story. They wanted to fight for the death on those terms. And they were fine with it. But on a map like Split, you can't do that. You can't get those early exits out on the defense. You can't push out so aggressively because there's the potential for Cypher to really shut you down here.
And remember this, friends, if you were wondering about Viper and such more, we're playing on patch 14.10, which means the Vipers have not come in just yet, nor have the other changes on things like Sky and Raze either too. So We're still here a bit before, as we have been playing on this patch for the entire CVAL season, and we'll continue to do so, as well as we do get agents locked in in front of us, right? And considering we're on split, things so far here, Gompers, I found look cool. A bit of the old versus a bit of the new.
No, I do like it. I think we're kind of going back to like the old times with the Astra and the Viper, and this being like the main thing that we got to see, where like the gravitational pull was really big with the Vipers, the wall down in mid, and trying to gain that control. And to see, double controller on this, I'm not necessarily surprised. It's so simple, it's so easy for these teams, but I am interested to see, obviously, Nabber taking on the role of that Viper, playing the IGL as well. How is this going to work with the Omen? How is this going to work with the, obviously, like just the overall logistics of losing the last game as well?
Exactly that. And, before we also go ahead and load into the game as well, too, what we did do is that we actually talked to a couple of these players on what they're about, just like see, get a vibe and a catch on what they care about and such as well, too, as this music is
I know, it's so
good. Oh my God. This is so sick.
Every time the music comes on, me and Rav are throwing it back.
Well, I wouldn't say exactly that. You know what? In fact, just to prove that we're throwing it back, we're actually not talking to players, right? We're going to focus on us here.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I'm not throwing it back.
Okay.
I'm chilling here. I'm standing tall and proud.
You don't throw it back. You just throw my games.
I do not, because you insta-lock Reyna, flash for yourself.
And then I get 30K. 30 kills.
You get 3.
Oh, 3.
Reverse. The Pie Watch Gompers.
All right, Rav. All right, Rav. Listen, I'm just retired from the Valorant game, all right?
Tragic.
Not really, actually. I played too much, but it's okay.
So let's walk in, right? First game pistols, remember. that has been A&M's strong suit.
Yeah.
Across all these series. But UST heavy up mid through heaven.
Yeah, they've shot down Dogs, AQ, kind of giving away information of their own, but they know they pushed back with a guiding light. And it's a good setup. They have like a good consecutive order of how they want to push out the utility there. But then the biggest part is just getting past all of the util. The defense put their turret in the wrong spot, and it barely finds anyone up towards heaven. So there's not really too much of an assist there. Most of the aim having to be, honestly, that saving grace for the side of St. Thomas, which, of course, it is going to be Zowie and Nate working together as a team to find the frags. And Bing, not very much chilling. He can't really do that at the moment because you got way too much going on. And the health, heal coming through, but yeah, not a lot of potential there, especially with Zowie.
Yeah, John Cena's not happy right now. He's being countered at every moment. No ice cream for either side as UST prove the haters wrong and get a pistol round. That's the biggest note about a lot of this too, and that you mentioned, right? It's like it was heavy into strong side they're putting up through heaven, 3 right away, and all for that is to the dog.
Yes.
We talked about initiated utility and the effective use of it on UST, and that's continued forward with just the single now on the sky that they have in front of them, and matched pretty much by the other side by A&M. Let's see what else kind of shenanigans they get up to. It's a bonus, right? It's like just a couple of picks here there, probably.
It might work. Yeah, I do like this setup, though. They're doing the same thing, that I kind of was expecting, the same VCT style Astra Viper mid. With gravitational pull kind of leading there. Snake bite.
Yep.
Kind of help with that. Doesn't seem like it's going to work out so far. So paint shell thrown down to the back, but no damage.
Yeah, nothing substantial just yet, too. But for A&M's side, what I want to see a lot more of is how they manage to lead with the Cypher. But Seiki gets 2 right, as they look to walk in through ropes. But for Joe, this first half is going to be tough. It's attack on split. So you're looking at essentially whatever options you can find. You're hoping to play flank watch and solos, right? This is what Jobo will be doing a lot as he looks to call the rest of his team. And the players as they're heavy up mid, on to heaven, no one around, but with the Killjoy playing, Duck should be able to find this pretty easily. It's a stinger though.
Do you know? But it's good. They've managed to kind of collect some space. They could honestly meet the race down in spawn. Nah, they want to be sneaky with it, which I don't think they are going to be. Doug is kind of just trying to respond here.
All right. Say, see one? Yep. A second. Bada bing, bada boom. That's it.
Mr. Worldwide.
As a step in the room.
Yeah.
I could be Pitbull, I think, if I tried it hard
You
enough.
should shave your head.
I usually do. I forgot to before this event.
I want to see you with an afro.
You know, I used to have one as a kid.
I need to
A
see
big
pictures.
curly afro. I need to see you with an afro, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's but naturally, as we were saying, for UST, right, a 2-0 start, a confidence peak, and the mental all up in front of them.
Oh, yeah.
Both, bear in mind, this is exactly what UST wants, because for the past year, they said their struggles have been on maintaining the composure, keeping the mental up and ready. And momentum like this will only lend to their strengths as we look at B.
Again, not pushing up as they regularly do. And I know you got, like, I'm so used to the faster pace type of gameplay that we saw on Lotus. So kind of seeing them default back and wait for St. Thomas is so new to me, but they still do such a good job at doing so because they wait off of the util from the Sentinel. They have Nate watching just in case something goes awry, and so that they can play off of every single piece of util, and especially with 2 controllers down in mid, this is not going to go too easy.
Speaking of defaulting and playing off the util, St. Thomas have run this just exact defense for the past couple rounds, and seem pretty comfortable by it, right? Pushing up 2, playing off of Heaven into ropes, and leave the Sky to solo hold A as well, which is matched by Joba. But they've read the pushback as well, so they're looking to run it onto A. Astra to hold them off with the smoke, as 2 are here.
Oh, they've continued to flash back, though, and finally making way. They've heard the noise. And Glyph makes a big play. They could win the bonus if they continue this along. But an early peek leaves one player down inside of elbow, looking for more. But UST, they've gotten aggressive. They're not taking their time, but still left up to this 2v3. Player advantage on the side of A&M. Yeah, and I mean, there really is no takeaway from this unless they collect the Vandal and find the angle, but it's not going to happen. Bing shuts it down 2-1, starting off.
An A&M bonus, and one we've seen continuously in terms of scorecards that we've had throughout all of these games, right? The 2-1, but right here, this peak by Glyph, I find a little bit of an overextension, considering they knew he was cubby, but he could have played for any of them coming by sight, since he had Heaven support. So he could have been watching, but he gives away that, sight holder completely gone, no defense left around, and you have to not play by Heaven where they have a clear and open angle. But UST now, buys across the board, no ultimates to speak about, but they've finally actually switched up how they're looking to play here, as they switch to the sides in terms of who holds mid and who holds Heaven. Astra now finally up by B. Still holding by A is Glyph, but they have raised around for the support, anticipating the A stack. Not gonna find it, as Doug sees 3, I believe. There it is.
They've placed down some of the utility here to make a change. But St. Thomas, they did scare back A&M quite decently.
This is interesting as well, too, because Joba actually got his camera actually caught, so he won't be able to have that for the post plant, but he knows they're probably running the same sort of setup once again, so they're going to try to hit B, understanding it's a much more heavier stack site, but the dry walking is nice. What?
Yeah. I think they were expecting nobody to be holding the angle, but it is always someone. Nate is watching and still can't seem to find anything. And it's the lack of discipline. It seems like St. Tom is starting to take a little bit more 1v1s, getting excited with the win that they had previously won before.
And it's the first 2, right? Getting a pistol is huge, so they're just playing off the advantage. They're more than down to do so, considering they're walking with 2, pass the smoke, the same dry walking strats. Joba around. Barely catches the sight line. Astra gone a 1v2 here, Diaz.
There's no way. SayQ stuck in smoke, but they need to get the defusal. He knows 2 bullets left, and the cam stuck in smoke. He can't find anything. But he does.
Whoa, okay. All he saw was purple, but then he still caught green. Joba.
That's so interesting.
He set himself up, almost projecting, you know what, I'll probably be able to see you. And the fact that he catches the flank here as well, slow rotating over onto Heaven, past spawn, And then now from here, it's pretty much stuck up to him.
But that's SayQ also had a split moment. He heard him lock in that cam. He could have wide swung the angle, but he took his time.
But here's the thing. He would have probably expected him to actually look into the cam, but like you're saying, it's like, yeah, he was right there, but
yeah,
choosing instead to take a firefight on much even footing. Hey, you know what? I respect it. I'll take it.
Man, and I guess it's like split-second decisions that really, you just don't know in the moment. You feel the pressure, but it could have been perfect because it was 1 second after placing that cam that he went on it. So they knew that they were close.
Mm-hmm. And it could have been an insta swing onto their side as well. That's just unfortunate. They're on a save this time, though, so they're hoping to play heavy aggressive properly. Yep.
Yeah.
Lift gets his 1. They lose 2 off the rip, but the pick is nice, but they're just getting them picked off 1 by 1. He is chasing him.
Yeah, flank also got shut down, so it's kind of done there. Not going to work out. Trying to get picks at this point if you're UST.
Yeah.
You know, after a round loss like that one. But, you know, we've kind of covered that UST, they aren't necessarily the best on the defense. You know, their attack definitely looking a lot better. Nate not able to do so well.
But, Coppers, this is split defense.
Yeah.
So they have to effectively step up here if they are to be able to find numbers.
Listen. Listen.
If you think about it, you know, according to, I don't know if you believe in numbers or stats.
Yeah.
But statistics say, you know, like Split is decisively a defender-sided map. So if they're down to play on a disadvantage, hey, I'm down to see it. But this is 1 round up, nothing too out of the ordinary. Gun by once again for UST. They have that great divide, the Astra Wall. Matched by the Cabbages.
Oh, and they flashed back.
Nice.
Trying to make some sort of execution, move up towards heaven, but Nate watching as Joba slowly makes their way, and everybody else on site, no, he's trying to collect information. And now Nate shuts it down. Joba no longer having the space, and it's Nate slowly taking it back. Paint shell to 4, spinning into the fight, 3K, and a possible 4, but it got shut down. Frosty is there.
And Nate with the discipline to actually hold off or look at the peek after Nate as well too. Ready for the peek at. Knew he'd be there. The running in a 1v2.
Yeah.
Make that none.
It's Doug. I'm surprised.
It's
Playing
Doug.
on Sentinel though this time. So.
Right? Switched it up.
He did.
Doug, regardless flexibility.
That's
what
my
he can
guy
pick
Doug
up.
right there.
That's my boy esports Doug right there.
Balla? Baby Bay?
Whoa.
What's going on?
VCT? Yeah, that's crazy. That's silly.
I didn't know Doug was a pro collegiate cat. I didn't even know he has a kid.
That's crazy. Well, the only child here right now is me because I'm so fascinated by all the shiny things in pre-college that are happening right now in this game. I don't want to see more of that person.
Yeah.
You see to even things up. And again, to note, they have Viper Split available. They might like to push that out early and shut off A as an option. And there it is. Yep. A cut off, which almost forced to go to B or mid if they want to get to heaven. But early showings, just pitter-patters. Let's see if we can gain once again. But an orb, we'll take that.
Just kind of sitting back waiting to play with the util. So many players in mid. And it's the mid control St. Thomas never want to give up, but it's not even the control they need. Nobody ever pushing for that unless the flank potential really does come through. Either way, not having any util to watch that as Doug still slowly waiting for the peaks to combine itself over towards B. The 2 players down, St. Thomas, they've lost the advantage.
They left 1 alone. Aussie Frosty down below. Oh, the quick beat from Nate. The dome him in an instant, saves 1 more, but what, wait, chilling, what are we talking about there? Oh, 1 more peek is those ones there. Use the cabbages, 1 in the corner, the paranoid catches both. Now both stuck around each corner, and the peek comes through. He's still looking right at him. The swing is good, and GLYPH takes that home.
They clutch of the lifetime, honest. I wasn't expecting them to win that because Bing had the angle. Like in any other situation, this would have been Bing's game, but unfortunately not for them. Actually, not really working that way. Glyph coming through for the team of UST and finally giving them the lead again, which is exactly what they needed. They need to keep it though, which is going to be quite difficult. But yeah,
It'll be tough, yeah, for sure, because UST, you know, they've seen that defense has so far, but like you mentioned, that has gone kind of wary here so far, a bit topsy-turvy at times, and the heavy aggression will not bode well for the Econ, as many of them who get picked off early will be left to find where they can get off the floor, if anything. Light buys, not full util, not a problem just yet, but with how both of them are playing, they play into it in about a round or two.
Yeah.
Slow play so far, though.
Staying incredibly passive on defense,
Yeah.
and A&M just not really going to try for the mid take. It's been the constant reminder of how many controllers this team has on their team, and you know, just the strength of what the Astra Viper kind of combination combines with.
Not a straight 4K of just one-by-one entries on A&M just yet, but with just 2 around, looking to set them up off the smoke. The paranoid right on the site they go. Nate just has the upwards angle.
Oh,
It's 3! What? That 4, that's quattro, 1-by-1. Like bowling pins, they fall. And let's get a steam right here, Nate. He's watching. He's waiting. He's ready. Another. Oh, that's tragic. Nab, hold on.
Nabber's turn. Nabber is nabbing this play. He said, forget about it. 12 seconds left, no
Forget
spike.
about it.
No ladies.
Even though he's playing a woman himself, too. The aspirations I respect from Nabber, but for now, he'll at least save the gun and survive in the round as he barely gets away from that. Denied the ace from Nate.
Yep.
And takes one more for himself. So, at least showing up when it counts. And the first timeouts coming in for A&M.
Wow, cheese. Does that hurt? A little bit.
Yeah, you know, it's tough so far, but
Yeah.
at least right now for A&M, though, what is interesting is as considering that all throughout Lotus,
Yeah.
they were down to just continue the pace of play, as it was very back and forth. Hi, guys. Hey, what's up? Hi, what's up? Oh, my God. Wow, that's crazy. Hello. They were down to just continue the
hello,
pace
guys.
of play. Hey, what's going on? Yeah.
I didn't,
This is Gomper.
this is my actual height.
Yeah, she's actually nerfed herself to try to match me, essentially.
Wow, making you look so much taller.
Thank you. Oh my God, you're so nice. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what it's been so far, right? It's as Lotus was so back and forth, I found they didn't need to necessarily reset into the game plan
Yeah.
that they previously set out. Right now on Split, they've been taken down on what has been unfortunately individual pickoffs and not just straight up not checking their angles, dude. They're just not looking.
Yeah. I agree.
And when you're 4, the fact that you're not covering every angle you can find is just like lack of discipline. And this has been a problem in the past where they just won't hard clear much, and the punishment is supreme.
No, yeah, and oh no, still going with the same thing. This time the astronaut actually sitting down in mid, and it's going to be impossible for A&M to even read into this because the calls coming through from SEIQ, it give away to the fact that the Astra doesn't even need to sit there. So St. Thomas still looking pretty good on the defense, but this time deciding that this is going to be enough alone with the Trailblazer there.
Still 5 up, 2, and for one of the first times, a potential for a full 5v5 retake. Something, a treat we have not yet experienced, but may not happen. SEIQ up and down he goes. And he gets out alive, but just barely. He's watching up heaven, no shot. They walk right into him. Upload the angle, and gets out alive with the Glyph for the trade.
Dude, Glyph is amazing for sitting there too, because they knew that they were in danger, and they wanted to seek the potential for a refrag. But even then, right, you're playing with Singers. What more can you do other than try to play for those close-range fights, which is kind of what Bing is looking for. I don't think it's going to be easy to find it, though. Yeah. Surprisingly enough, though, they did manage to get a lot of information from A&M. In this round, they knew that sitting down in mid, it was easy to kind of push up despite all of that util, and that they were honestly too intimidated by the smokes.
Yeah, and that's been the key of St. Thomas actually switching up a lot of the setups, right? Because they've actually pushed both SEIQ and, of course, Astra between Heaven and Ropes each time to see how they want to play, considering where they have the floater. And currently, they've changed it up again as they've now put Glyph on B this time, letting the Killjoy solo hold A and allowing them to actually play with a lot more firepower and early aggression, possibly out of B so far. Because look, here it is. Dog early on to just catch early info. As it looked for a step, but instead through the smoke. Xavi gets caught. Not ideal, but really positive sign for A&M.
Yeah, St. Thomas too. Interesting thing that I've noticed is they like to switch up the players that are on each and every site. The only difference you will never see is who you can see Nate with. It's always going to be that initiator that leads them to success. So obviously Sky's still standing around there. And Glyph backing themselves off with Nate with the opening pick. They've lost out on KHS, so now they're going to have to heavily rely on the possible paranoia to push through.
Use the Omen as a potential fake to see that maybe it's signal going A, but they don't fall for it. There was a quick little pack peek towards Alley, but Nate's still holding it right now. Yeah, peeks up towards boxes, and it doesn't work out. The commitment from Bing was a potential to work, but currently left in 1v2. The IGL, what will he do?
Yeah. Nate down.
30 seconds left.
Not going to be able to watch the angles, but it's Joba with 45 health that is worrying. And I think they know that. They know that each and every angle needs to be accounted for. And even then peeking, timing is there.
They are doubled up is the question. He goes right into it. Two taken in quick succession. In terms of the peaks they had ready and set up, UST side. And although the early pickoff is there, the UST have actually beaten a lot of the stat allegations. It's been about 71% or so, I believe, that in collegiate, if you lose the first pick, you usually lose the round. But remember, University of St. Thomas, they, as a squad, are always down to peak whatever, however, whatever. Confidence plays such a big part in what they do, and they need to get confident here once again. A Russian on the save. Osti stopped in his tracks. Nice.
Shot from Doug. They are pushing like so much util outward, and I think it might work out in the end. I mean, either way, it is the anti-eco round. Yeah, but yeah, nothing really necessarily to play with your A&M. They're still trying to fight it back though, regardless, which I did give them kudos for. But the spike in the hands of St. Thomas and the dream is dead, but confidence arising. And I think it's mainly because of the constant win of fights, and they know they're intimidating, like Texas A&M to a T. It's very, very obvious because so many players constantly trying to push at mid, getting shut down. And then not only that, just not able to really get the site that they want.
Yeah.
Because St. Thomas is always there, because Nick gets that first pick, because it's the Viper, you know, making that decay happen and allowing those assists to come through. It's very difficult, and I think St. Thomas know that they're a wall.
I mean, the wall right now is just Astrid.
Yeah.
Stuck in front, right, waiting, right, playing off into garage for the plants, and they managed to catch it, pushing it up near alley, and they're going to commit the Viper's pit here as well. This is very doable for A&M.
Oh, Juba.
Nice.
Good, nice shot, with 25 health left. And of course, I mean, 2v2, but the Viper's pit up and down. He just finishes them all. Knows where they are. But the ultimate gone. And can't use it again. But, I mean, either way, still going down to that 8-3, and there's only 2 rounds left to figure out. You know, actually 1 round left to figure out how this is going to work. My bad, guys. My bad, guys. Hopium.
My bad, guys. Yeah, that, so far, honestly, initially in the entry, the fact that they set up for a fake that is going to go all the way around, right, thinking that, you know what, he might be going over to A, and it worked out well. We positioned towards Ali, but the fact that Seikyu, they saw him alley initially, repositions, and with Xiaomi also coming around, only expecting one, having no info on the other, unfortunately does lend them to just giving away the most important tool of holding that site, which is the Viper's pit. And since the Viper was playing outside of the pit, is another unfortunate falter that should not have happened. Speaking of Vipers, Seikyu, again up heaven, early neutral, sort of the mid push. This has been A&M's bread and butter. Maybe breakfast time might be over.
It's so incredible how Aussie Frosty literally just continues to keep the confidence despite losing so many rounds with a dry peek.
Ouch.
That gives A&M a huge advantage. Man, and I'm not gonna lie, like, this is probably the best thing that could have happened to them, because after the continuation of losses, and even then Aussie Frosty still not able to shut it down. But St. Thomas, pretty much the capability of losing this round, but still 1v3, very, very capable.
It is. Unfortunately, we haven't seen the massive plays just yet. It's been just big pickoffs off of man advantages and assistances. But for Doug, you know, he has his alarm bot. No lockdown to speak of, though, so unfortunately can't play off of it early. Yeah, Jobo will make first contact, and now on the second knows he's there. Is not aware of the third just yet, but double P coordinated. Leading A&M now. 8-4, not too far off on splits. A tough start leading into a better half. Good so far. Like what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And for split, here Gompers, it's looked tough, right?
Yeah.
You're saying because A&M, right, they have the cipher, they haven't been doing much off of it, and Joba is playing lurk here, but now on the second half, let's see what they have.
I'm kind of excited.
Oh, your word? Really? That's crazy.
And how this is going to work.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
I think St. Thomas, already looking like they have a very, very different approach, trying to shut off any sense of what's going on down in A-Main to push themselves up towards heaven. A possible first two down in the pistol, which I think is going to happen, because when you see the raise in the Omen, it does not mean good news.
No, that is, I believe, what they say in English, the opposite of bueno, as was that. He's just dry walking past the wall. Well, unfortunate. Nabber, let's see, they're looking his direction. Should be able to see it. No charges left. Never mind.
Yeah. Nabber setting the smoke up, but no mollies, nothing to really coincide with the plan that they're trying to execute with.
Yeah.
Although St. Thomas already losing one, so they need to be more careful. They don't have the raise, to commit to the entry, to give to those assists in terms of damage. So just trying to find one before, 1 minute mark is up.
Mm-hmm. Slow walking on a pistol as well too. Honestly unexpected, but if we remember, A&M played a very similar style. Patient plays with pistols in a lot of the rounds they had, but it was just a straight mid push each and every single time. And here, UST, after losing one, they're still on to walk in. A's open, pretty much. They sort out the rest.
They all just rotated. They kind of just pushed themselves back and gave away the space that they had previously, which is incredible for A&M. It pretty much kind of almost might have let them down throughout the terrain, but maybe not. I mean, the fight's still being won out and up to Glyph, but very difficult situation. A&M putting themselves back on the board.
Yeah, they honestly seems like it was very purposeful.
Yeah.
They were like, okay, we'll let them walk in. We play off site and we play wait safe. Easy. Pass the flash, they check the corner and staying behind. I do like that this guy actually had enough know-how to just be like, okay, you know what? There's probably someone playing close because they play very cheeky. And so just stays behind waiting right in the end. Yeah, just like the immediate swing. So good on KHS for just have the game sense to at least punish any surprises. And A&M, a pistol again under their belts. And a bonus underway. I do like that outlaw pickup. I'm a fan. Because you can just one shot to the body on saves like this. So, bing. Let's see you rack up the numbers, brother.
Yeah, definitely will be able to. I mean, either way, St. Thomas, they're settled into a comfortable position, in my opinion. I think despite obviously like the potential for A&M to take this round, they have so much leeway to make mistakes. And just accepting their fate, taking the 1v1s, trying to isolate some of these fights with the UST. Thank you! Getting very, very confident.
Hey, we said it. Confidence is key. Right now, for UST, vibes look to be on the up and high.
Yeah.
Not just fight, but a flawless lends itself to A&M themselves probably giggling, kicking the feet back right now.
Let's turn around and look if they're giggling and kicking their feet back.
They are.
They are. Like little girls.
It's very cute. I like it.
Run away from
Seeing the action. Okay, anyways. But we're UST though.
Yeah.
Right. This is what we've come to expect out of them. Fortunately, they may lose the first, but gun run right now. A crucial one to get. If A&M managed to get this over UST, the momentum swing evidently will shift in their favor. They'll be able to tie up the game at 8-8. That has started off here first. Big holding mid, not smoked off just yet.
Yeah.
Instead, they'll smoke the rest off himself. He gets caught by the stars, but he'll leave mid alone.
Okay, yeah. Flash comes through, but doesn't catch anything. It's unfortunate because for Texas A&M, they're playing extremely passive. They look like they're even looking for a retake coming down in A, but I don't think they're expecting a heaven push.
No, they, in fact, are playing right outside of heaven too, so no sound cues will be given. And they have to just hope that they peek the angle, hard clearing every corner. Bing is watching. Oh, the shot gives away. The Paradox doesn't catch anybody here at all. So now, have it under control, but they have to get past the rest of A&M that are on site, and Nate goes down immediately.
Not too big of a shutdown, though. Naber looking at the right-hand side. Trying to find something more, but they're not looking at the blink. It might work out, but 8 health left in St. Thomas. They've managed to find a retake, Cliff. Standing right behind. No potential for it. They know they need to fight this. Joba needs the pick, and he can't find it. So Seikyu, oh man, cleans it up perfectly.
Dude, what was that round? Like, why? None of that should have happened. They had a clear man advantage. They held on heaven. The site was in their favor. But through them just working through smokes and blind spraying at certain points, they get wall bangs and just pickoffs. Like here's like he's just walking through. And Glyph takes 2 in incredible fashion. And unfortunately, Job is stuck on the outside. What can he do? It's just I'm a bit flabbergasted person. But you know, UST continue to push that 2-1 narrative for themselves.
I would be flabbergasted as well if I was in the situation there where St. Thomas are walking through smoke. That gives them player advantage now. Big mid takes, oh man. And if they keep themselves patient, it might work out in the end.
I mean, Shuruka right now, right? From what we see, they're, once again, aggressing right up mid, as we've seen a lot from the UST side. So, nothing really substantial, really given over in terms of information, just a trade of some nades and so on, but a similar defense what we saw from A&M with how far the back they've been playing. Joba, yeah, look at that. Cam below, gets the spot, see them all up there. He should give it the space, and yeah, indeed he does. Backs out, beat. Time for the taking.
B-site looking cleared, but Joba giving away location. They know that they're having, but either way, Joba's not going to make the say to kind of give themselves away, and Nate gets aggressive. But unfortunately not the right time to do so. They need to get the plank down. They're not even focusing on the objective.
They're anticipating them to just rush back in, and considering they had no util to actually hold them off, so they were like, okay, you know, yeah. Now they come, but they don't. They're just waiting for the rest of the push out against them. And there it is. Joba managed to catch one big to pick up Oscar Foster from up top. And they're winning the trade fights.
Yeah.
The having control was big. And the fact they won 2 right below gave over the side essentially. A&M, a big retake on their own gun runs where it looked bad. And they flip it on their head. Well done.
They were looking for picks where, in all honesty, they weren't really needed. St. Thomas, they should have played the objective. They should have kept themselves singled out into one specific role. Like, okay, Nate playing the duelist, you know, your main thing is to gather information, to get the picks, but I feel like there was no setup for a play like that. Okay, let me push down inside of CT, let's see what I can do there. Absolutely nothing is the unfortunate answer. Obviously, St. Thomas going down another. It takes us A&M finding more points to put on the board. And a possibility for even more here. 2 players sitting within ropes.
An aggressive push out to the Stars. They're actually hold them off, but never with the peek out. Catch this hiring onto just one and Messi get out again towards A. But they want to run the same sort of setup of a lot aggressive and a lot faster right now to be as wall goes up from Viper. And it's still 1 all the way at the very back. A save around here would be massive for UST, but retake City, there we go. Stinger Gaming, baby. Let's get it.
Yeah, Nate's definitely having a frenzy with the Stinger there already. Teammate goes down on the side of UST, and it's going to be Zowie. Zowie, big, cooperation in the hands of SeQ as well. So double the controller down in majority. Already lost on the side of St. Thomas. Nate fighting for their lives in a round where a slight investment was made. But even then, St. Thomas can't seem to hold on. That was an anti-eco, though, I believe. So
it was indeed. So they did a lot of actual economical damage, if you will. Yeah. But 2 of those fights essentially could have been won if they just had better weapons.
I agree.
Specifically under Heaven, when they wanted to actually keep one out, you know, running Spectre versus Phantom, right? So, like, yeah, this one right there, like, exactly that. KHS managed to walk in, and since he does, he sets up the rest of his team, gets a heal off as well here too, and Nate just, like, you know, kind of stuck in the corner with only so much he can do, up against 2 more here. A tough call, but at least something given over. And now 1-round game. All these maps have been so close here, Gompas. Yeah. The UST and A&M. And second half activated for A&M. Looking good so far.
We haven't seen this sort of execution, though. You know, a big aggressive push coming up through B main.
Yeah.
Either way, St. Thomas aren't really the most aggressive team in the world, so they know they just have to play for the default.
Instead, they look to walk into A here. They're trying to catch anybody around, but this A side's actually wide open. Considering mid's cut off, there is, you know, Joba around, and he slows them for just a second, but their Astral Wall, that divide, will at least allow them to get a safe plant inside.
Plant being stuck, and the Molly's now being settled down for A&M. This is where they start to decide on what they want to do, but Nate and Howie and Zowie go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, and up to SeQ now at this point, but the location given away. And the wall, the only thing protecting them, but the moment that goes down, it's over. Glyph has to clutch, and they might do it. Maybe with a 3K to keep them in the game.
Y'all remember the name that's in front of you. That's Glyph, the IGL of UST, and the name, the attitude, the consistency is all I perceive. 3 lined up in front of him, 2 with the stack, and defends the site like his life depends on it, as does the game. Pushing them to double digits to collect in succession.
My gosh.
Incredible.
The IGL making the call.
I got this. I know I'd win.
That's crazy. How do you mentally recover from a round like that? I don't.
I mean, you drink some water, you tap your face, and you hope to God there's a God around you, essentially.
Yeah.
That's really that. Things to know for this one, though. UST have 2 big things for site takes and for post plants as well. The Viper's Pit, alongside Nate's Showstopper. As they have no mid-control just yet, don't want to just try to use the D double pass back to get into heaven. And trying to set up Nate for that too would be as tough, would be somewhat tough with no Sky around. As they're instead leaning towards A with the spike in mind you. And considering they haven't drawn over a ton of bodies, they're still waiting to see if they can catch who's holding. Yeah. This might be tough if they dry peek into this. Smoke us down.
Yeah, working up though.
Yeah.
Oh, to a possibility to win this one out, but it misses. And they thought that might have been the play, but it might not be as well. Already a slight tag coming through from Bing.
Yeah, and consider with Naber up top, and we also had the Omen as well, so peeking in over into the ramp. There's nothing more you can really realistically do. Connor's walking in, trying to find anything. It's Doug. with 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
He can't make it. He actively cannot make it over the other side. So he's open. Maybe a gun in his direction, but they know he has no time. And leave him be. A&M keeping it close once more in a one-round game.
He is doing amazing, but I still feel like they're not setting him up very well. I think Nate dry swinging angles and trying to take these 1v1s obviously just leaves them in a very difficult position, constantly doing the same moves as well. And trying to pry through an angle that is very difficult to fight. A&M, they like to give in to those quick rotates. They like to fight the angles. Again, fight to the death has been the theme for both of these teams.
Exactly, yeah. They're in a bare-knuckle brawl for the finish, and they want to ensure that they're the ones who comes out on top. Right now for St. Thomas, though, they're playing with a bit less of an advantage. And isn't exactly what we want to see. But hey, you know what? Ideally, they can find some way to turn it back up.
It's a difficult game for St. Thomas.
Yeah.
Definitely not as flawless as they previously were. I feel like before there were definitely players that I could highlight in the group, but I feel like now it's very, very equalized. Everybody's kind of struggling to find themselves in a game like this one, and you know how to set up the team for success. And in a defense that's pretty difficult to get by, but Aussie Frosty, some of the damage coming through and being the one to finish it off.
Doug being gone is really unfortunate here too, because like him getting picked off through the smoke as well. You're thinking that you lost a bunch of your post on util. We're seeing the rotate over from Sewers here, seeing Spike immediately going over to A. They haven't drawn enough attention here that A&M holding strong, not falling for the fake, just Nate left around, making noise, and the paranoia catches him. They're stuck by 2, they know it's A, it's 3v5.
And they might let it go again. Again, Dark Peak coming through from Glyph. And the question is, did they even have enough to play with? But it's Zowie, the one clutch god before. And will they do it again? The spike in hand, and there's potential, but it does not happen. The time is off, and Aussie Frosty up above to clean things up. 10-10. They had the lead before.
And I want to quick look at how many rounds and the balance and force we've seen right now for A&M as you look at the econ and such, right? They, just like what we see in terms of scores after the replay, right? It's early plays have been name of the game in the previous map. Right now for UST, it's been defaulty and very patient on both of these sides, but it seems that they're waiting. Okay, all right, cool. I'll go in the flash, maybe get a pick, try to run it. If not, maybe you rotate. And I want to commend A&M for how patient they've played.
I agree.
Consistently, not falling for any fakes, not really rotating, and the holds they've had have just stuffed UST into a calzone, and the oven is getting hotter. They're getting cooked.
Looking to change the narrative for Texas A&M. Prove that there are last loss doesn't really define them, but even then, wow, Joba,
that's so illegal.
What is going on?
Oh, no. Dude, that's so... The fact that he lives is insane. And it even gets the trip where obviously all the melee destroyed, but here comes the retake. Look at them all stacked up as 4.
Oh no, but this is... Oh, this might actually be very, very bad. Glyph kind of waiting along the back, but Nabber knows the angles need to be cleared, and they're not winning the fights anymore. They're solo peeking the angles. They're losing every single thing in both sides. Cannot be checked.
And I want to commend Bing right there. As he calls, there would probably be 2, as UST do this a lot. And there's tumultuous post-plants, considering they saw where it was planted. So he calls the double stack, they hard clear the angle, and the fact that Paranoia hit Doug means there's no trades. He's just stuck, deaf, waiting, hoping that perhaps Snake gets his, but he's cleared by 3. So with no judge, you're like, all right, man, I guess that's it. And one by one, they lose more and more, and I find, as is natural, UST call for a timeout to reconvene and understand where they've been losing as for every one they get, 2 gets taken back. That's a bad trade.
It's the overall situation is bad. I think, and I feel like they can most definitely tell like what exactly is going wrong because in this situation, right, you have UST, right, constantly losing out on the fights.
Yeah.
But why is that? Again, reasons for that being we had a crossbow that was being held. They tried to initiate a fight that way. But it also was so much havoc being held, they weren't ready for something to go wrong, and then they look like a deer in headlights. Okay, crosshold doesn't work. Now we're going to fight solo, and that's where the discipline comes in. They don't have any. They don't know what that plan B is going to look like, and then they kind of just start to crumble and fall apart the moment one person gets lost. So then they don't know what to do with it.
And I think you hit at a massive point there. What is the plan B, right? How do they pivot? How do they rotate? And how do they ensure that they're not just getting caught up in their very one-track mindset that's been sucked them and lending them to, making plays like, you know what, we here, we live, let's do it one more time. That's here we go.
Finally not holding back on the entry, though. I've noticed a lot of the time they try to do something that just is not right, right? Like, they could have jumped 8 majority of the time, but I think this is scary. Nate slowly moving themselves forward, not knowing who's going to swing that angle, and not having anybody to be there with them because they backed themselves off. The ultimates are there. They're not reading into the situation, but it might be winnable. It might be a clutch scenario with a Viper's Pit.
They're playing all inside the pit here, in fact, so it'll just be spray city from every single one of them. Now one goes down, but the pit gets caught. What was that transfer, dog? And another glyph.
No, it doesn't matter. 1v1, but I think Zowie's very capable. They know where the diffusal's coming from. They know they have the gravitational pull stuck down in half.
He's holding.
But the timing is there.
No way! Zowie! The last second. He didn't believe.
No, he put the stun, but that was where the issue was. There was no pull.
They needed the star. He needed to pull any shorties, but he scared them off.
All the shorties gone.
Yeah. They were so stun locked that I can't believe you do this
Nabber
right now.
yet again nabbing these females from
Mr. Steal Your Girl, the IGL Nabber, racking up his dossier, and right now, A&M map 2 splits, looking to take it 1-1 in grand finals.
This is it. This is the match point. If St. Thomas do not get their act together now, there's absolutely no way that they're running away with this map. It's 1 round differential, right, from winning out the game. So actually 2-round differential from St. Thomas and Texas A&M, but 1 round for Texas A&M to win this one. And honestly, the way that it's looking now, especially with the fear in their eyes, it's very, very grim.
They have Astrowall here, so if they want to use that to commit for the site, but using it so early is just it feels bad because A&M has been down to play rotates and lets hold rate default, right? Because look how far up they are. Just like, oh, Nate getting caught, but it's tragic right by the angle, the re-peek, and now they know. Let's call it.
And a big lack of clear. Now they know exactly where they are. The jiggle beats, but Doug isn't watching. And Texas A&M run away with a win of their own. They were not going to go down 2-0. In fact, they actually are now starting to apply the pressure on a team like UST.
An 8-4 a pistol round win, and leading to 2x2x2 taken. Bricks stacked up against the wall, in a wall they could not climb over.
Yep.
In Haikyuu, there's a saying when they faced Data Tech, they called it the Takai Takai Kabe, the ever-building wall.
Don't look at me. I'm so confused. I literally am sitting here, and at the moment, my only emotions are, I wonder how, I genuinely just wonder, what was going on through their heads. I know for a fact that they have a pretty good understanding as to, what went wrong, what needed to change. And I know for a fact they knew that they were taking way too many 1v1s because it was
were.
very brutal. Like, and there were in fights that should not have happened.
Yeah.
They got very excited in the beginning when they went down to that 7-3, and then they started getting aggressive. They started letting go of the rounds. And on the defense, that's where everything started to fall apart. And again, I
Yeah.
think that's their biggest loss. That's their biggest not strength.
Pitfall, yeah.
Not
It's
strength.
not strength, yeah. As just like how I say the opposite of bueno. Yeah, essentially. Thanks.
Malo. Muy malo.
I wouldn't know. I don't speak English. But the point there is, right? We saw after the timeout.
Yeah.
The quick switch up leading into the force stack in off util, and then fall apart from there because they didn't believe. But there are a couple people I do believe in, as D-Gun and the desk. Boys, what's up? What's poppin'?
Guys, and how about that? The Aggies battle back to make it 1-1, and this has just been close throughout. D-Gon alongside Infernosis and Jackson. 3 maps left, maybe just 2 for a team, but 3 maps available in the 2024 CVAL season. And the Aggies get it done here on Split. We wanted to take a look at the agent composition, specifically from the UST side here in Infernosis, because throughout the season, they've experimented having Sage, the age-old strategy, clogging up mid. They decided not to do that this time.
Yeah, and talked heavy about how much mid control is important, and the Sage Ball does a great job to lock that down. But A&M almost didn't even put a lot of importance when it came to that, especially with the fact that you're not really trying to win that first attacking side. You need to have defensive supremacy here. They got enough rounds. The final round of that first half, I think, was just that moral victory that just set the momentum straight for them. Take the pistol, sweep through the next couple, and just keep the defense strong. The passivity on A and the directness for defense on B was just too much for UST to overcome.
Yeah. What were your initial thoughts, Jackson, from that last map?
Honestly, I was very surprised that Texas A&M was still able to get 4 rounds on attack, despite not winning the pistol rounds. That's got to be pretty huge. And that's just to mention to the mid control. I don't think any of the rounds that Texas A&M won were directly hitting undersides. They just slammed mid each and every single times of those 4 round wins, and they were able to get that. And then on the flip side, on the second half, they had so much control in mid, setting up crossfires from B-Heaven and ropes just to make sure that nobody could take a foot into mid from the side of UST.
Yeah, and you can take a look at the highlights here while we get a live look at UST in their room right now. In that first half, again, I was trying to ask, what's the number? How many rounds does it need to be to get if you're playing more defensive? And with Texas A&M deciding to go with the Cypher, it provides less utility there on attack. They got 4. And all the players were pretty stacked together in terms of their kills for A&M, while Nate had himself a standout first half on attack on the Rays, 16 kills, but ended up 19 and 20.
Just can't close the second half. It just became a battle of, hey, Nate the Great was in the first half, but Nate the Bait showed up for the second. And a team that frags together tends to win together. And when you have a player that's lagging behind on such an already difficult side, it tends to become this battle of attrition about when will they show up, can they show up, and the Aggies just completely delayed every sort of exposition you would have for the attack of UST. And a lot of that came from that passivity on that A side of just Jobo reading it, making the call. They've done it previously on Breeze. They've done it previously in every map I've seen Jobo do. Falls back so quickly, and finally the team follows behind that guidance and does the exact same thing.
Yeah, another thing I wanted to point out, and we'll get to that when we double check our report cards, 7 first bloods, only 7 for UST. Again, given the fact they won 8-4 in the first half, 16 first bloods for Texas A&M. So you're kind of wondering, like, man, it feels like you're missing some opportunities here, Jackson, but they're still able to come out on top. And it's so, I guess, exciting for them that they're able to get those leads. Now they just need to translate a couple more of them, and maybe they win not 13-10, but 13-8, 13-7, something like that.
And I do want to highlight in terms of the first bloods, if you take a look at the stats, it's not the duelist from Texas A&M that was getting the first bloods. It was Nabber and KHS, your controller and your initiator. So what that really shows is that during the second half, Texas A&M played so well together. They were swinging for each other. There were a couple of rounds where we highlighted that they had poor spacing issues. But overall, on all of their retakes, they flooded out together. And if you look at a player that I really wanted to highlight was Nabber, who had a bunch of whiffs in the first half, but ended up 16-15 with 15 assists. that just goes to show how well they're playing off of his utility.
Well, you got to hit a lot of the things on the report card that we started out with earlier. So why don't we revisit our report cards? We'll start with UST here. Do we want to make any changes now that we've seen it? Again, we've got first blood, swing, playbook, and etymology for the nomenclatures of the players with a B- overall. What are we feeling?
I think the first blood has to change, right? When it's this big of a disparaging difference, it was so bad in the upper finals on a map like Breeze that I completely discounted the map, and I just could not keep it in my statistics. It's past the standard deviation. You throw it out in any calculus class. You got to do the same thing here. They just threw it out the window. This is a by and far A&M just onslaught of first blood, and it will affect the swing result as well. But I think you got to drop first bloods to C purely off map 2. But they did fine on map 1. Let's leave them at a B. Let's put it at a B.
C to B? It's B? Yeah. First blood is B. There we go. So then how would this affect everything else? Give me 1 or 2, Jackson, that you'd want to change here for UST.
I think for UST, I will probably drop the playbook down to a B+. It feels that a lot of their executions were pretty stale, especially on that second half. I think a lot of it, though, to go to the credit of Texas A&M, that they had a lockdown defense, and I don't know if there was enough plays in that book for St. Thomas to try and find the cracks. It really just felt like the main thing was show utility, stall, wait for a potential rotation, and re-hit the site.
You know, and I remember you bringing that one up on Lotus. It was like, hey, look, at A&M, what was it, like 12-6 or 11-6, something like that, and they rifle off 6 wins in a row. You said that A&M figured you out. It wasn't until A&M then started to get a little too aggressive. They lose 3 rounds in a row, 12-12 overtime, and drop the 2 into overtime. So, all right, that's our report card for the Celts. Let's flip it on over to A&M and check where they're at. Again, both teams 1-1, so it's been close. So we fly that one up for you. What do we feel here? Our first bloods, you had an N. I don't know if that's accurate anymore here, Jackson.
Yeah, I think definitely that first blood's got to come up to at least a B. I'd even say an A-. The fact that it's, like I highlighted before, that it's not your duelist that's getting the first blood, that's very impressive.
Jackson, they won 16-7 in the last one. What do you need to do to get an A in your class, Professor Jackson?
I really need to see. I don't know if I can believe in your controller and your initiator being the ones to get those first bloods, right? You need your entry to really get that work done.
Especially when we talk about consistency for the players, where Nabber tends to be stuck on a side alone. And a lot of the times what's going to happen is they're just going to sweep straight through you when they actually take sites, and you're not going to live for very much longer. Working very well together and playing smart on A just made it so that not only does Nabber get kills, they actually supply great support with initiation. They have the team with full utility because they're not just playing utility Dumpkin Simulator and trading util like we saw early towards Tree and off inside Mound on the map of Lotus. It's just a much better full composition for the side of A&M, and it just allows these players that were usually being iffy in some places and on some maps to just highlight what they're capable of.
Scott, I'm going to challenge you to take a look at the grade for playbook. We had it at a B in that last game. A&M, we were chilling watching as they were falling behind on attack. They used their utility a couple of times where we're like, I don't know if we do that. You know, they took elbow a couple times with Rayzold. So how do you feel like they've been doing with their plays?
Okay, offensively, much to be desired. But when your defense plays, and what you look at it in a moment is like, was this a necessary piece of utility? And you just realize it's just a small, drop in the bucket of what they're bringing to that scenario. Look back, it was second to last round or last round where you've got a player in site security. You need to sweep into the A site, and you have to do it without losing a player. Not only do you decide to go Seekers, you send out the Showstoppers, will guarantee the kill, and then the whole team can swing in through elbow. That's not pieced together without everyone being on the same exact page. Whether or not that's something they've been rehearsing for a very long time or not, it shows depth of strats. It shows they have multiple things because they only did that once. And if you've got something like that in the back pocket, what else do you cook and give them an A?
All right, there you go. A little bit easier grading scale. I mean, we already kind of knew that. The playbook moved that one to an A. We already kind of knew that because you gave them an A earlier, and we had like an N in there. Easy class to pass here from Professor Infernosis. Again, thank you for the grades and checking back in on that. Let's shift our focus now to players that have surprised us off the top, I need you guys to go further into Nate the Great, Nate the Bait, 16 kills in the first half, ends at 19 kills total. That means 3 in the second half. You're the guy that's leading the team. What did you make of that, and what does that mean moving forward?
You're doing so well in the first half, and that's a confidence thing. And I even put it out during the break when we were talking about it was a timeout and it zoomed in on the UST players. Nate felt maybe like they were in their own head, and that's a problem that has plagued the UST roster. And they even mentioned that to Ravish, saying, we had a couple problems. Even Doug way back when used to have a mindset issue, and so they work on it. And that's why I think UST as a team mentally has really improved themselves, and as people really improved themselves.
Yeah.
And they're translating that to Valorant. I'm starting to see a little bit maybe of them starting to see the trickle effect go to A&M, and they just can't stop that ball from rolling the wrong direction. With Nate having that second half go so dry and being in their head more than anything else, I think it's the responsibility of the other team to step up and give them that. And there's just nothing you can do when your duelist extends into a site and there's no one there. It's just a ghost town. There's a tumbleweed going over. I know Bind got banned, but there's still tumbleweed swinging through the objective. A&M just don't want nothing to do with it. They'll retake site. They don't care.
On the opposite side, a player that's standing out and made some plays. Again, I think we didn't hit on it enough. The substitute that has come on in. We asked about consistency. KHS has stepped up with a couple of not only like great utility, but big plays here, Jackson.
Yeah, absolutely. I highlighted earlier that Split was a map that KHS did struggle against on Blinn. But over here, it looks like KHS has a huge mastery of this map. The way that he was able to call those retake plays. I remember there was a play, I believe, in round 12, that they were in a 4v5 situation. The spike had gone down, and they all grouped up. Normally, you don't find success flooding out of screens as a 4-stack, but they placed utility perfectly to hide their push. They flashed out just so that there wouldn't be any crossfires, and they were able to just take full control of that site, and it was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, again, great job by KHS. Naber leading the way for the Aggies with 20 kills each. Let's turn our focus to Breeze. Again, we thought that, hey, if they don't get a map win somewhere, Breeze might be it. Now they've got a little bit of life, but not the strongest map for them compared to UST. I wonder what it's like in the rooms right now, as we might be able to get a look at that. Infernosis, what do you feel like is the game plan here for UST on Breeze to resettle and assert their dominance as they have throughout the season?
Well, you take it back, and you just remember the first half of that upper finals when it's 11-1, and you just have to think what they did in the second half to recover, and it was when they were actually playing the attack. Their attack is really good. It's going to be the opposite story from what we see on Split. The Aggies need to close out their defense a whole lot better. They need to get off the Yoru, first of all. If they play the Yoru, I'm sorry to break it to you, it's just not going to work. Osti is an unbelievable duelist. There's a reason why they're so highly rated. There's a reason why the team has so much faith in this player, despite the somewhat here and there problems that they have. But it's just a difference maker. And the Yoru doesn't do it for you. If you're trying to replicate out, if you're trying to decoy out, and they know it's going to happen every single round, the Yoru does nothing for you, and you're just going to hang out at arches outside cave every time. Fix that up, set a little bit further back, find more value out of an agent selection elsewhere, and just completely change the entire defensive strategy, which will then allow you to elevate your attacking side just the same.
And not to pigeonhole you on the Aggies only here, Jackson, so what do you feel like UST wants to do before we switch sides?
For UST, I think on a map like Breeze, this is a playground for somebody like Nate, and they haven't been, I'd say they've been pretty much middle in the sense that they've had a great map, struggled a little bit in the second map, but Breeze is a map that he can really go off. So I want them to continue the aggression, set Nate up, make sure he gets those frags, and is warmed up for the map after that.
And then now flip. Aggies, right? You want to stem the bleeding. This is a map that you're not expected to win, but what is, just give me the basic building block. What is success for them?
Success for them has to be to remain fresh.
What does that mean? What is
in the upper finals, we saw
Take a shower.
a lot of pressure being placed on A main between, I believe it was the Yoru and the Astra.
Yeah.
For about 6 or 7 rounds in a row on defense, and it never worked, right? They got really, really stale, and this is where I think a player like KHS brings huge value to, because with his challengers' experience, they're able to recognize that, hey, if a play is not working, we can't just keep slamming our heads on it and hope for a different result.
Got it. Final thoughts here, Infernosis?
Again, I'm just going to say it as well. Get off the Astra as well. It's okay. It's just not doing a whole lot for you. And that just means change your entire A defense because it was hit every time, and it gave Jowie 15 assists purely off a 0 point. Change it. You fix it. Aggies could win it.
Yoru and Astra, those things get away. Maybe the Aggies will take the lead here in map number 3 on Breeze. To get into the island, let's send it back on over to our casters, Ravish and Gompers.
Wide open sight lines and beautiful arenas of Breeze await us here at Gompers as we get into map 3 of the grand finals of the BO5 for CVAL. Let's get it.
I'm excited. First 2 games. The first game was somewhat of a surprise, but the second one definitely was not something that I was expecting. Obviously, A&M picking out the dub without having to go down to an OT. They kind of just ran with it. So.
Yeah, they did it. I think that's the AD. I think hit on this a lot. I believe it was Invernosis who said there was the big game plan shift from A&M on split.
Yeah.
Was that they just played so far offside, right? And almost every round they would just hit a flood retake.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing was that with the patient plays, there's Sensi, that being Jova more often than not, would just be chilling, playing first contact, and get on his exit. And with that, we'll see that continues forward. Breeze, a lot more open, a lot more contact plays. And we'll see if that continues forward for UST. The patience, will it subside or will it rise? As we look at the compositions, I was expecting deadlock gaming, but I like what I'm seeing so far.
Thank God we don't have deadlock gaming on a map like this one. I think I would cry. People could definitely find a way to make it work, but it's not going to work, guys.
But look
please.
at KHS. Look at KHS.
I kind of make KHS playing on the Yoru is not something I was expecting, though.
Yeah.
It didn't work so well, though, for Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Previously, when they did play on the Yoru against UST, UST were doing very, very well on the attack as well starting off. So this worries me to see for the side of Texas A&M. Is UST going to run with the flow like they did last time, right?
Yeah.
Taking in like a very, very big lead from the start.
And that's the key point you hit on there.
Yeah.
Last time.
Yeah.
Because last time they had Noble in the squad. And with KHS not stepping in, right, we've seen just a massive increase in what they're able to do in terms of the squad they have. But the thing is, it's like we got to think about whether or not they can bring themselves back here, right?
Yeah.
Because Yoru's nice, and the double duelist composition, all the previously relied on individuals here, I imagine we'll see a lot more defaulting, a lot more plays together, and A&M riding high off the win, off a split. We got to see who takes the lead as it comes down to a BO3 essentially.
I mean, there is a definite answer. We are going to a 4th map, so.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right?
But I think for Breeze.
What do you think for Breeze, huh?
Not
what do you
sure,
think?
honestly. I think
That's crazy.
starting off on the defense would have been a very, very much of a stronger option if you're UST. Just because that's, again, not their strongest suit. I think getting that out of the way would have 100%
that's their
put
map
them in a
pick,
good,
right?
put them in a good spot. But
Yeah.
looking as to how things are working out, big aggressive, not aggressive takedown in mid, but definitely looking for picks as they typically do early on Breeze composition. You guys can't see the minimap, but I can.
But I can. I like how you're pointing in their faces like it's like, oh, you don't see what I see, but so I'm better than you. Which
Yes.
isn't very nice. It's not cool even. But instead, what we'll get to see as we look to the load of the game in just a little bit is a couple of things.
Yes.
Number one, our expectations and what I'm looking at, like we said before, in terms of the double duelist, is I'm expecting KHS to play a lot more soul this time and lead the team to such a 3 to 4 stack from a lot of the defenses. When they get attack. For defense, though, we should expect him to play floater naturally, right? As you do on the Yoru, put up TP probably at one site and then have it go to the other in case a site hit does come fast. But knowing UST and how they've shown that they're down to just slow play it and just vibe for a bit, it may remove that effectiveness of KHS to rotate as fast, though. But nonetheless, for now, we'll look to wait and see what they managed to do. And as pistol round in front of us, UST set up by mid.
Okay, Chess. Looking to move forward.
Yeah, a little bit.
Pretty early on. TAMU, though, shutting down majority of the aggression that St. Thomas were looking to push through. Yeah.
And as you're talking about, right? Pick Road State, found the info. He's already on A, but Bing unfortunately gets picked off by Pyramids. KHS not able to find the trade here either. He's stuck on the back towards yellow. But they'll reconvene in halls, if anything, to pop out one by one.
KHS with a big flash. Kind of stopping them in their tracks. They can't do anything. They have nothing to play with here. SayQ shutting them down as well. And again, individual plays, the 1v1 continuously coming forward, but maybe Joba can be the one to clutch up and take some of these shots to come down to it.
Oh, yeah.
With 27 health left, yeah.
Oh.
Possibility! Oh my gosh!
That was nice. Dude, we were looking at it's actually 2v4, right? So the fact that Joba came around through through halls and he went up, relocated to heaven, no one's even paying attention to him. Clears that backside. And the Frosty's like, that's crazy. Bet, I got you. I'll take 2 of my own. Just look at the transfer. That's so nice, man. Boom, boom. Beautiful stuff. And just when I thought that we would get another UST pistol, I get my dreams dashed once again.
Dreams are gone.
Indeed. I have no dreams anymore.
Yeah. St. Thomas played the same way they normally do, actually. But I think Texas A&M, they constantly put like the null command up in A to try to gather information, but I feel like normally you'd have someone pushed up on Texas A&M, so you can already see that they've made a huge difference with their play style because they like to go aggro up towards A.
Yeah.
But they're kind of reading into it this time. In the previous game, it was a huge problem having that null command.
Take flight. And on their anti, they're deciding instead to just play a bit more split apart, right? Just they 3-stack up on a 1-1-3.
Yeah.
In terms of defenses, calling out the points where they want to try to set up to. So A will be the choice for UST. Past the dart and probably the flash look to make their way in, but there's already 2 around here. And KHS can't relocate just yet.
Oh, but they've made the call. Now the site is exactly where they want to go, trying to make their own redemption round with the sheriffs that they have in their hands, but yeah, not going to work out very, very well. The right clicks just aren't hitting, and unfortunately, Aussie Frosty isn't necessarily hitting either. Yeah, KHS trying to redeem themselves, but Nate?
Okay. He's hitting so far. Right, a good job of it. Shot dart hits, and that lands. Lucky spike goes down, just leaves one on the outside, sees one, lands the shot. He's a better gun to do it, though. Jowie, I mean, he knows where they are, but this transfer will not be any effective at all. Just damage on the board. And A&M, at least this time, a lot closer than we saw on split. No flawlesses either. Damage done, UST now. The 2-1 narrative continues.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Man, it's
the
an
shock
anti, man.
dart
What are you
was.
gonna do? Yeah, that was tough.
Was just like, hey, it's a pistol round. You're gonna lose anyway, but let me shock dart you and let me make you feel bad about what's going on. But an actually a bonus round to keep into their pockets. Hero rifle though coming through from KHS on the duelist. So I do like it, especially as they always do like to reach out in mid. So.
Yeah, so I mean. Yeah, naturally, just bring over what they can for the previous rounds and sheriff, right? A deagle, right? So just kind of stuff. And they, so far for UST, they've been switching up how they've been attacking a couple of these rounds already. Because it's been the 1-1-3, and they put out mid early as they do pretty consistently. But considering no one's actually covering Nest, so they have the opportunity to get mid for free, but instead the site is what they want. To get pings towards the back, the wall is put down, and A is where they enter.
They know that A's the site. They got a huge suppression coming off, seeing as to where the Yoru was and how far they pushed up. So Glyph extreme amount of information, but they just can't seem to get past Frosty Frosty with that outlaw. Neither Joba as well. The angles making a difference, but the damage as well. Texas A&M surprisingly, like, just ridiculing St. Thomas.
This is interesting with how they're playing, considering how close, like I was about to say, he's just around the side, and with him getting found, like you're mentioning, they're losing 1 by 1. This is rough. Like the fact they're so close on site, A&M is choke holding them there. It's a 1v1. He's holding, almost had it. Zhaoui, he's just, yeah, there's no time.
Yeah.
They lose all their guns though.
They held on, they played the objective, and they didn't care death or lose, KDA or what, for St. Thomas, which is the exact way that you need to play in this game, especially on a map like Breeze. Like, it really is an aim game type of game, but at the end of the day, the spikes set down. They knew they needed to stall for time, and Zhaoui did an immaculate job at doing just that.
It's... Gomez, I don't know. It's like, this is an interesting idea for what they wanted to try to decide in terms of their actual side hit too. So considering how close they played, they were like, you know what? We'll catch them off guard. But A&M seems to be very in tune with how UST wants to play for most of these rounds. Consider they're catching them and matching the aggression at each corner they're there. So leaving them now on the both sides, like, interesting buys, and at least for A&M, you know, they have Hunter Fury, but aside from that, they're just meandering around with and getting pinged out.
A lot of util that Joba can play off here on the B site, but they want to go a different route instead, trying to attack mid while a slight lurk moves up towards main here for St. Thomas. But how helpful is that going to be? Maybe so. Stuck on the can. Joba is going to get a harsh taste of reality, especially now with the flash coming through, but still having to play with the util, not going to work out. Zhaoui finds a way around it.
But after that too, they also get the ping. The neural theft is nice. You see them all towards the back. Their archers with KHS also found made by Nessa. Second ping as well will give that away. And how do they hold? They only one offside, too close by, and one looking to actually match where KHS is. The Ness, nice pick. But that's one in conjunction as well.
Oh, Bing's just looking for the shots to come through. They had some sort of information, especially off Nabber, which leads into a beautiful shot off the duelist, but the spike is planted down, and what St. Thomas like to do is play for the post plant, play for the information, and play to wait. Play the waiting game. The Hunter Fury, they knew that they had it. They're going to stick onto it to try to get whatever they can. But so much damage, and is it there? Maybe it is Bing managing to make it halfway. And yep, they got it.
Yes, the clutch on that. Holding it the entire way, making it to half and allowing the possibility. But this right here, a post-plant hold and an early Hunters to get one pick. But the thing is, Zhaoi's right at the side, so they actually check both in elbow. And unfortunately, because both die, they're just left to hope that he gets a 2v1, but on the high-low by the stairs, he stopped the defenders, but you're thinking, yo, my team is dead.
Get out of my way.
What I'm supposed to do? Die, I guess. Nice pop though for A&M. Let's see where they take it from here. Sorry, UST, sorry.
There's a opportunity to take in this round, to be completely blunt. I think here, especially with Doug trying to gather some sort of information, well, there is Nate on the other side looking for weapons just to collect on the anti-eco, but it doesn't work out that way. Nabber now utilizing the Hunter Fury, which is, I mean, not really kind of warranted in the moment like this one, especially with the information there. KHS and Joba cleaning it up flawlessly.
If we remember correctly, the AD and even us, we were talking a bit about how, you know, Breeze has been the go-to map.
Yeah.
The end-all, be-all for St. Thomas. And I mean, was it? And Feroz even said, he's like, hey, if they don't get a map initially, Breeze will be their death ground. And right now for A&M, the switch-ups and how they play a lot more default. The consistency from split where they're playing farther back in sight and willing to flood back in after first contact. This is good. Look at the stack right now, bro.
They know where this team is going to push. It's a constant A. I feel like that's where the comfort lies. And
yeah, there's just almost no Bs.
Yeah, and they can play for the post plan there as well. For St. Thomas, they haven't necessarily had an issue with it. Now Nate is trying to recollect themselves, but they're not playing the way they were used to. The fragger of the team, the duelist that makes it happen, and the pop flash that gets AQ turned around.
Spike planted.
It's a nice start so far as they open up the door. Bing sees one. Can he get one more? No, it's just damage put out. There's a chip in the end. Sees the ponytail. And he's playing with food right now. He's in another 2v2.
Staying silent. They're not even playing across. They're playing off that contact now. They've managed to have Zowie slowly jiggle peek the angle, but dug a bit too late. 30 health left on Bing. And the ultimate settles. They want to keep this round, but I don't think that was the best thing. Dog could have sprayed, but they instead decided to walk into the smoke.
Knowing the spike is right on the other side, exactly like you said.
Yep.
He could have just held on the end and waited for them to just walk in and be like, all right, the ping, he'll go and allow himself to play way safer than what needed to happen. But as you saw it spread against him, if he repositions towards entry to A main, it's all good, but nonetheless, that is hindsight as we have a small attack pause. Suppose we can set up real quick.
Yeah.
That's, wow, okay.
They, man, are doing so much better. And I'm not gonna lie, a big portion of why like A&M is just able to play so well against this team is just simply because UST have not changed a single thing in their playbook.
No.
It's like I'm watching the same game as I was the last time they played against each other, right? And that's the biggest fault, because now Texas A&M, they know how to play against this team. They understand the iterations against UST. They know what they're doing with the Yori. They know what they're doing with the Viper, and they know exactly how they like to play. So they're shutting them down every single second. They can't play for the post plan because they know post plan lineups. And then it's like, at the end of the day, they're so settled for it. I hate the fact that you can see me back there.
you don't like back and forth with it. But you're all right though.
Yeah.
And even before the post, we can look at the pre. The entries are being stuffed.
Yeah.
Each time they actually look to walk in, because you see, like, hey, look, it's similar now as well too. They completely removed it from the entrance, and if they manage to make their way in, what happens next?
Yeah.
Right? It's that they remove any semblance of like, okay, I see you guys want to go away. That's crazy. What if we just run into you and do what you're best at is just fight you in your faces? Unexpected off angles and unmatched aggression that has taken them to incredible heights so far.
They're comfortable. I think
comfy.
Texas A&M, again, not much to change. I think they're handling the situation very well. They're having Joba take up more space than is warranted, and I think that's what's working out so well. They're not expecting that on the side of UST. Obviously, Aussie Frosty being set up as the duelist perfectly, by the way, which honestly just works out for the best. And I didn't expect the double duelist composition to work so well, especially with the lack of, not really Sentinel. They have everything they need, but on the defense, to be exact, I feel like it's working out so well in a way that I wasn't expecting. And I think that's because of that flank and because of that space on the map they're taking up.
And the space, like you mentioned, being taken by Joba, right? And to highlight him a bit more, though, Joba, as a player, mentioned how throughout the entire year, how him coming in for A&M, all his teammates have essentially agreed that what he's done for the rest of them is that he's just elevated the team as a whole. And what I mean by that is that he's calming, or allowing players to calm a lot more. The utility usage has been excellent. And his game sense in general has been great. Because he's a player who I've been watching and even casting to all the way from for almost 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Near the beginning of Valorant. So he understands the flow and the change of pace of the game, and the fact that he's been able to bring that to this team here, a near Pug squad who were lost about 2 weeks ago, getting to the Yoda by the side, and now we're looking at them just, like taking confident plays, 3 rounds, but like almost 5 rounds in a row at this point, and considering on a map pick which they looked, frankly, not good on at all. Like it lost on, I would say. It seems like the map is in front of them. A&M look good.
That's pretty much it, guys. That's a wrap. No, I'm kidding. It is. They look incredibly good in a way where I feel like.
I like the leaning going on.
I know, thanks. What's up, guys? And they look incredibly good in a way where I feel like it's going to be pretty hard to come back from this. Just, man, it's like, I guess it really is the setup, I feel like. They get the post plan. It's looking great, but I feel like they're just not expecting the amount of plays that I feel like A&M have accumulated in the playbook. The things that, and you know what's interesting, actually? They don't even have a coach, guys.
Dude, they don't have a coach. They don't have a facility. They don't really have funding for the team either. They don't have a manager. They barely have a sub. They're just here. They just come here and they vibed and they got it done. It's just like, because again, they're a club team, right? So everything they do also has been on them. The scrims they poke, the time they play, the reviews they VOD. It's just them. It's just them.
Yeah. It's, and listen, I guess things are working out because they have a very, very good understanding as to what they needed to work on. And Aussie Frosty scares me. I think once your duelist is on their A game, it's almost like nothing else matters, to be honest. It's just, hey, run in and do whatever the heck you want.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna complain.
I mean, no searching. But again, it's not even just Frosty, right? We're also looking at KHS too, who highlighted the entire day. The super sub.
Yeah.
Played for the team 2 years ago and came back in just a week right before their big match against Blinn and managed to honestly show a team that's in Challengers what's up in a 3-1 fashion, taking them here.
Yeah, Marshall comes out looking for a pick. Down in mid, they're just making noise to have somebody peek out of Impatience, but it's not going to work. Yeah, KHS playing with Impatience and now finally having a flash come through, and they've managed to make some of the damage work.
This is good. Nate's so low here, so we have to be a lot more careful about what kind of peeks he match he takes. But look at SayQ wide swinging with a Sheriff in 2024. Brother in Christ, I respect it. He gets punished by the end of it because look at the odds that's going on for Frosty. It's a 1v3, though, but I think UST could be happy with the damage that was done. And Glyph shuts it down, but bear in mind, still 2 alive, op in their hands. UST is still pushing the envelope and ensuring they're not completely comfortable with what A&M is doing.
Weren't expecting this, honestly. I don't think St. Thomas were expecting the performance that they're giving out right now. I think they're definitely finding it very, very hard to play on the attack at this moment. Which, isn't this like an attacker's sided map? Which is the main concern. The fact that they're performing not very well on the attacker side, and not to mention Texas A&M, they just get better when they switch. It's like, and it's terrifying, when you're looking at the results here.
Yeah, I find it a trend in collision, right, where we'll label a lot of teams as second half teams because it takes a bit for them to really just get fired up and understand what they want to do with the comp of the map they're playing. But currently, A&M have just been like, they're just a team, bro. They're just a both half team, which means they're good. And you see right now taking a bit to find the groove of things on the attacking side. What I want to look at this round, though, is I want to see personally as to how I'd like to go back to B, because it's been a while since they've been there, right? And with an actual gun round. And they're looking to move into main with nothing on the outside. And no KO around them either. No more map space taken. They want to just move straight through past the wall. Interesting.
Yeah, but the wall set down in B, and so much site for util. So this is prepped perfectly for KHS to just hold the site, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Despite the suppression coming through, the location given away, they're still going to fight this down, although unfortunately not able to keep themselves alive.
Heavy investment around here already with both null command and no theft here, but like you very much needed. Remember, A&M still have the op alive, the 100 put out by Doug, the triple investment of the ultimate, but gets shut down by Joba on the arches. Joba comes around, it's just not hard. No, doesn't hard clear, and that we pointed out before has been the pitfall at times for A&M to fall in quick succession, and Zhaoui holds it down.
Ultimates start to come out for St. Thomas.
Yeah.
So Viper Spit playing a huge role into the economics of what Texas A&M were trying to not do, is lose money, and money's lost. Austy Frosty, trying to hold on to the op, which
natural.
Yeah,
makes sense. I agree.
Big money that I don't have. Neither do they.
That's okay. We can go band for band later. I'll show you how many dollars I have in singles. And
why singles, Brav?
Because I'm broke.
You're also single. The way I just attacked you there.
Yo, that's all right. That's okay. All I knew is me, myself, and I, and a good old beach view, as I see in front of me. Right, calm, cool waves. As once again, UST back onto the A side. They have been kind of almost perma going here too, especially besides the quick touch-ups. A heavy investment round last time, but when the ulti works out to stop the bleeding. But can they recreate it without as much of an investment and things backing them in this one? Look a minute.
Ooh, no, Zhaoui.
Yeah.
Almost didn't get it there for KHS, but I mean, good reposition with a TP is going to manage to find themselves back at A. So they know where everybody is slightly residing for St. Thomas. They know the A site might be the push they want to move for, but a big wall actually dividing majority of these players here from A&M.
Yeah, they just, it's cutting up down the middle here, essentially, like right into the entrance of A, and they haven't any halls control here either. So they're just kind of fighting around the corners through doors, and Pictor works out. Long range for Seikyu, big stuff, but Nabber instead steals it back once more. The moment the limelight taken away as Aussie Frosty finally comes in and joins the action. Through mid, a 2v3. We're ADS in 1 by 1. Doug finally gets involved, but it's still 2v1 by the end here.
Oh no! Cliff just can't hold on, dude. Texas A&M. What did y'all eat on the break? 15 minutes?
Hopefully not what we
for a Gatorade and some chips? That's crazy.
How do you say chips in Spanish?
Papas.
Man, I like that.
I think that's how you say it.
That is, I like that. I like me some salt and vinegar papas.
Is it papas or is that fries?
You would know.
Is that fries? Either way, chips and fries, that's how you say it in British. So.
Chips and fries. That's
I mean chips. You just say chips.
No, it doesn't matter anymore.
Okay.
You're uncultured, but let's try to learn more about what's happening here instead. This is an early knife out, no one closer once again, because this isn't with how we're taking to A. And the same wall, though, cuts off the middle, but Glyph gets caught so early.
Looking at dash for Nate, so maybe looking for an aggressive pick. Yeah, and that's got to be a beautiful one. Nabber goes down A&M trying to hold on, but it's Seikyu and Nate that can't fight against Bing. The Nate's looking for it, but it won't be there. It's KHS cleanup crew, 7-2.
Dude, what are we talking about? My man on the Viper, gosh darn Big Chi Ling, keeps it cold as his name.
Heck yeah.
And removes the rest from his sights.
Like John Cena, you can't see him.
I mean, they saw him, they didn't shoot him, that's the issue.
Listen.
What, I'm listening, what's up?
It's because of the Big Chilling joke.
Nice, yeah, I made that already because ice cream.
I know, but John Cena.
No, it's just, we can't, but.
Okay, never mind.
Anyways, so what I was saying was, right? Look, he repositioned back from up top of heaven to stairs, and he's just bobbing between stairs and yellow.
Yeah.
Up and down like he's getting in his cardio because it's hot girl summer. And then like he's on the Stairmaster, and people are like, all right, Shorty, you do you, I'ma do me. But then they die because of that.
But there are no hot girls because Nabber nabbed them all.
He's on his team, though.
Bing. Waiting. I like that.
Waiting is so good. But now he's Bing rotating into Bing shooting, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Bing rotating again.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, KHS?
Dude, KHS is just spamming.
It's the same angle again. That whole before is right by stairs. They're just getting domed by that, man.
What can they do? I mean, they've heard drop. Yeah, Aussie Frosty just watching it with Op. So now they know the Op is there. I mean, they knew from the start, but now they know that it's there in that particular space.
Yeah.
And if they want to push over towards A, they could, but possible rotation already pushed through. KHS not looking for anybody to make way on their site, but presence detected in a beautiful way for Glyph to say, hey, we're taking this 1v1 mono, mono. And KHS just runs away with a 4K. Huge clearing from the Yoru themselves.
Dude, because here's the thing, right? Because already in the beginning when they were right by A, it's a walk in, but them losing 2, that gave the chance for Aussie Frosty to just move past window into mid.
Yeah.
And the fact that they were already backing up, they lost all space to rotate or even try to make their way into B as a possibility. So instead, they were like, all right, I guess we're stuck here. And commit they did, and walk through smoke they had to. Unfortunately, setting up for a close 9-3 half, possibly. I want to see what the buy looks like for UST, possibly, just to see what they're working with. Probably not great.
Yeah. Gonna walk up. That Nate's ready for. And they didn't give away to that yet, actually. Flash coming through. They know that that's the decoy teammate. What are you doing is what he's saying right now.
Yeah.
But they back off.
They just they've got to just get this base up here again. And a similar story this time. Although it wasn't the full committal, they've now had to go back and re-clear mid again because they have to be afraid of Aussie Frosty holding that down by holding the op here nearby. So they're not slowly working their way in to take some space back, but because they know they haven't necessarily seen whether he repositioned or not, so they're just gonna go through spawn or right through, right to B, and now they got to be scared once more. How do they make the entry?
I mean, can they even make the entry at this point, especially with Joba? In the same spot, though, I feel like with this iteration, they're going to get used to it, but pulled back immediately is Nade, and Joba finds opportunity! But the Hunter's Fury to push back, they fought off 2, keeping down on the B site.
Indeed, and so now with this, right, they've now managed to cement themselves 3 strong against 5, but it's just 3 against what feels like almost an entire army currently. Satiated around pillar, stones as their backing, but bricks crumble, so do walls, and so might they.
Thank you so much, Hypoc. Oh, collateral from Austie. That pretty much makes this whole entire game worth it of a watch. They can pick up the Vandal, but they're not doing it. They trust themselves too much. And they're continuing, but they know somebody's on the left-hand side. They don't know where to fight this classic not in hand, but Jordy, too difficult to win the fight with the right click from Seikyu.
No time to relocate, and he pops up the same time with the shorty, and they meet each other above the wall like, surprise, what's up? Get domed, indeed. But the thing is, too, is unfortunately because of how slow he had to go and walk in, Frosty wouldn't have been able to find much either because you heard the spike taken away. It would have been too late as it is, even if he managed to find 2 there right away.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, a 9-3 half. It's there have been connotations
That was
about
really
it,
good
but
Spanglish, by the way.
thank you.
Welcome.
I know enough to pretend. Let's see what goes in front. Oh my God! Let's see what they do. But KHS just straight up is like, all right, yeah, it was good. Let's fight.
No, they. If there's anyone that could play your very well, I feel like it's KHS for sure. I've really appreciated just the confidence really moving forward in this game.
Indeed. KHS said that all the teammates said that he's the most online and the most chronically brain rotted. So I bet
Perfect
you he was like, guys, let's go fight. I have Skibbity Ohio Riz right now. Let's go. That was so cringe. I'm so sorry.
Ban Rav from
That was actually awful. I promise I'll never say it
Mute
again.
his
It felt
mic.
wrongs coming out. But he said it, and I wanted to say it too, man.
Glyph
It was awful. I'm so sorry.
with the suppression. It's not okay. With the suppression
I
going.
apologize profusely.
10 health
Yeah.
off of Nate. Actually, still watching.
Wait, season?
No, but it's not going to happen. They can't get the headshot. It's Texas A&M
Yeah.
that pretty much just run away with shots. Time. Overtime.
Ah.
I caught myself.
Yeah, it's a consistency that cannot be replaced. And a pitfall that UST just seemingly falls deeper and deeper into. Fires and guns going their way. Something that UST has praised himself on. The confidence to peak any angle. The ability to play against any disadvantage. And the gusto to swing whenever they feel like it. They're being matched. They're being stopped. And they're being held in a drought with no oasis in sight. The desert in them has carried with points, ults, and more.
Here. We're going to make... Having a big play, moving over towards A. Yoru getting aggressive. KHS
nice.
that can't seem to keep a hold on the attack with the right click from Zhao. He's shutting him down. Regardless, though, anti-eco round for St. Thomas and no way to hold on. But 10-3, Texas A&M. I told you they look at spectacular on the attack as well.
I agree.
So they could pretty much just run away with this as they please, which it seems like that might be the play.
And you mentioned already here, numbers, right? That's statistically Breeze attacker favorite map. And when we saw from the previous games as well in their history, and much more comfortable, in fact, on the side too. And that's the best part about this.
Yeah.
Because now with them playing way more chill, this leaves UST in a do-or-die situation. If this round is not taken, and it was close round of the half, it stops any potential for a run back. They're on a save again against a match points, and A&M potentially one away from series point as well. They need this round to stay alive.
It's not going to be given easy, though.
Oh, of course not.
Texas A&M going for the aggressive approach, knowing that the closer angles might be the
Straight
best
rocket.
one, but SayQ already
nice.
shutting down two. Molly in hand. They could utilize that to try to cut off some of these corners,
Nice.
but KHS, and everybody else shut down on the side of Texas A&M, 11-4. Not bad, but not very good.
So somewhere in the middle. Thanks. Okay, but like you're saying, it was just a confident just run and play that they decided to do, and especially because it was on, it was on the bonus that they had, right, the buy-up for UST, so they walked in, decided to get what they could, which unfortunately wasn't much, but it's okay. But on SayQ this time, though, on the anchor, right, it was said before that ways to take down UST at most points, like, you know what, if SayQ's on the site, just get at him. Get active, free plays, but he's moving wrong so far. A good start, but UST still have a long way to go before they make anything substantial happen in this game.
Not pushing yet, though.
No?
A&M keeping patience, but waiting for the ultimate to be pulled through. KHS finding some space with the dimensional drift and actually information as well. The pop flash to try to assist with the backside stab coming through from Naber, and KHS with another one.
I was about to say, no shot, he picks once more, right? Because look, there's three back, the repossessions goes back to the outside. And now here, they're all in a line, just straight ready to walk in through bridge, now down through stairs, not pinged just yet, but damage being put down is good so far. A&M still good at 5.
Two players waiting to push and settle for it, but wall goes down, and no comms off that, which is unfortunate because they should have known what was going on down towards Storms. Yeah. But 2v2, post-plant scenario, can they play for it? Joba around the back, but they're not going to wait for it! They're gonna eliminate everybody and clean up for that match point.
A&M, ready and waiting to silence all with one more round in their sights. A 3v5 that almost score wary.
Yeah.
But one thing you gotta remember, man, one thing you gotta keep in your dome piece is that boy Joba is scary. It's not even Halloween yet. I'm terrified. The way he's been playing, the comms, the util, like you mentioned, it's looked immaculate.
Yeah.
And I want to see more.
There's not a lot going on A. I think this is perfect for A&M. They've been settling for the A site, knowing what they're capable of. But Doug having trouble finding Bing. And damage coming through, so Bang might not be able to survive to see the day. But still ultimate ready, so they can just wait for maybe a teammate to get a pick, then play off that.
Wait, Aussie Frosty's made his way all the way through tunnel. He's on 8. He has an upward sightline here as well too, so if he can get one, it would be huge, but unfortunately, set up on with 3 rounds, it's a bit too for them to handle. So he's just stuck on the outside. And every time I'm like, yo, A&M, that was crazy. What are they doing? We get this. We get, unfortunately, a bit of a disjointed round and one that, makes you reconsider. Like, okay, all right, this was sure was something. But being left alone, 20 health.
30 seconds left.
Once, and with no spike, it's kind of just vibing. Just checking B at this point, man. I mean, you would have tried to save here, maybe try to flank around, but yeah, I don't think he gets to get out of this personally.
10 seconds left.
He's chilling.
Yeah. Would you say he's? No, you want? We're not gonna say it.
Chilling like a Bing.
Okay. Like the Microsoft Edge search engine.
Yes.
Bing. Everyone's favorite search engine. Did you know that the top rated search on Bing is down Google Chrome?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was one of them. Texas A&M, bro. Like, still stuck on match point. I've noticed a trend where, like, when people go to match point,
trends. I like trends.
they kind of just like for some reason can't just close it out like
It's like chess.
in the moment.
Yeah. Like chess, you need good, like everyone has a strong early, decent mid, end games are weak at times, but maybe that might be the case. They're not a save here though, but want to start off, but trade nonetheless. Awful flash here too, KHS, he opens this up, he's not checking. On for it. Gun was there, but a 3v3 by the end of it, guns recovered.
Just expected because the door was closed, nobody was watching, but you gotta clear your angles. AQ knows as well.
Yep.
What angles to clear?
I mean, they know that they gotta just pretty much go back, try to commit to A here. He's still just sitting by mid, and again, all right, Bing, by himself, just, having a grand old time. We said it was a save, right? So we did kind of expect this. If anything, they got 3, so it's not the worst, They got some eco frags, but here, A&M, let's see, Bing dies in 3, 2, 1. Bye.
And Nate?
Nathaniel, if you will.
Starting to pick things back up again. I mean, 7-13, not the best KDA for a duelist, especially on a map like Breeze, but I think it's just been difficult, like always getting constantly shut down by Joba on the flank, down in mid, in places that you wouldn't expect. And I feel like, especially now on the attack, there hasn't been the opportunity for there to be that element of surprise. Always waiting for the Cypher.
Here's the thing with it, though. I'm willing to try to understand, or like maybe just even Hops some copium to see if this is a UST comeback, but I need to get to 8 to do so. For that flash in aggressive plays. Nothing Punisher though, as a drone as well. He managed to catch one. Arctis Fury, there it is. Ping, but he gets out, yeah.
Ooh. It's so close to catching Glyph. But after being on A site so many times, they know that players like to push up inside of tunnels here, and they might just find it a close whiff.
Yeah.
But Austin gets it.
And now it's UST not checking the angles, not expecting Austin to be there, because he's managed to walk in, walk in a tunnel like that, like so many times, and Willis getting his pick is nice. Seikyu again with the hold. He's been playing for 2 different sides, and it's just a wall bang to finish him off. Meanwhile, KHS punishing the back to 2v3.
Playing with what they have, but not a lot to play with. I'm surprised the economy is so bad. You would have expected it to be way better, but they're not expecting somebody to come from the top. Wallbang is all they need. 4 health left. And they have everything done. 1 shot left to make it happen. 13-4. Actually, 13-6. Sorry. I can't count or read.
Oh my God. And again we say, that's Bing. That's Bing again to finish things off. Stays cold, stays cool. The name rings true. And that's 2 right now for A&M.
4th game. Needed to be had, but a big victory from this team. Dude, like, complete turnaround. Again, like, last time they played Breeze, it was a 13-8. And they didn't win. So it's a big turnaround. You could definitely see they alter their strap hook a little bit, but you can also see that UST didn't. It was very, very similar to the way they typically played, and it really did feel like I was watching the same team.
Exactly that, right? Because the change-ups have been immaculate. We talked about it before on the desk, and like we're talking about just what we might see A&M, the change-ups from being one person has allowed them to default more. He's also mid-rounding and calming a lot more too. More solo plays allows the rest of the team to be a lot more free. And the confidence that someone's out there looking out for them, watches their back, the omniscient presence of the Yoru on Breeze, a map. I find many people had a very USP-sided, but we're not the only ones who might be as shocked as you all are, right? Considering match point in front of us in this B05, we'll see if Ada closes it out. Desk, what are we thinking? Are we flabbergasted? What's going on? Yo!
Back to the studio, everyone, and Texas A&M. I have no idea what they're thinking. You know who doesn't know either? UST, because they just got hit with yet another surprise. Degon alongside Infernosis and Jackson. We said at the beginning of this pregame, we wanted to see something different.
Yeah.
We didn't want to see Astra. We didn't want to see Yoru. Surprise, we got to see Yoru, no Astra. And what a massive difference it was with KHS.
Honestly, the smokes are just a detriment to your team in this map. The only controller you need is Viper, and she's hardly a controller half the time with the Poison Cloud now, especially with the nerf not being able to recollect it, right? The smokes just separate sight lines too much. You don't need to do it. You just need to have a little bit more initiation power and need a little bit more just oomph. And they provided that with the Yoru essentially as a secondary initiator, not having Osti on that role and letting Osti play something that they're truly comfortable with, like that Jet. Just elevated this team to a new level. They went from a team that was crawling that first map, they're soaring off, and they're very, very ready to send it into the next map and possibly take this game.
Jackson, what did you make of that crazy dominant? This is the most dominant game we've seen so far on Breeze.
I mean, in that first half, Osti Frosty, I believe they finished the half 16-5, which is absolutely insane. Now, their stat line, they kind of evened out a little bit on the offense, but that makes sense. As a Jet player, you are the bait when you entry in, right? But who actually stepped up after that was Bing chilling. 14-7 to end with 14 assists is just absolutely nuts.
Yeah, normally we're saying Joba is the KDA player, which you need out of your Cypher, staying there, 15-11 for him. But Bing, huge clutch plays.
Yeah. they say Texas A&M players have that clutch gene, and Bing finally says, I can do it. Whether it was the value they brought as the weapons master that they consider them to be, or it's the value they bring just as that huge trick, the player that can do a lot of things, mostly that omen, but they can flex themselves successfully on something else. It was very impressive, especially when you know just how much Bing typically plays the omen. Seeing them off of that and seeing them do well, butterflies.
Yeah, and you could, right here, ult usage to get control. They had such a massive early lead. You wonder how much here, Jackson, jumping out to that big of a lead was a morale boost for them.
Yeah, and I definitely caught UST off guard as well, because the last time that they played this map, UST absolutely dominated on their attack. But it seemed that this time there was just no answer for the way that KHS was actually site anchoring as a yo.
Yeah, one thing that you liked about that was the setup on A compared to last time. Only one person on A compared to before where they had two.
Yeah, no, sometimes even three. It was a way too heavy of a stack. They strong-armed the A side 7 times out of the 12 rounds they played on that defense. And almost every single time they stronged it, it was the Yoru and it was your initiator just right at Cave. No assistance there for the rotate off towards B. It felt very lackluster, and your Yoru just doesn't bring very much value because you had to play them like a duelist because you were playing a single duelist. Giving KHS the freedom to essentially just be a VTOL with their ults and to allow them to just send out flashes, get into space, take control of areas, and play essentially as an initiator with a little bit of power behind it to flex it, and my goodness, did KH do it.
Yeah, and not that we need to go back to the report cards, but the one thing that you said to give a higher grade in First Bloods was getting the duelist to do it. Well, Osty Frosty 4 First Bloods, on the opposite side, KHS 5 First Bloods, and when you have your duelist making plays like that, then Bing in that final replay that we got to see with the wall bang on the Guardian in a 1v3 ends up winning it to close it on out. No more funny business. And now the Aggies on the precipice of a huge, huge upset of UST. And we spend most of this time getting into Texas A&M's success. UST, you got to look at the bottom of the scoreboard over there. Nate, we had another one about 8 and 14. Glyph, you know, we spelled it out, GLYPH. It was not so GOOD in that last one. Well, what happens when those two guys who are your hot players just shut down?
Team that frags together has to win together, and if they're not fragging together, you're not winning together.
Absolutely, and I think this is a good time to really hone it down a little bit as a team. UST in the past has had some, you know, tilt issues, and we are starting to see the little times we get player cams, we are seeing UST is just a little bit flustered. They don't look like they're playing with the same confidence that they had in the upper finals, right? So during this little break that they get before they run into sunset, really need to just cool it down and make sure that their comms are on point.
Yeah, well, we have a bit of an insight here as we're on match point on how the players think they will defeat their opponent. So let's take a listen.
Yeah, so as long as we're calm, relaxed, we have, you know, every once in a while you're going to have a bad round. If we can reset ourselves, continue to play round by round, we're gonna win this entire thing for sure.
I would have to say good vibes, because if we have good vibes, then confidence will come naturally. We'll have fun playing, so we'll be shooting better, more communication, stuff like that, compared to if we had bad vibes, then it would be quiet and less confident.
Probably just mental fortitude, just keeping our heads in the game. Even if stuff doesn't go our way, we just got to keep the mental straight and make sure that we just keep the stuff going.
Not losing to ourselves. I think we're better.
I think it will be resilience. And my answer is that because in a game of Valorant, a lot of it is like momentum based, and with mental and physical resilience, especially in a best of 5, if we keep a better mental than them, we will be able to beat them.
Well, that's what they thought is needed to win. We thought for the Aggies to win, they needed to get to maps 4 and 5. They needed to get to Sunset and Ascent, because those were their strong ones. Now they're in it 2-1. They're one map away here from becoming the CVAL champions, the second ever CVAL champions here, Scott.
Yeah, that's how they won in the winter finals way back, right? A couple months ago, they won map 1. They had a bad map 2 and 3, and they had to come back for 4 and 5. That was their win condition, and we're seeing the exact same thing here. But now with maps we know they're very good at. Yes, they lost on this next map. They lost on Sunset in the upper finals. It's the third map. It was a bit of a problem for him, but it was the closest map out of all of them. It was a landslide and icebox. They got dominated in the first half on Breeze. You don't see any of that here. And now you're heading into a map you were already good on previously. When you're already heated up, it feels like a lock for the A&M side. It feels like they have to lose by losing themselves to actually take it and have force a 5.
I'm only laughing because that feels like a cast and curse here because, again,
hey, I'm an analyst today.
Breeze was supposed to be a lock for the opposite side for UST, but the South struggled. How do they pull themselves out of this one here, Jackson?
So, interestingly enough, on Breeze, we saw Texas A&M use a lot of the strategies that UST had used against them during their upper finals match, right? We see those double wraps. That's something that I believe you pointed out Nate loves to do, as well as Corsonics at the same time. So they really need to replicate that, especially on a huge map like Sunset. And they have to keep in mind that this was a map that was the closest in the series for the upper finals. So it's not like Texas A&M struggle on this, right? And with this new addition of KHS bringing so much smoke, UST really has to be careful in how they approach this.
I'm coming back to you, Jackson, one more time. You're putting on the role of Nova, Coach Nova over there. You got to give the motivational speech. Your back's against the wall. What do you say to the players for UST?
I think they really need to, well, as UST, you should double down on your history. There's so much between the two teams, and UST has beat them time and time again. It's that, in fact, in the last 3 best-of-5s, they have wiped them completely. So you need to play into that, remember your strengths, and just execute the game plan. Don't get flustered by all of this flash that KHS and Aussie Frosty have been bringing out. You have a playbook, you stick to it. It's worked before, it will work again.
Coach Infernosis, what's the opposite side here for the Aggies to make history and buck the trend of losing the last 3 best-of-5s against UST?
Keep the game plan. That's what it comes down to. They have blind faith in Aussie Frosty, and right now KHS has stepped into the system and as an out-of-system player has filled into a perfect system themselves. And you have just created a formula that works. If you break that formula, if you break that mold, it's just going to trickle through so much easier for the UST side. Fix it, keep it steady, stay strong. Don't let your mental tilt, because right now UST is failing to recover that mental, and that's your perfect game.
Yeah, the kids from College Station are very much on the precipice of making history. And again, the in-state rivalry has been hot. They've played against each other multiple times, very similar to what we had in the League of Legends Championship yesterday between the two schools from St. Louis. They're an hour apart. They're familiar. They see each other all the time in the other tournaments. It is very, very exciting now how this meta is starting to evolve, how we're starting to get heroes and villains, and now it's time to see, is this it? Will the Aggies close it out now, or will UST be able to find their way back on in? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Ravish and Gompers to close it on out.
Desk. That is exactly what we're thinking. Because considering we're here at the precipice of something great, Gompers. A&M, a club team. No coach, no club, no coach, no rooms, no funding, no manager. Not much except vibes and dreams in front of them. It's crazy.
I don't know how to feel right now. And I love how Dagon said to close it out. Dagon, we're on the 4th game.
Yeah, it's not yet. What do you mean? Relax. Dagon, you might be biased. I feel like. I don't know. I feel like you're insinuating things that you don't mean, and which I don't like. I resent that. I reject the premise. No thanks. I'm good.
Potential for something more.
Are you an old Western? Like, listen here. That's what's up.
Yeah.
We're seeing A&M and both UST setting on up to get into the potential final game of the night, though. It's been great so far. And I want just a little bit more from each of these sides, right? It's been so fun to experience how A&M has evolved through the entire day, in fact, from the first map, the mid is so close to just dominance.
Yeah.
It manifests through each and every single other map we saw.
Yes.
Our feet.
This next map too. I don't know. We're going over to, I believe, Sunset.
We're going to Sunset. Yes, a map they were strong on even before, in fact. So
yeah,
it'll be a tough time. But I mean, I know we're excited about it. What I want to hear, yo, homies in the crowd, you excited about the next game? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is that a cowbell? All right, I respect it. Sure, yeah. It's hey, if you guys are enjoying what you hear in the games, could I get a quick yippee? Nice, thank you. Yippee!
Oh wow, the cowbells are great. I wish I had one of those.
I love that. It's so good.
I would definitely be having immense amounts of fun with the cowbell right now.
100%. I would be ringing nonstop. I think every round anybody wins, I'm like, yeah.
But yeah, we got two teams who were having a very, very hard time playing against each other. And I think they're pretty surprised at that. This next map, though, might be the decider, whether or not A&M managed to just, get rid of the streak of UST winning every single time. So
that's the thing, because look, they have not been able to beat them since the spring of last year, right? Going all the way back to 2023. It's been 3-0s for the past 2 games, in fact. And the fact that we now stand here, this next BO5, where we're looking at just almost 3 maps in a row for an A&M team with a new player that came in a week ago.
Yes.
And fit into the squad after the team they've had for almost the entire year, switch up their strats, a new style of calling, and they now stand near the top. What a time to be alive.
What a time for the Agent Select. We're heading into it, finally.
That's right.
Looking at who's playing what. The Gecko taking place. The
Gecko.
Breach, the Double Initiator comp. And is it a mirror composition, Joba, please?
No. There's no way. If there's one thing I know about Big J, the IGL, and the man who wants it the most, is that we're not seeing no mirrors. We're not talking to nobody there.
Yeah.
There's no reflection, because there's one agent I know we have yet to see from this side that we'll see here today is going to be a woman.
Yes.
With blonde hair.
Yes.
Blue eyes.
If you can hear me, yes. Lock it in.
Lock it in. Come on,
No.
Joe. No. That's not what you want. Stop lying to us. Lock it in. Yeah, come on.
I love this. This is like I'm playing like a game show right now.
She has a net. 2 of them, in fact.
Dude, you should say like cowbells for.
Yeah. If you guys want to see Joba lock in deadlock, can I get some cowbells real quick?
All right, I'm leaving the desk right now.
Thank you. And he didn't do it. He lied.
He did lie.
Okay, can we get sad cowbells that are upset?
I love
like,
cowbells.
come on. That's okay, I understand. Mirror compositions, and remember, homies, we're playing on patch 4.1.0, right? It's right before, sorry, we're playing on patch 8.8, my bad, I spoke. Where right before all the Viper changes happen. This is what we've been playing on the entire split of CVAL. You want to make sure to stay consistent.
Yes.
And then some.
Changes.
Change.
What might the changes look like? Is
What might change here
KHS.
now and today?
On the Gecko. Leading
the
Austin
Gecko.
Frosty, which by the way has been playing like Nate normally does.
You know, that's a compliment. I respect it.
Now it is. Nate is very, very good. It's just
He is very good, yeah.
I think Aussie Frosty has literally just been like denying pretty much everything. Very, very early on.
The team as well. I talked to them a bit right before this too. They're mentioning how they've been waiting for Austin to get active, and he has been. But KHS himself mentioned how he was feeling himself after the Yoru game. And the confidence may just persist here as we get into the infamous beach site on Sunset.
Ooh.
Spike planted.
Spraying through a smoke with a frenzy. Such an interesting choice at that angle.
Yeah.
But I think Zarya's more so looking for some of that damage. Knows where the trips are set out, but they could just wait. for the team to slowly make their way up. All Nabber needs to do is honestly try to make these right clicks work, but TAMU in a good position. But managing to make the damage happen. The fault line pushing back, but then again, maybe the mosh pit can do the damage, but it won't. So many players stuck in the extremities here, and they can't seem to win out the fight with 32 health left on KHS.
Nice.
And it's Nate with a pistol round. Are they back?
They may just be back. The yelling on stage is a big win, the big round win for them. The second pistol in this series, translating to more potentially. But what we see from here is that, number one, for A&M, right, the sight hole was a bit tougher because there was smoke on the outside, also not on the bomb either.
Yes.
And two, UST do what they do best. They moved in as for. They decided, all right, let's fight. Just shots galore and then nothing more. Coming out on top, buys, right, the Spectres, a Bulldog, and even a Stinger as well too. I like this. No one going for no big hero rifle play. I don't mind that at all. For A&M, keeping it consistent. Sight holes, 3-2 split. Mid is wide open though.
Actually, so many players just waiting.
Yeah.
Trying to make it a play with initiative, I'm assuming, but they wanted to smoke this up to maybe cancel out some of the vision here, find themselves some space. But UST read into the play from Texas A&M and actually shut them down in a couple seconds. Unfortunately, the flank coming up towards B to create some of that space not working out too well.
Yeah, no, not ideal for sure. But I mean, it's their like, dude, like it's the bonus, right? What are you gonna do? As we're
yeah.
I believe there's a spot he missed he wanted to take care of. But he, for an A, but nice little upswing for UST and more confidence on their side, if anything. And I had this feeling that this might just not be the last map we see here, Conference. I have a feeling inside my bones, but.
Rav.
What?
If you say one more word. I'm kidding.
What'll you do? You'll find, what do you do? Will you like, you know, like kick me off the desk, or is that?
Physically kick you off the desk. Spartan you. You will be caught.
We'll be fine.
But I guess Nate is gone as well.
Yeah.
As well as Aussie Frosty. Can't seem to make the entry work.
Good trade.
Which is unfortunate, but Paranoia is still readily available for the ASAP, but they know how many players are here. They're still looking for it.
And they're just playing pretty much as for at this point, right? They're starting to perk up too. The reclear coming out from the side of UST is they find no one. They're anticipating the rotation, but they're slow moving over to C. Omen is around and notice there's nobody there, so they're just gonna rush over, anticipate, hoping that they should be coming to this, but it should be the double back here.
Yeah. Heavy amounts of copium on the side of Texas A&M.
That's the
looking to move themselves up towards A, but yeah, they've actually. Oh, and this is set so low that they can just jump over this.
Yeah, we're calling a fake copium. I respect it. Yeah, that's crazy.
30
So
seconds left.
they must be anticipating them looking to walk in right now. They're hoping that it'll probably be just a slow play. Smoke drops. He hears it. Cypher looks to move on over. 4v4 as the spike goes down in neutral. Let's see how the comeback is in for UST.
Having to figure out who's there. Oh, I was about to say, they do have the Dizzy to try to see what's going on, but the push is so unwarranted. KHS didn't even gather information as to who was there, but they still managed to wide swing. Nabber now trying to fight back with two players with a wide swing, but he's not watching. Bing keeps hold of the site and leaves Joba not knowing where Glyph is. Either way, the smoke dissipation happens and they have the crosshold on lock.
As soon as the smoke dissipates, it is kind of chalk for Glyph. But he's hoping he can stay in here until, and just die to the spike, and almost an ace for the IGL. But bear in mind, that was their buy-up right now in A&M, so at least they'll be able to get some things, but it's light shields galore on the attacking half.
Big moves, big changes. That scared me a little bit, though. It got scared, didn't want to die, so ended up leaving Ping to, get a 3K like that. And that was so risky, but might have been the winning move.
Easy possibility, for sure. But leaves us once again wondering what is to hold for A&M. They'll work their way back into B, but they smoke towards actually near spawn. We do see Xiaoyi around the corner, waiting for the peek in as well. Could he look to find one more? Frosty, they're gonna check the corners. He's up against 2. Target selection, unfortunately, a bit soft there. Gets taken down, 2v3, not impossible yet.
Aber not looking to actually do anything other than hold the angle, but yeah, St. Thomas shutting them down 3-1. Just,
Yeah.
I mean, simply because I guess right here Glyph is just doing a way better job playing that initiator and keeping the team pushed out.
Yeah, the concuss on the entry as well was excellent.
Yes.
They came out from their side, so they just managed to get 2 up on top of that. So just knowing that A&M wants to play these close corners so far, because if you remember, Sunset has been the map that's been the closest between both of them, and they've played it the most as well in this series. So right away from that, they'll be able to, like get a good read on what they want, on how A&M exactly does want to hold. And it's these cheeky angles, but I wonder if they decide to change things out here. They're not looking to stack here instead, but the post plan has been what's been the most trouble for them so far.
They put a camp down, but they picked it back up on B. And I think they cleared the angle. But even now, with Nate watching the A site, there still is some sort of remnants of A&M over towards mid and B, trying to make their way past this, so they do take out Seikyu, and this is going to be huge as long as they have that Thrash to make its way. But even then, leaving it in a position where they can recollect it, yeah, might be the best.
Yeah, clear out. They clear out all of elbow.
I know exactly.
And we'll see once more a neural theft given over. Yeah, this is big. Commit Thrashless once again onto the side to clear out the corner. He still managed to get one bing, but still alive. Now KHS looking to get active and looking to find even more. Frosty got Nate still alive. What a flick from him, but he's caught.
Turn around! An ace that might come through! Oh! 1 health left for KHS!
KHS can't help but sleep on him, and the more you do, you realize he'll step on you. Ridiculous 1 health clutch by the end. They clear out the next corner, and from here, he just holds it tight. Make sure his future looks brighter than the gun skin that he has right now. A flick from Nate, but the super sub, the 1 minute clutch god, and the person to walk into the lives of A&M, grabbed them by the arms and said, take me, take us all.
Nice.
Thanks. Wow,
That
how about you?
is,
What's up?
this is like such a great debut for a substitute to just be like, yo.
What's
I
up?
almost fell. To be like, yo.
I wish you did.
Amazing game.
Yeah.
And I wasn't expecting the obviously 1 health. Like you're looking at it, the chances of that happening are slim to none. And
Exactly.
managing to pull through with that, bringing the victory up to the team, which by the way they needed very, very desperately. And
Yeah,
I think this is the perfect time to take time to talk, to take time to settle. Right, talk to your IGL. What is going wrong? What are we doing? What do I feel like I need to succeed? So.
What do we all feel like we need to succeed? That's the biggest question,
Money.
right? You're so real for that, actually. Yeah. Money is very nice. We were talking about money before this too, so this is you're making some very valid points here, Gompers.
Thank you.
Every time I call you that, it feels weird. I'll be honest.
What?
Ooh, scatter.
They push back A. They it's interesting because St. Thomas, they get so much space and then they just like redact.
Yeah. Minus.
Yeah, and obviously now the one way, which looking to make a big change.
Yeah, there is an Omen waiting on the other side. So he's just patiently around. Okay, good concuss. Clear out the site, looking to go for a faster hit onto A. KHS has rotated over Sick, barely staying alive, has ultimate if need be. All util thrown right in his face. And now with that, they think they've run enough. They run all the way back to B, but Frosty looking at him. Joe, but the time of this could be big. Sees one, Nate wins the fight. The second, they step into his crosshair in quick succession.
A huge flank from Joba. Not even flank, a huge lurk from Joba. Like, and that's the best part. They fully executed on A. They had Joba there waiting to kind of just be that turning point. Okay, I'm going to catch them on the rotation, and when they want to rotate back, when they hear you guys leaving, I'm going to be able to take that fight. And it's the trust that they had in Joba in that moment to play that 1v2.
And we talked about Joba a lot the entire day.
Yes.
We mentioned consistently how he's brought a lot to his team, but his own play himself, right? That he's been working so much on his fragility, past what he brings in game sense for the team and mid-rounding for the rest.
Yeah.
He proves them once again as the hit leaning towards B here so far, but they don't find anything off the camera. Okay.
Looking to move forward. Things already centered down in mid. And slowly working their way up towards market, breaking door to create a distraction, but there still is some sort of space being taken up towards A.
Yeah, and they're looking to actually move out of B here too. They use the thrash to find anything, and yet pull it back to reuse it as they've made their way silently towards A. There's all the noise coming in, the paranoia. Doesn't actually hit anybody just yet. Osti searching and lurking. But nobody, he steps in front of him and gives him a kill.
This is what Osti needed. He was not having the best game off the get-go. And now finally going this 3-3, Texas A&M knowing they need to win this one out. Taking their patience though, not watching their back. The only thing holding both sides is just the smoke alone, but the paint shield doesn't hit anything. And Naber finds Nate.
The showstopper put down, but onto a thin wall with a 5v3. UST on the outside will decide to save.
Yeah.
They know that with already one invested, they don't want to invest any more and give away more altar orbs than they need to. So they leave themselves working their way back, and A&M, they know, no need to hop, no need to find nothing more. It's just a round, but round finally in A&M's favor for the first time in Sunset.
Me and the squad.
Me when I.
Me when I.
Yeah, this.
Point period blank.
Thank you, yeah. It's just, it's like when people say, every day I wake up. Guys, I regret to inform you, Gombers is having a really bad time.
I'm like hugging my plushie in pain.
Yeah, just hoping you find any sort of comfort and solace from the dread that is ravishing Ravish.
Radishing radish.
Please stop.
Texas A&M looking to make some sort of turnover. Already taking the lead, which is pretty difficult to gather. Although, again, big result being from KHS and taking in that ace and allowing them to be in a position like this one. So.
Yep, exactly. Let's stack in with B too. So busy to try to catch anybody early on the angle, but considering they have Cypher holding alongside the cage as well and both trip bars on both sides, they can just wait around and watch them walk in with the cam that's all the way in the corner. But they haven't committed to anything just yet, right? A&M still kind of meandering off the side. Rolling Thunder used off the corner into spawn. The C1, Aussie Frosty looks to get any picks, but Spike dropped.
No, but they still also do have
Oh, no way.
the ultimate there settled for St. Thomas. So if they do get a pick, they could figure out where everybody else is residing. But Nate with a 2K and finding brilliant shots coming down. So now they come through market. They tried to find some space, but it's taken all the way back from Texas A&M. And the paint shell to push this. Maybe if St. Thomas can find a different source of entry. But no, they wait for the TP and the information given.
We talked about this guy throughout the entire game. We mentioned that he was brought up from the dust from their 9th squad at A&M, playing on TAMU white, rocked the purple this past year, as the manager and the rest saw his skill, Austy Frosty, standing at 6'11", and even taller in game. Incredible plays, aim ability like that, to save a round from the brink, with 3 and more to come.
Getting rid of every single source of entry that anyone on Texas A&M can take. Dude, St. Thomas is just waiting mid.
Yeah, they're just kind of they made their way around all the way into B as well. So they're kind of double backing a bit, but then they're hoping they do hit mid, and if they're walking up as 3. Cage down, Dizzy catches just 1 though.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Crash, nice, good investment. Doesn't see him.
Yeah.
Nice.
Tried to clear it, give themselves the timer back so they can get the re-entry on towards A.
I like it.
Which might be the best bet. Not a lot of Cypher util there. If they could get past this Gecko, then they pretty much have the site for themselves. And then the Cypher trip waiting, but the crosshold, I don't like it.
It's a bit tough. They can just look to off the sheriffs, get one of the necks, and that's 1 angle clear. Do they clear the second? Just barely, but still. 2 taken, that's there. Do they clear the 3rd is the question. No, no, no.
Impossible second, but he whiffs the shot. And that's where St. Thomas, they still done a good job at holding on for now. Brilliant timing.
Yeah, the cowbell. Woo, I like that. That's
Clear your corners.
Yeah, it's which by the way, to the crowd, if anything cool happens, just ring that. That's just nice. But for the rest, yeah, that was 3 hard clear angles you had to look at, unexpected in the end. But at least each of them got their 1, leading to a save win. That Thrifty is so big to stop the momentum that A&M was picking up in a fantastic fashion. St. Thomas on the comeuppance once more, 1 away.
Oh, Doug. So finds a shot towards mid. But they're still trying to recollect up on A. Texas A&M, they need this one. They need the round to give themselves the economy back to continue to push and fight. But of course, neural theft coming out and location given away.
Spike going down by default too, using the mosh pit to hold him on the outside. Here's by spawn, as Paranoid should be big. They go off of that, but they get stunned by the end. And it's nice. AQ starts it off through the smoke. They continue to spray away. But it's 1 after the next. They're playing doubled up by 2. Bing gets 1 back, but it's still a 3v1.
Yeah.
And now, can he take their girls back? Can he expand the dossier? No, he gets stolen from. That's 1 less ready from him.
And they just always get the site, but they can't hold it.
Yeah.
And not to mention, Rolling Thunder now set up for the next round too for St. Thomas. So if you're looking to get this one, the chances are you're not.
Yeah.
So having to hold on to that hope, unless they play very, very passive. But
oh, I was like, again, like these close angles that UST have kind of pivoted to playing are directly punishing, what AM fears the most. Checking corners.
Yeah.
We talked about this all the way back in map 1, in fact. And looking at the previous VODs as well, it has been just that, unfortunately, undisciplined rushing onto sites that's costing them previously and has cost them now once again. So ideally, they scale things back and breathe. Rolling Thunder, there it is.
Yeah, Showstopper now finally making its way. Nate doesn't get anything. Not even a single hit of damage, actually. Everybody pushed back to make sure the paint shells don't do too much either.
Look to re-clear, walking again out past the Dizzy, they go. Seiki really makes it out, though. The TP, oh! That was bold, brother, but naturally gets punished for it. And lose the ult off of it, too. Smoke down, but close in. Doug trying to get his 1, but none will be the answer from the rest of them with the 4v2 left on site.
Yeah, but such a brilliant way to actually access the site too, waiting for everybody to expend so much util, and then hitting off of that, knowing the raise isn't there, and shutting everyone down as well. 1v3.
Glyph.
Potential for Glyph to take this one as long as they hit. The shots might be big, but it's Austy Frosty with a 3K to give that 6-5.
Last round before the switch.
Similar to what we saw previously, all the way back on Lotus. The back and forth with a couple rounds taken by A&M. And the man on the screen right there, the IGL for A&M, Nabber, Mr. Steal Your Girl. Looking calculated, nervous, excited even. Probably because he has glasses on. I can't tell. But nonetheless, with one more left in the half, St. Thomas, will you even it up? Or A&M? One more on you.
Maybe more than that too, Austy. Oh,
Yeah.
there with KHS
The stack.
to get the refrag potential. Now a 3v5, and Showstopper finally making its way to possibly take out the Gecko from St. Thomas.
Hard clear angle. It was a fine match. Speaking of the Gecko, trades are good so far, and they happened from the beginning. Right now for A&M, and off the trade angles they played with the stack they had, it's harkening back to what we saw again on Split. Is that the stacks were there, but the fact they played so together punished the firepower of UST and the confidence in the 1v1s. We hear another 7-5, but a pistol can change it all. It has before, and it might just again, crowd. Right here at halftime, y'all having a good time? Love that.
Now comes the hold. Texas A&M actually about to literally start World War III up in B. And
that is a choice. But that's a nice little 3v3, call that twisted tree line, if anything. That's the Legends reference.
and it just goes haywire. Everybody down.
Hey, but you know, it's blue, red, blue, red, blue. So blue came out on top, according to the numbers. And yeah, sadly because it'll leave them just playing with two, and they're Jobo made it all the way up, made his way all the way through mid. Yeah, Jawi did. So he knows he has space to possibly walk in and reflank onto B, but he's just making some noise as they slowly crawl to A.
I think Texas A&M are kind of reading into this rotation, knowing nobody's A. Yeah, working their way up, actually choosing the potential to. I was gonna say to fight for like you know, mid flank, but now Zowie has to try to get the spike in time.
That's not happening.
No.
He's yeah, he is just that for sure. That is cool. Guys, guys, don't half commit to the cowbell. Let's rig it. Is that a sad cowbell? Is that what that is? All right, but either way, look at this. Look, to start off, like you mentioned, a war imminent, but after concussive for both these sides, right? It was just left to just whichever ghost could just land a better shot at a certain point, or whoever shot first. Still, though, A&M up 3, second half. In the next 2 rounds, a crucial aspect to be noted. Up 1, CVAL finals on the line. The championship lies in front. A team many doubted and counted out. Here to prove everybody wrong.
Yeah, Steve Frosty, not able to catch a break. Or even anyone, for that matter. Trying very, very hard to find somebody out in that defense. But and it might happen now, actually, with that Spectre starting to make its way. Yep, headshot after headshot. Now Paint Chill to push back, and they will get another.
And luckily he had Nabber alongside him on the other end, covering his back to show he doesn't get flooded upon. And now we see some situation once again. UST with 2.
Yeah.
Where like they're on there, like, you know, like it's A&M's bonus, man. Like it, you know, it was gonna go their way. If they get 2 on their side, they've done enough. But all come down to will be the peak. Yeah, he Wants to right click once more, but he'll just wait around. And it's the last one left here. There it is. Yeah.
Texas A&M putting really good numbers up on the board.
You think so, right? Yeah.
And again, like they've won 2 games before. St. Thomas needing to win this one to even take it to a map 5. And then even then, putting a lot of work and effort into this.
And I want to talk about the numbers that you mentioned already so far here. Like the assist numbers from both Naber and Bang. We're already at 7 and 7 for both these sides. And 11 across the board, too. These guys are, like, all of single one of them contributing almost evenly. On the other end, though, like, you know, Doug himself also has 11 on his end because of all these fault lines on his own. But, like, A&M off of one another, too. And then that, exactly what I want to see for UST. Aggressive plays to punish them at the beginning, and I'll finally up 1.
Not much importance, though, to A&M, right? They have, a Bulldog from Bing that could hold on to the A side, and then just playing off the util alone, but they are going to have to try to stop the push from the choke point. How can they do that? Is the paranoia readily available for a moment like this? Is the question.
Exactly. Because for UST at this point, like it's like just I wanted to lean back into what they performed so well on Lotus, even on times on split as well too, right? They were extremely confident in being able to just swing in and play as 2 or 3 after just quick pops onto these sites, and that's what I'm expecting him more so. And next, see, look at that, Joba, just a bit too quick on the trigger as he looks to peek out, and because of that, punish Holy, and a 2v4 as well. A&M. Right, they know against UST's gun round, there's not much they can do, just barely doesn't manage to catch that, and let's see if they can get anybody else at all. Oh yeah, he's concussed.
Now actually could still play with Naber. But yeah, you know, you're in a 2v4 situation, you have to try to get yourself onto site. Naber, unfortunately, not really using the fault line in cohesion with Bing pushing onto site, so very, very individual. In terms of what the plays were looking like. So a big congrats to St. Thomas for giving themselves a point on the board.
Come on. UST slowly but surely making their way back in. Round differential not too bad here either.
Yeah.
Just 3 away. But here comes the true test of courage and grit. Gun rounds for both. And decently far away from 2 ultimates. Nate's 2 away from his, as is Osti. May not come back to be a factor unless Orb's going to play, but nonetheless for now though. A&M, they get this round, they secure almost a 4-round lead. And then some. UST, they get this, they tie things up. And stay alive potentially to get 1 more map and take us to all 5.
Unlocking information from Joba. Although not heard what's going on outside of A. And they don't like to hold this site. They play for the retake here for A&M. And I think it might be the best bet because the Cam's going to catch someone pretty early on. And then they can play passive from that point and get a big rotation forward.
Exactly. Now, the Cam hasn't caught anybody just yet either because they've been slow playing it, looking to move the site. And they caught the Cam right at the edge, but they know that as a hit comes in, it's a bit too late on the info. Full rotate from the rest of the site, but it's wide open on A, so they can now play full post plan, and this is harkening a split. The floods that we saw completely, Noah would have had a heart attack if he saw that many in a row. For now though, spike goes down.
Oh, they're so close.
Oh, look at the flank.
Not even taking into account like the util that could be pushed forward from St. Thomas, but everybody going down on the side of St. Thomas. A&M holding on. KHS 1 health.
Yeah.
And up to Zowie to clear things up. So yeah, fighting very, very hard to give themselves that lead.
I'm actually like Zowie as well, managed to go back, double clear through mid, and then the fact that he caught the angle right behind them is so big because then now KHS has done hero plays like that before, but the fact that it was the threat of somebody right behind him, he just got clear so quickly. And with this, UST, I said it already, a crucial round of momentum and ability to try to survive in this game that they have in front of them. 7 up, forcing A&M on the save, can easily push to 8. As Nate gets up and aggressive.
Nate settled down.
Yeah, freeze for a
Thinking
second.
they were going to try to get someone in that corner, which did not work that way. So
Yeah.
they didn't even get any info. They just wasted a nade,
Yeah.
backed themselves out, and now are going over towards mid. So for St. Thomas, I mean, if anything, A&M on the anti-eco round. So could go both ways.
Easily. All right, showstopper up for on Nate's side as well. A potential to just walk in, but already has used the double blast pack and the nade as well to clear out close by B. So that makes it a bit tricky for how they want to enter instead. The double stack know by A watching the entrance, so they're just waiting to see. Yeah, they have this right covered as well. Rosty's got to get out of there or survive, and KHS good for one.
Oh.
Oh.
But another one left up to Nate. A&M, they've pretty much just lost the groove. They can't fight it back against it. But I might have just lied.
You were
and
saying.
it's done with. Texas A&M have proved me wrong.
The groove was inside them all along. All you had to do was look a little bit deeper here, Gompers. It took a couple of seconds and a vibe check, and immediately they're like, yo, we lost. What? Ain't no lost about around here. We up. We ready. A collateral from the Star Duelist. A 1.31 rating through all of CVAL. One of the highest rated players with the entire bracket. Austin, 17 as he racks up the numbers. And on a save again, this could be detrimental to UST. More so than usual.
Yeah. Oh, Joba. Say cheese.
Hi.
Waiting for Nate to take his headshot.
I wonder if Joba, I bet you Joba knows his angles, but Thrash might not though, so he wants to get in and get a pick.
Oh, but he can't.
Oh.
Perfect too, because Glyph can't collect that. Actually, he might be able to.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna try.
Oh no, Bing's gonna shut him down though. That possibility for that to happen is going to be slim to none, especially now with a refrag potential left up to Joba. And they've laid the smoke down just for the ultimate. This is huge.
I love that from them because of that pick, he gets the dizzying, and now they're where the rest of them are. Answer, all post on B, but look at Osti. He's coming around onto A. He can find both. Look at Osti.
Wow.
See, look at that. That's two gone. Right away, the flank is gorgeous. And now, 11, 2 rounds away.
From match point, baby.
TAMU want CVAL championship, want to put their name on the map and start a new era.
2 rounds from the dub, 1 round from the match point.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify because you said 2 rounds and I said from the match point, and then I saw, and then that was not true, and I lied.
Yeah.
So, 7 points in St. Thomas. Not really intrigued as to what that flank was looking like, which again was the biggest detriment in a round like that one. So now you're kind of running with the punches. If you're A&M, you had such a spectacular round the round before, and then another one again coming into this one. So then you also have the showstopper to utilize under the circumstance that it's needed, and able to find one. CQ gone, and you lose the smokes player.
This is the most ideal start so far.
Yes.
It's oh, I like that. Nate putting some wind back in their sails, but Bing decides he wants to give away, he wants to take back the control. They have taken away instead, and KHS will assist him in that fact. Dizzy out late, but survives for 2 more seconds because of which punish immediately on the comeback.
So much going on, but still going to hold the angle.
Yep.
And I love the confidence because it did make tons and tons of damage for them to play with. Glyph now creating a distraction for Doug to be able to find this down towards the back. And a 1v1 from Joba. This is the moment for the match point to be made. But the plant goes down, and it gives Glyph an opportunity to play down to this 1v1. But it's not won by him. It's A&M with the match point.
This could be it.
Yes, sir.
A&M 1 away from clutching their dreams, from proving the haters wrong.
It is me. I
mean, I predicted that.
Yeah, I said I thought UST was going to win, and so I guess I am a hater. But I'm not really a hater. Everyone on that team is very nice to me, personally.
They said it in their interviews. They said when we talked to them, too, No one expected them to be here.
I agree.
No one expected them to make it this far. And no one expected them to be up 12-7 right now on Sunset.
Yeah.
Against UST. One of the best teams in the league who made a near flawless run against the best squads in the nation.
Honestly, Frosty had a good start from the rip, but you don't have anybody to really make the refrag potential come to
Nabber?
life. But Nabber, huge play!
What is that?
They fought for this, and this might be it!
Oh my God!
But Seikyu pulls back! It's Bing there! In a 1v1 to win this out, it's TAMU that leaves this
TNT-A-M-U!
You!
Me!
You, me!
To clutch it and bring it home from the lower bracket with no mat bands, no coach, no funding, no clubs, nothing but vibes and hopes.
I'm kidding. These guys honestly really work towards this. And oh gosh, it must feel so good because we actually literally just had a conversation with Nabber, this is a club. This is a club.
This is a club team.
And you can tell the dedication, the passion that they had into building this roster, into playing against this team of UST and saying, you know what?
What?
We are more than just that. We are a team. We aren't just a club. We're a family. We are the Valorant champions of CVAL, baby. Let's go. Congratulations to, of course, A&M.
2024 will be marked down as the year of A&M. They get their banner and they bring it home right here in Boise State.
Cowbell.
Everything. Let's get some cowbells. That's what I'm talking about. That's what's up. And also, before they leave the stage, I want to give a big round of applause for UST. They played phenomenally as well. Thank you. Incredible players with very, very bright futures ahead of them. On both of these sides, with smiles across their faces. I know they're happy to be here, as are we.
Yes.
Gompers.
Let me toss it to the desk, please. Do you have one more thing to say?
No, I'm happy. I'm good.
I'm pretty happy too. Actually, just kidding. We're not tossing to the desk. Digon, stay thirsty.
The camera's over there.
We're chilling. Digon, stay thirsty.
Digon, drink some water.
Drink some water, man. We are chilling here for now.
Yeah.
But man, that is amazing. The fact that we got to see a victory from A&M, and I know a lot of us were really predicting that UST was going to run away with the victory, and obviously you're controversial and you love to start problems, and so you picked someone else.
Problems is crazy. You mean I picked with my heart. I picked the underdogs, the story, the underlying retribution that was there evident in front of us truly. And you call me a problem? Madam, I resent that. So, that's crazy.
Anyways, okay. Anyways, forget about him. I want to see what Digon. You can no longer be thirsty now. You are going to be tossed over to the desk. I want to hear their thoughts about what this game or this whole entire series has been like. Another congratulations to A&M. But for now, we shall see you in the next one. Analyst desk.
A huge victory here for Texas A&M University, your 2024 CVAL champions, having to do it the tough way against the #1 seeded squad in UST. Just quick thoughts here.
It's been a long season for them. They've taken down giants. They've taken down the biggest giants, taken down the teams no one expected them to do it, and then they perform the same way on land. It's honestly an exhilarating experience just being able to watch it, let alone be a part of it.
Yeah, Jackson?
No one expected them to do it but themselves and myself as well, as I did pick Texas A&M to win.
You said 3-2.
I did say 3-2.
This is 3-1.
Okay, you're right. All right, I'll give you that. But congratulations to Texas A&M for sure. They had a hard-fought year. They took down many top challengers teams to get this.
Yeah, and you can look across up and down that roster with Asti Frosty leading the way when he was on fire, being with the huge clutch plays, Joba with the clutch gene, and of course a substitute coming on in KAX for Noble earlier. Who stands out at you when you think back at this roster?
KHS. I don't think there's anyone else you can say. This player just steps into a team that already has a system, already has a formula, And yeah, they had a little bit of history way back when, like 2 years ago was the last recorded time they had played, and just fills it. Just does it even better than anyone could have ever envisioned. And it creates a performance on stage. It creates an environment on stage that leads that team to that next level. And that next level is standing in front of me.
3 losses in a row against UST, getting blown out in Breeze last time they played. They buck that trend. They find the wins. What are your final thoughts on this Texas A&M squad here, Jackson?
I mean, they are looking strong. If Austin continues to stay frosty and KHS is able to support them all the way, I think we are looking at a perennial team here.
Yeah, what a great way to close out the 2024 season. So we touched on at the beginning of the broadcast how integrated Collegiate is with Tier 2 and those opportunities. I wanted to give you both an opportunity to I guess, give the flowers on the 2024 season.
It's been a tough time. There's so many upsets, so many stories that players got to tell for themselves and to show for themselves. And at the end of the day, there's only one person that can absolutely showcase, their own potential, and that's the individual themselves. And even if you can't walk away with a trophy like UST here on stage, they got to provide it. They got to be on that stage. They got to take a look at it and say, we've got a lot of work on. And if they're stepping with the majority of that team off to the LATAM team illicits, they're going to have to work hard because there are some ridiculously good LATAM teams out there, and that's not going to work here.
Jackson?
And I think as well, this is a big confidence for Texas A&M they're not a challengers team, but they have taken down many challengers giants to get here. I mean, most notably Blinn, and now even UST. So this should be a good look for them going into the future.
Yeah, and as we get our trophy ceremony started on up in just a second, I want to give that shout out to the UST squad that played favor throughout. They had the pieces together. We know their synergy back and forth, even despite name changes and whatnot. What do we have to say here about our runners-up in UST?
Hey, you look great. That's what it is. You guys played with confidence throughout the entire season. You made it through completely an unmarred record, barely dropping a map ever. I think you dropped one map in the entirety of it. It was like in the first round of the top 8. And past that, you play a near perfect game. But the finals, you had to face the undergoats, and they just took you straight through.
Now, for UST, I think they still were able to execute their game plan, but when it comes to a LAN, there's a lot of factors just outside of the game. You have to think about rest, thinking about your setup space, so maybe it's not something that they were particularly used to in previous LANs. So I wouldn't take this loss too much to heart.
Yeah, again, one more time to our champions, Texas A&M University. The Aggies coming out on top here at Boise State. Again, also, what an event that we had here at Boise. Congratulations to all of the production that made all of this possible. It has been such a fun time here in the heart of Idaho, and getting to be a part of the first on-campus event after I've hosted a couple now, and the 2 CVAL ones. How was your experience here in Boise?
Absolutely wonderful. We came into this saying, it's Boise, Idaho. But then we come out of this saying, it's Boise, Idaho. It's crazy. This isn't even us underselling it. It is a ridiculously gorgeous city, and the program has just created this atmosphere, and the students have created such an environment that it's to be lived in, truly. It's to be experienced. That's the only way to say it.
And honestly, I'm a big fan of sunshine. And when I saw it last night, 9:45, it was still bright outside. I just felt
sun's still
all
out.
the energy.
Yeah. Again, we're waiting for the players to get ready for our trophy ceremony. We should have them in just a little bit. I want to rehash this whole series as we came into it. It was a very clear, maybe not David versus Goliath that heavy, but it was a clear favorite coming on in. Why did you pick Texas A&M? How did you have the foresight here, Jackson, that no one else did?
How'd you cheat?
It really was. I was just trying to interpret the stats from the Blinn game because we didn't really get much footage of it, but it just seemed that the stark difference in Aussie Frosty's performance from the lower finals to from the upper finals. I mean, Aussie Frosty came in and had about almost 90 kills across those 4 maps, and there had to be a huge factor as to why. And because of the fact that there wasn't too much footage on how KHS fits into this Texas A&M team, that also caught UST off guard.
Yeah, specifically on Breeze. Again, we brought it up, the Yoru being brought back on Breeze like Texas A&M did, but a very different style.
Yeah, and a different person playing it too. It was Austin Frosty that was on it previously and just didn't really know how to place the Euro piece, the Euro well together on that map. KHS steps into that role, goes, I'm an initiator at heart. That's not changing. You can't ask me to step into a duelist role and just be a duelist. I'll play both shoots. I'll play both fiddles. And they just played a gorgeous tune, and it just, again, I just can't say anything but shout out KHS for stepping into a system and being the best possible person you can be.
Yeah, again, what an incredible story as they've hit on multiple times. It's the squad that considers themselves a club.
Yeah.
Yes, there are multiple teams there, but going up against a UST squad that has put together a brilliant esports program across multiple different titles. It's just a great Cinderella type story.
It's been upset stories for the whole week right now, right? CVAL yesterday had that, and then here as well.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun as we recap here. And even then, it could have been ended earlier, right? These matches were so close right off the top on Lotus 12 to, what was it? It was a 6-11 up to 12-11 into losing into overtime for the Aggies here, Jackson.
Yeah, the Aggies basically had momentum throughout the whole match. Whether or not they had it the entire time is questionable, but there were so many moments where they had the momentum to set themselves up for the win. And yes, they were able to close out the overtime, but they carried that momentum, right? They didn't let that affect them. They weren't like, this is a close matchup, we should have won that. Right into the next map, they were guns blazing, and they were able to take that.
When we look back at this series, what is a championship moment? Maybe there was a play or a call or rotation that jumps out at you. Which one is that for you?
I think it's the escapability in general on Breeze, but the big plays on that final round where they all exit at a screen with a showstopper kill for the first player that's there extending for the attack, and just the destruction in through sight. It's exactly what you asked for as a team.
All right, and as you can see, the champions coming on in one more time, chat. Put it together for your winners, Texas A&M University. The Aggies coming out on top. Guys, this is your moment. Go ahead. The trophy is yours. Congratulations. Pick it up. Your 2024 CVAL champions, Texas A&M. All right, guys, I got a mic for you so we can go down the line. This is your moment. What would you like to say? This has been such a long journey, the lower bracket run, the substitutions, into playing into LAN against a team that's beaten you the last 3 times. What are your initial thoughts?
I mean, it's like the perfect end to a Cinderella story, Like, I love all of these guys, and I'm happy that we were able to win. And, I would like to thank all my friends and family, and yeah.
You can pass that one down. Throughout the series, what were some of the thoughts that were going on?
Honestly, just have fun. Like, we went in and we lost, map 1 or whatever, but we were like, okay, that was their map pick. That is their number 1 to go map. Shake it off. It's whatever. Map 2, 3, 4. Once we won Breeze, we knew it was over. It was absolutely just jobbed.
When we went to Breeze, we called out, hey, we don't want to see Astro, we don't want to see Yoru. You still brought the Yoru back, but changed hands. What was the thought process between how you guys ended up moving some of the agents around?
It seemed like we really needed Cypher because we were getting lurked on super hard, and we removed Astro because of it. And keeping Yoru is because this guy he's just a joker. He'll create plays out of nowhere and just win the whole round.
All right, let's go to the man of the hour, KHS. You have filled in this slot, again, multiple times. What's it like knowing that you came on in and helped pretty specifically close things out? You can bring it closer to mine.
I think I'm really happy just to be here, honestly. Being here with my friends on a stage like this, getting to win on LAN. Getting to win on LAN is pretty exciting for me. I'm just happy to be here.
And close it on out. What do you hope to, you can pass it down. What do you hope to accomplish now with this victory, with the program moving on forward? Is it more recruitment? Is it helping out other players? Is it funding? Like, what is the legacy of this win?
Well, funding would always help. We do this for free. Yeah, we'd love some scholarship money.
Well, you won some scholarship money with today's championship. Congratulations one more time to the Texas A&M Aggies from College Station over to Boise, the best team in North America. They get to put their names in the record books as the second ever CVAL champions along with Northwood University last year. Congratulations to all of you one more time. I'll take that mic. You guys pick up the trophy one more time to close out the 2024 CVAL season. It's the Texas A&M Aggies. For that, thank you.